Welcome back to Online Darts. And as someone famous once said, here we go. It is all or nothing on the final day of 2020 Q-School. Cards will be handed out and we will be here right until the bitter end to tell you who it is. Myself, Phil Bars, Cam McFarlane are on at the moment. Dan will be with us shortly, but Dan, it is now or never. Sorry, Cam.
Yeah, it is that. They're that excited to get going. They're already going in the EU. No messing about. They're 5 minutes early and they've already kicked off.
Giblin's gone. We're going. Sod everyone else.
That's it. He didn't mess about yesterday. He got them rattling through the games yesterday and seems to have gone with the same option today that, like, you're all here, let's get playing. I'm all for it. Give me more of this. Less of this waiting around that we had in the UK one yesterday where we're trying to level timings of boards up and all that nonsense. Just get them playing.
Just get it done. There is some absolute brutal ties as well.
Yeah, so very much in the EU. There's some tough ones, but my word, in the UK there is some stinkers for some of the people that will be keeping an eye out on that have got opportunities. Like, just looking through some of them, and you just look like Hendo sat there. Bad day yesterday, left himself on the outside, sort of looking in almost. He's in that yellowy orange spot. Drawn Greg Ritchie up first. He's not what you'd have wanted to see by any means. And then you look at, obviously, some of the other ones. Whitlock needs a massive run today. Draws Tom Sykes first up. That is a stinker of a tie first up for him. And then John O'Shea has been dealt a tough hand today. We all keep an eye out for the Joker and hoping that he does well and can get there. But Brandon Weening first up, followed by Jamie Durrant or Jim Long. It's a tough start for him.
100%. And you just look at that board in general. You've got Pilgrim, Paxton. Look, there could be a lot of people nervously looking at darts rankings across the day. It could be absolute carnage. Our chat room is in and it is rammed as always. You lot are superb. Declan is in. Malachi, Daniel, Connor, Stanley, how we doing? Adam is in. Adrian, of course, Chris is in. How do? Lloyd, Andrew, Ben, Greg, how we all doing? We've got 2 new members to welcome as well. Jay and Daniel, welcome to the OD Club. Great to have you on board. And as I said on Twitter, today has never been so important to be dark green. And someone in the EU that needs to be dark green is Andreas Harrison. And already he's in a little bit of bother. Remember, he is not safe on 5 points.
No, not at all. And he started off, his scoring's not turned up yet at this point. He started slowly and he's already a leg down. It's a break of throwdown that he is as well. Needs to find it pretty quickly.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously overnight, John Henderson is on the cusp. He's got a shocker of Adam Paxton. But look, I'm sure these guys will be looking at darts rankings. Greg Ritchie turned dark green when the draw was announced. He's 8 points plus 34. Adam Paxton is
we've just been talking about this, haven't we, offline? Like
8 points, but not the leg difference. So hasn't gone dark green yet. But he'll be thinking, if he's dark green, I'm dark green.
Yeah, pretty much. Like he's close enough, isn't he? But yeah, do we think they've looked this morning? Do you think Greg Ritchie's already seen that he's safe? I think Hendo might be hoping he has.
Yeah, you'd like to think. Look, if I'm a player, I want to know. I'm looking. Have I done enough? What do I need? I want to know all the outcomes.
Yeah, 100%. I don't think you'd be able to stay away from it, to be honest. Like you've got to know what's going on. But yeah, like we say, we're pretty sure that Paxton and Pilgrim are safe. But if you're going into that game, if you are Darryl Pilgrim, you're wanting to win that game because again, what a draw that is first up, getting each other.
Yeah. Brutal. But look, if you're Darryl Pilgrim at this point, you're sat there thinking, I've been here before. surely just
Yeah.
let me get this done.
Yeah, exactly that. Like, he'll want to not leave it down to leg difference. If he can go out there and pick up a couple of points, he'll know he's safe then, and he knows he's okay.
Mark says, I can assure you, Greg knows.
Good. It's what we want to see, isn't it? Like, and if he knows, then fair play. Congratulations to him as well, because it's an unbelievable effort. 8 points and plus 34 leg difference. There's only Brad Brooks that's won any more games than him in the UK Q-School. There's only one other person outside of the UK that's won more games than him and more legs than him this week. So unbelievable effort. And yeah, he's got his fellow Scott to play first up. Does he just do him a little favour then, because he knows that
Scratch my back.
That's it.
Good morning, Sean. Hope you are good. Yeah, I'm surprised that. No, tell her I wasn't surprised, but it's probably the first time ever that no one else has turned dark green in the EU once the draw's done.
Yeah, I was sort of expecting that we might see Sedlacek go dark green with his leg difference, but he hasn't. So it is all to play for out there.
Yeah, and all the games now in the UK are warming up. Out of those
Someone's
ones
just asked,
that
how is it looking for Big Rig today? I'm just trying to have a look now.
I think he's got a point, maybe.
And who has he drawn? Board 13, Dmitry Zhukov, first of all.
That's tough.
It's not a great start. Who else has he got on there? Sedlacek on his board as well. He doesn't. He's got Sedlacek next as well. Yeah, he's never the kindest to him, the draw, is it? Although if he can get through those two,
then it opens up for him.
He's got a chance of a run. Yeah, he's got a chance of a run.
Harrison is up against it here. He needs to find a break back. When your opponent's averaging 98,
his scoring's picked up, but he's still, yeah, he's got his average up there, but he's still just struggling to make a dent in it. He's going to have to do it on his throw as well. Someone's asked, chance out of 100 ball to a card. I mean, she's obviously in a good spot. She's got 3 points and a decent leg difference, but she has got a hell of a tough board. And you're looking at where she's sat on that board, and you've got first up, she's got Kevin McDine, and then from the who has she got? I've lost her now on here. Yeah, then she's got Ted Evitts or Trevor Burkill. We've got Alan Norris, Carl Snyder, Shane McGurk, and Christian Perez all on the same board. I can't give her more than about 4 or 5 out of 100 chance, even with where she sat, because that is a stinker of a board. Yeah,
if she comes through that board, then fair play.
Huge chance, yeah. If she gets through that board, then there's a wonderful chance. But I just can't see it. I think if she gets through the first 2 games, she's done well. There we go.
Yeah,
Fallon underway.
Yeah, and
gotta say, I wasn't sure where you were going to start today. Didn't have a clue where you might start today. Gotta say, I do actually think that out of the two of Bo and Fallon, although Bo's in a better position going into today, I think Fallon's draw's a little bit kinder. As she goes 1-0 down. Oh, last start hold there for Harrison. Otherwise, he was in serious trouble. There was a missed start of the ball from his opponent there as well.
Yeah, Graham Usher, again, a man that you wouldn't count out having a great day today. Look, he's going to have it's all or nothing for him, but he has the game to go through.
Yeah, absolutely has the game to go through. But
John Henderson
we're
has
going to do
taken
it.
the opener against Greg Ritchie.
We're going to do it. It's final day, isn't it? So, are we picking someone to run out of nowhere? Who's your pick to come out of nowhere and end up winning it? That's not anywhere near the top.
Graham Usher for me.
Graham Usher for you. Who do I fancy? I've just paused your question. I hope you think about it for a little bit longer so that I can pick one out myself. I wasn't ready for it to come straight back to me already. Who's not really done much yet, but could be in a good little spot. Where is Chaz Barstow today? He's not in too bad of a spot.
Is
But
this
big
the chance for
Mervyn
Harrison?
King for me. I'm gonna take Mervyn King to go on a run today.
These are the little pop shots that Harrison is going to have to take.
Yeah, gets an opportunity there, but 3 missed at double.
Oh,
He takes it as well. That's huge. Huge from Andreas Harrison there. Gets himself back level, and that's all he needed. It was only 1 break that he needed. He has the throw now. If he can hold out from here, he will be going through to the next stage.
Yeah, John Henderson is 1-1, but Greg Ritchie has popped in a max on the Hendo darts here.
Not doing him any favours then, it would seem.
No. Henderson, it was a good first leg, but since then, he's dropped off again. Is he feeling the pressure?
Pressure. That's it, isn't it?
Oh, Fallon's bust 41 to break. She's at 2 180s in this leg as well.
2 180s in the leg and might lose it here. She's at 3 180s already. She's absolutely flying on the scoring. Well, in between. Well, some of it at least, anyway. There's been some shite in between it, but takes out the 41 second time, though, and gets herself 2-1 in front with an early break of throw. Chance to kick on and get herself through the first round. Greg Ritchie, 3 darts at tops with Hendo not on a finisher. He's got all day here if he needs it. Takes it out as well. 2-1 to Greg Ritchie. That's a break of throw as well. Pressure on Hendo.
And it would be heartbreak for Henderson. It would be devastating. How are we doing, James? Hope you are good. Looks good on paper podcast. How are we doing? Good to have you all in chat room. Absolutely smashing it. How are we doing, Scam?
One, 3-2 attempt here for Semifinal. Oh, it goes as well. Oh, Andreas Harrison in trouble again now. Broken back straight away. And as we know, it's not a break unless you hold. And he hasn't held. Big 1-3-2 checkout, champagne finish. And pressure right back on Andreas Harrison.
Yeah. Great result for Kirsty Kinen last night, mate. I didn't watch any of it. I'm not going to lie. I did absolutely nothing last night. It was quite nice.
Well, you've not done much work this week, so you probably should have been doing something.
I'll tell you what. Jacques Labre is 4-1 up on David Cameron.
It's a strong start from the Frenchman. Stefan Belmont 4-1 up on John Michael as well. There's a few into early big leads here. Dominic Grulich is currently 4-3 up on Kordecker as well. And obviously we know Kordecker's already got a card, but that's a big result if you knock him out early on.
Yeah, Hendo's got tops to break back and takes it last start in hand. Good response from the Highlander.
Very much so. Harrison needs a huge visit here. He needs a Dan Simpson maximum ton here. It's only a ton, though. It's only a ton. It's not enough. Yeah, we don't know where Dan Simpson is at the moment. We were expecting him to be here, and he's not. So he might still be in bed.
No, he got caught in traffic. He did
message 180 for Fallon. What's that?
He got caught in traffic.
Caught in traffic? Has he splashed out and got himself like a new office to stream from, or what?
Who is Jimmy Van Schie got? Let me ask.
That is a fourth 180 for Fallon, and 3 of them have been to kick legs off as well. And that is the sort of scoring you need on a final day at Q-School. If you can keep starting legs with 180s, you put a lot of pressure on the rest.
Brutal. Jimmy Van Schie has got Darius Labanauskas.
Oh, that's rough.
I tell you, we said Hendo did the hard work and broke back. And then Greg Ritchie's got 91, 180, 180 against the darts.
No one can hold the throw.
Greg Ritchie's in front
and takes it out as well. Takes it out as well. It's fantastic darts from the pair.
Gobbs referee in Hampshire again today. This could be an awful long wait for Andreas Harrison. And I don't think he'll hang on.
It's a good leg here, though. Get this. Break. Hold. That's all you got to think. Just each leg at a time. Really good leg here. Miles ahead. Get this one wrapped up. Kick off well in the next leg, and you've got a chance.
Yeah.
Hendo, 140, 180. Straight back. That's Greg Ritchie. It's a great game, this.
Yeah.
2 darts missed at tops for Harrison. But he's still got all day. It's a terrible leg from Stravinsky. Still got all day. So very much thinks of he's written this leg off Stravinsky and just going, I'll just try and hold next leg.
Yeah. But Dirty Harry, it is now or never.
We're just hoping here, 45, 59, something like that. Just 99. It doesn't massively hurt if you can kick off well, but it's more than you'd have ideally wanted.
Hendo's messed up there.
Great start. Yeah, what's he done there? 24 to leave 40. How's he done that? Has he gone 40? I reckon he's gone 14 for tops, and then he's hit double 5, hasn't he?
Double 5, yeah. He's rescued it.
180 from Stravinsky. Harrison under it.
Darren, only Greg Ritchie went dark green. I tell you, Fallon is absolutely smashing it right now.
Yeah, wonderful start. I mean, there's not a great deal coming back at her. Gotta say that, to be fair, but she is just doing what she needs to do. Professional job as she scores 48. $140 for Harrison. He's given himself a chance.
He'll get a go at the Johnny Clayton.
Swiatkowski's had a 9. How's he
9?
scored
There's a
9 to
9?
leave 170? Scored 9 to leave 170. Ben Robb is in trouble. 4-2 down to Dmitry Zerkov, only averaging 77.
He's missed the ball for the big fish.
That would have been ridiculous.
Oh, right.
That would have been utterly ridiculous to score 9 to leave 170 and then take it out. Harrison takes it.
The Johnny
going
Clayton
all the
always
way.
hits
We have a
1, 2,
normal
1,
already.
And then points left.
Yeah.
The ferret loves the 1, 2, 1.
He does. Loves that. He loves the 1, 2, 1 more than any other man in the world. Oh, great start for Harrison as well. What a result this will be if he can get out of jail here. David Cameron has levelled at 4 apiece against Jack Labra. Good fight back there from 4-1 down.
John Henderson has
held. Yeah, we've got
it's
another
right up there.
noble
Harrison's
going
1, 2,
on.
1 to win the Super Series. I agree. Fallon
Yeah, we've
played
got another
MVG
noble going on in the EU. Go on,
yeah. Fallon played MVG in the Nordic Darts Masters final, and for the first 2 sessions, had him hopping.
Oh, rattled. Absolutely rattled. Oh, 115 check out for Fallon to finish it off as well. That is an impressive first game. If she plays like that all day, a lot of people are going to be in trouble. Kevin Trotman's just beat Nico Bloom 6-5 in the other noble that we had going on. Takes out 20-3 for a 21 darter against the darts to win it in a noble. You don't want that, do you? On your own throne, throwing 21 darts and getting beat is not great from Nico Bloom there. But
no. And Harrison has shot himself in the foot here.
Yeah, he was in a good spot, but 120 is not guaranteed to go. Set this up here. 139 would be nice. Just leave yourself on tops.
He's made a mess.
Ooh, 59 is not ideal. First chance for Swiatkowski. This could be game over for Andreas Harrison. Misses a dart at tops, maybe. It's always hard when we're on here. I can't tell. He might just have hit the treble last start. We don't know. But this needs to go. Doesn't even get a chance. Not even a dart double for Andreas Harrison here on throw. After starting 140.95 as well, it looks like it might be game over for him.
All right.
And it is. Andreas Harrison is defeated. The Swede is out. He is still green at the moment, but I think that's him done for this year.
I don't think he stays there.
No. Hello, Mr. Simpson. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right. Is there some sort of darts thing on today or something?
Well, you wouldn't think so, but by how you've turned up at 30 minutes late.
Apologies. Sorry, everybody. I've had a busy old morning. It's been a bit hectic in the Simpson house today. I got stuck in traffic, to be honest. I fetched Gabby back to her mum's and got stuck over there. And I'm just getting everything open now. Get that muted. Is that the early surprise so far? Is it Harrison out? Is that the first thing that we've got to talk about?
Yeah.
Fallon's just rattled through her game.
Is Harrison turning into the EU's version of Darryl Pilgrim?
Maybe, because I think he is going to be one that misses out now. There's no chance for me that 5 and 8 gets you in. So, yeah,
no.
Big chance in that last leg there. He did well to fight back as well, and then threw it away really.
Yeah, too far back there. 5 plus 9. 5 plus 8, sorry, now.
He's
Good.
not holding
Great.
on.
Because
Dan
32
Maliki
people
says,
will
yeah,
pick up a point.
yeah, that's it. Yeah, Maliki said Dan and Cam hoping for a Tamworth win today. No, not at all. I think I'll quite happily draw Spurs. We'll bash them all over the place.
No,
We're
well,
already
see,
growing in the heart.
I will be hoping for a Spurs win today because I always like to back the underdog in a cup match. So I think I like a plucky underdog. So in Tamworth against Spurs, I think I'll back those Spurs lads to it'll do them good to have a bit of a win.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a trip
This
down to
afternoon. That's how
the
chaotic
Tottenham
it's
Hotspur
been this
Stadium.
morning.
To be fair,
It's afternoon and I'm still drinking coffee, so I'm still drinking the morning coffee this afternoon.
Hendo.
I've had a nightmare in
There's been
that
a good
regard.
response here.
Oh,
But Greg Ritchie has a chance to break it again and put us back on throw. Has missed it. This would be a massive win for John Henderson.
that
Yeah.
as well. Greg Ritchie, that must be such a difficult position to be in. To be already qualified in the dark green, to have a tour card, and be playing your fellow countryman, a hero, surely, such as John Henderson. That must be a relatively tough position to be in and to really, bite down on your gum shield and get on with it. But as he takes out that 8 and breaks John Henderson, Gary Ritchie's it's not a gimme. He's not letting him get away with it, is he?
No,
not at all. I tell you, he's not letting anyone get away with it. Jack Labra in the deciding leg, 180, 140, 130 to leave himself 51 after 9. He's not taking it out, but he's got all day against David Cameron here, and this is massive. Still got all day. You've got, what, 3 weeks to take out this 20?
Everybody's last chance, isn't it? It's mint.
Yeah. That is David
Jack,
Cameron.
the Henderson
Definitely
game is
out
on the
there.
screen as well, mate. We have one from the EU, one from the UK.
That's it. David Cameron.
Brexit means Brexit.
Game over.
Thanks for coming.
Back to politics.
Oh,
Steve just put Cam out there. I thought he'd had enough of me. I thought he already had enough of me. What else have we got going on at the moment?
It's hard to get your head around. I'm literally just trying to. That was such an opportunity missed as well for David Cameron. Sat in that 13th spot, which we know he's going to get passed by. Like, he can't stay there for the day, but he was almost defending a spot today, wasn't he? Like, he just had to get further than somebody coming on a wild run or peg back, one person above him. And realistically, as soon as Harrison went out, David Cameron, you must have had his eye on that spot and just thought, well, if I can just get through this game, I can get that spot. I'm not in that yellow anymore. I'll work my way up. But that's a big opportunity gone there.
Ben Robb's gone as well.
John Henderson
beaten 6-3.
He's been beaten 6-3 as well by Dmitry Zhukov with a 64 average. Like, Ben Robb's not been back. He's gone out with a whimper.
Yeah, it's not great from him. Who else is?
Andy Bolton won his first game 6-2. So, yeah, he is in and looking okay at the moment.
Oh, Fallon's won, has she?
Fallon played
6-1, played really well.
Bolton McDyer, 6-1. I just seen that, just catching up on a few bits.
Jurgen van der Velde has just missed opportunities to win 6-4 and is now in a noble with Georgie Chirinsky.
Scott Mitchell is about to exit stage left as he loses 6-3 to Jack Tweedle. No return for Scotty Dog.
So the only player in the UK order of merit that's out at the minute in that top, in the top 20 is Greg Ritchie, and he is in dark green. So there's absolutely nothing happening in terms of those. There's no spaces opening up. There's nowhere for anybody to move just yet because everyone in the top 20 is still in, other than the man who's guaranteed a spot.
Yeah.
So overnight,
Someone just
Lendl...
asked, is Fallon on 3 points now? No, she's not. She's still on 2. No points for the first round, just leg difference.
So Lendl ran the calculations and the leg difference went up considerably. The 6 points didn't change, but the leg difference did. So in the UK, the projection went up from 6 points plus 2 to 6 points plus 13, a 9 leg increase. But interestingly, the cutoff in the EU went down a leg. It was 5 points plus 16, went to 5 points plus 15.
Adams just said, looking forward to seeing Merv at the World Seniors in Feb get announced later. He's clearly heard me predict that Merv's going to be the one to go through the card today and win it. So he knows it's not happening.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's your,
do you want me
your
to
next
do...
one, Dan. Now you got yourself set up and in there. We need an outsider to
Yeah, oh no, I've got it planned. It's tactical.
I've gone for Merv.
Yeah. I've got it planned tactically. Today's winner, Adam Smith-Neil.
Good. He was on the ropes and found the knockout shot.
Yeah, Adam Smith-Neil wins outright today. Those watching yesterday and know what happens to my predictions will know exactly why I predicted that.
Yeah. Jurgen van der Velde has lost that deciding leg as well, and he's out. He was one of the ones in a decent spot. 29th he was going into today with a decent leg difference on 2 points. Gone.
Yeah, already on 2 points. You know, and let's be honest, was a lot of he was in a lot of people's list, wasn't he? Where people started picking, you know, the shortlist of who they thought would come through in both locations with a tour card. He was on an awful lot of people's lists.
Yeah. Yeah, so he is gone.
Oh, Dark Connect's doing that thing where it updates 20 games all at the same time, isn't it? Instead of when it happens.
Is it? No, I'm just trying to have a look.
Is it getting just a bit worn out today?
By my calculations, next Hendo will play either Josh Payne or Steve Hegarty. Again, a tough game.
Yeah, very tough game.
They're all tough now, aren't they? Because even so, the tough games where you're not playing a very talented player, where you're playing like, you know, jacket fillers, if you like, they're just all banana skins where you should win them, and therefore you put the pressure on yourself because you know you should bash him up 6-1, 6-0. I think and every game is potentially the last chance. Every game is your final opportunity to get a tour card, because if you lose it, you're gone. And there's people, or you're sat, you know, on 4, 5, 6 points, whatever that is, and then you've just got a nervous weight of pressing refresh on darts rankings, continually seeing yourself slide down, which is what Andreas Harrison is going to find himself doing over the next.
Well, surely you wouldn't be doing that. Surely what they'll be doing is listening to us.
Well, I would recommend that. That's the best way to do it. Just listen to us witter on about it instead.
Yeah.
Does Van der Velde qualify for the challenge?
Everyone's favourite mammal is 5-0 up. The otter, Marcel Otter, is 5-0 up on Martin Jongen. and we'll get a chance for 6-0 here as Jongan misses 3 darts at 16.
Right, I might be looking at this. Dark Connect doesn't tell me. So basically, and if you have to complete all 4 days to be eligible for the challenge tour. Now,
Yeah,
there are holes in, but it doesn't tell me if
the withdrawals.
Has Cordecker played today?
Yes. Cordecker.
Yes, he got beat
lost
6-3
to
in his
Dominic
opening
Rulich.
game.
No, that's cool because obviously where it wipes everything, it just says nothing on the 128. So I can't tell whether he's lost in the 128.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know what you mean.
Do you see what I mean? Because everyone else, it tells you what the points they started the day on. Where Cordecker, it's just wiped everything. So,
to be fair, as on everyone that's gone out.
That's what I mean. So, like someone said, does Jurgen van der Velde qualify for the challenge? So when I look down and there's players that have got nothing, well, did they play? Because that's what on a pro tour, it just puts it just wipes it like that if you don't play.
Yeah, it's not been doing that for this, so yeah, it is confusing. As far as I know, everyone's played. I don't think anyone's given it a miss.
Yeah.
Everything.
Nolan has qualified for the challenge tour, Emma. Yes.
Jared Cole 5-0 up, averaging 95. Jared Cole could go on a run today. He's got the game, hasn't he?
Yeah, 100%. Just don't see it enough. I feel like we just see a rugby game too often. I think.
I completely agree, but if you were looking down at players on 1 point who are going to have to win it to get through, he's got the game. He could play his way through a tournament like this. He's one of those, and there's a number of them. We talked about them yesterday towards the back end of those players that could have done absolutely bugger all week, and all of a sudden just put 3, 4, 5 games together and rattle it off.
Mervyn King. That's what I was telling you, mate. That's who's doing it.
Well, he can't because Adam Smith-Neil's going to do it.
Well, that's true, and because I predicted it.
How's my prediction getting on, by the way? 2-1 down. There we go.
2-1 down. 2-1 down. Oh no, it's just leveled at 2 apiece. Standard. Who did you pick, Boz? I've forgotten who you picked to go through the card today.
Graham Usher.
Graham Usher, that was yours, yeah. So sorry, Graham Usher fans, he's not doing it either.
has bashed up Bottenberg.
Bashed up the Battenberg, man.
Aaron Monk is playing well.
Big win
again,
for him. That was a tough draw first up. That, but tough draw. But Pottenberg's averaged 71. He might have been better if he was a Battenberg.
Too much of it, I think. Aaron Monk again has played
loads of almonds.
He's played superb darts all week. He's played brilliant for 4 days on the bounce. Aaron Monk. He's done very, very little wrong. And there's absolutely nothing to show for it. Like, absolutely bugger all to show from. Well, even when he's been beaten, he's played really, really well. Like, he's looked sharp all week, scored well, finished. But he's got bugger all to show for it.
Who was that? I missed who you said.
Aaron Monk.
Oh, Aaron Monk. Yeah. Well, he didn't play particularly well first day when he played Fallon, but since then, I know what you mean. He has played well and he's got sod all to show.
It wasn't his average all right, though. Didn't she just batter him? Was it more her than him?
Maybe. I can't remember. It's all sort of gone into one at this point. I've got no idea what's going on.
No, he's averaging 90 again, and he's 4. It's that level. It's not so much the scores, but the average has been there all week. But Kevin Burness and Chaz Barstow, both players that I mentioned yesterday that could go on a run through the card today. They're both 4-1 behind in their opening game. Chaz Barstow's had a poor few days for results. He's 4-1 behind to Adrian Grays. Adam Smith-Neil rattles off 3 on the spin and goes from 2-0 down to 3-2 up.
If he's the one that breaks the curse, I will be fuming.
Mate, there'll be no one more upset than I. I'll be due some stick, and it'll be well deserved. Whatever stick I get for causing that, it'll be well deserved.
You'll be getting a Smith Neal swing to the head, I think, from a few people.
Well, I know I'm supposed to be playing darts tonight. I don't know if I could go and hold my head up high. It'd be just chaos on the hockey.
Bob says, Phil, what do you think about what Dave Chisnell said about the Premier League pick? Look, I'm not saying, Bo Greaves is taking out 1-2-4 for a 2-0 lead over Kevin McDine and a break of throw. Look, what people have got to realise is, from a darting point of view, is he correct? Yes. The Premier League just isn't about darts. But also, I think his comments, the way he said them, the same as the Decker, will come back and haunt you. Because if there's a 50-50 choice for a World Series event between you or someone that's played the game, the one that's played the game is going to get the call up.
Unfortunately, that's the way of the world, isn't it? Like, people can bang on about whether it's fair or not. It's how the world works. If you upset people, they're less likely to do you a favour. That's it. That is just, if you piss people off, they're less likely to do you a favour. As simple as that.
Yeah.
Aaron, I think if Adam Smith-Neale won today, the general reaction of tour card holders would be fairly positive, because many of them would think, decent, easy first round game.
Bob, it wasn't on Sky. Sky have picked the comments up. Dave is working with Quiff. I think Quiff sponsor him for the TV tournaments that aren't by a bookmaker. And it was from his Quiff blog. So Sky have just picked it up.
I didn't even realise Quiff was still going.
I hadn't, to be fair.
Didn't they used to do some wacky, like... Didn't you sort of play a little game after you'd had a bet, and they'd tell you if you got better odds?
And you got like a random boost. Yeah, I think that's the whole premise of the betting site. I think so. Don't.
Yeah,
it's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an odd one. I think I do have an account with them, to be honest. But
Tamworth against Tottenham's had its kickoff delayed.
It's
Really?
kicked off now. 2 minutes in.
It says the kickoff's been delayed because there was a gap between the net and the crossbar in one of the goals. You know, things you love to see in the FA Cup.
Yeah.
They've not
It's just been delayed because Phil
goals.
Bars was too busy looking at Hendo against Guy Ritchie until Greg Ritchie.
I tell you what,
Guy
mate.
Ritchie, he's different.
Board 13, Bo Greaves is averaging 110, 3-0 up on Kevin McDine. She means business today.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be fair, look,
she's going to have to as well.
Although
That board is disgusting.
Although Bo is playing brilliantly, I'm disappointed with McDine here, only averaging 76.
Yeah, he's not showing up at all, has he, really? Great win for Aaron Monk. 6-1.
Yeah, it's big. Certainly when he goes into that mix where there's a lot of people on this, or there's going to be a lot of people on the same points as him for the next couple of rounds if he keeps going, and that it will be a big addition to his leg, because I think he started on that, what was he, -8 or something going into that game. I think his leg.
Yeah, it was a long way down.
So that those legs could be very important.
100%. Paula is in. Says, afternoon, Phil. I'm well moist. I bet you are, Paula. I bet you are in that sun.
Good God.
I wondered where you were going then.
I nearly fell off my chair. I nearly fell off my chair then. Oh, I was looking at my coffee. It's not. I know it's a Sunday, but sometimes I have a little drop of something in my coffee, and I was thinking I haven't. Jared Cole was 5-0 up. It's now 5-all. I was like, what do I do to players? I don't understand.
I don't know, but you've not managed to do it to Smith-Neale because he's 5-2 up now.
Honestly, I don't know what's that. He's done 5 on the spin since I did that. And at the same time, I talked about Jared Cole, 5-0 up. He could go through it today, couldn't he? He could do everything. It'll be nice and easy for him. He'll get some points, and all of a sudden it's in 5-all.
To be fair, he's kicked off 140 though in the decider. Charlie Martin's only started 76. So, to be fair, what was Cole averaging when you were telling us how well he was playing?
Mid-90s, 95.
Oh.
I said, he's averaging 95. He's 5-0 up. He's breezed this game. He'll be able to go through the card today, pick up some points. Next thing you know, like it's 5-all.
He's still averaging 90.
And
He's not fallen off a cliff, to be fair. He's still playing
he's
all right.
just thrown a 49, mate. Because, because Dan Simpson's mentioned he might be a decent player.
Yeah.
Britain's leading dance pundits, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely.
Right. Where are we?
Sorry, let's get back into the chat room. I hope you're having a good holiday anyway, Paula. MVG has said negative things about the Premier League, but I'm pretty sure he's safe. Darren, yeah, there's a difference though, where MVG is one, he's top 3 in the world. 2, has bundles of commercial value to the PDC, where with the greatest respect in the world, Chisnell doesn't. Fallon
I don't think there's anyone that can argue that, and I think even if Dave Chisnell tried to argue that, we'd tell him that he was being a moron.
Yeah. How we doing, Juanita? Good to have you in. Jack says, Phil, just for the story of how Taylor Greaves is getting... Taylor lost in his opening game today, so he's going to have to stick around and cheer his sister on.
Tell you what, Jared Cole from starting 140.97 has thrown an absolute stinker in this leg, but he's got a chance at a 114 to wrap it up.
Charlie Martin comes for 80. How have I done this?
I know. What is going on here? He's not taking it out. Jared Cole's on 32, but 3 darts at 80. Goes in 2. Jared Cole is out. Dan Simpson, the curse lives on.
I can only apologise, Jared. I said I shouldn't talk about any players today. I didn't even mention the fact that Bo's gone 5-0 up.
Darren, we're not saying it's fair, but the problem is, right, darts doesn't have a governing body. It doesn't have an FA or whatever. The PDC are effectively the promoter. It's their job to promote the sport and make money. And do they promote the sport well? Yes. Do they make money? Absolutely they do. So they're ticking every box that they need to tick. We're not saying it's fair, but darts doesn't have a governing body. It doesn't have a ruler to make things as it should do. So this is the problem, that darts is a rogue sport with promoters running it.
Correct. Oh, there's a game on board number 3. That's got to be a feature game, I think. Bars, Tom Sykes and Simon Whitlock. What a game.
Oh, yeah, 100%. That's going on. As soon as Bo's wrap this up.
I'll leave you to say that. Otherwise, if I say that, we'll have to sit here and watch Kevin McDine rattle off 6 on the spin.
Don't get me wrong, Bo has been sensational. McDine disappointing. Chris says
another one going out with a whimper, isn't he? A little bit.
Chris, if you haven't thrown a dart for 13 days, just get there, have a practice. Look, muscle memory will get players through. You don't forget how to throw a dart. Just give yourself enough time to get ready.
I was going to say, I don't know. I turn up on a Wednesday sometimes and it looks like I've forgotten how to throw a dart.
Adam Paxton has got a terrible draw for both players, Big Johnny. He's got Darryl Pilgrim first.
Oh,
but Paxton's safe. It's fine for him. He's absolutely safe.
Mervyn King.
I don't care if he's not in dark green. I'm putting him in dark green.
Mervyn King warming up on board 10. I've got the Mervyn King shirt's ready. It's ready and poised. In case I need to go
Mervyn's ready.
Final. Yeah, if I need to go and stick it on for a final later on.
I've predicted him to make it. There's no chance of that.
T-sider in. We haven't lost the T-siders are all still in it. I think Colin Osborne went through early. We haven't seen the other 2. I don't think we've seen Jamie Durrant or Owens yet today. Colin Osborne got through. whilst he might not live here, he still is a Teessider at heart. Still likes a Parma.
Nicholas
the
Ellis,
Italians
5-0
aren't
up on
having.
Lee Evans. He's not going to be finding that funny at all.
He certainly isn't. Absolutely not.
Paula, they did. Someone did say Teesside. The Teesside massive.
Yes. We could get a T. There's still opportunities. We could have Teessiders coming through and pick up tour cards today. I've got a bottle chilled and ready to pop open if we get a Teesside card. I'll be ordering a Parmo to celebrate. Six 0 Lee Evans goes out.
Oh no, Evs are back on tour. Darren, no one's disagreeing with what you're saying, but the problem is the PDC effectively own darts. Whether that's right or wrong is another matter. But there won't be another split like there was in '93 because the PDC financially, there's no one to go up against them like they did the BDO. So it's unfortunately, it's as Barry said, if you don't like it, go and play somewhere else. And unfortunately, that's
it. There's not going to be a split when Matchroom are already have got the Saudis on
in bed with Saudi who have got all the money. That's the thing. By the way, I don't like this, by the way, but it's as simple as that. It's like if you don't like what they do, go and play somewhere else, and that somewhere else is the WDF. And if you can earn a living out of that, then fair play. But 9 times out of 10, as we're seeing here, the ones that do well at the Super Series go on to get cards and then become part of the PDC.
Yeah, they're all here. Yeah. That's it. They're all in Q-School. We're talking about them all now, trying to get through it. Nathan Gervin looks like he is on his last legs here. 5-2 down against Andrew Cass. 60 points behind after 3 visits as well. Nathan Gervin on throw, but looks like, again, another trebleless visit. So he's lost the initiative here. He's lost the darts to Andrew Cass. And this could be the end of Nathan
win
Gervin's
for
Q-School.
Lovely Thomas over Scott Walters.
Big win, that for Lovely Thomas.
Is Jimmy Van Schie going to absolutely fluff his lines?
Oh, we've got a Teessider warming up. Jamie Owens is warming up on board 14, which is quite a positive thing for the Sunday league that I played. So tonight it's cup night, and if you don't win tonight, you're out of the cup, and you play less games because of course you play until someone's reached the requisite amount, and then you're done. You don't play through them. Jamie is obviously missing for his team this evening in our little Sunday local league. So it has played into the hands of other teams that some of the stronger players aren't there because they're all trying to be tour card holders. Andrew Koss does get that job done. He finds that last leg, another breaker throw, and Nathan Gervin averaging just 73. His Q-School is over for 2025.
Basically, that they won't, and this is obviously Darren and Dell, they won't let them do it because they're protecting their brand. With the greatest will in the world, they couldn't give a fuck about WDF. They don't want their players associated with someone else, is what it comes down to. And they're just protecting their brand.
Absolutely right as a brand. Like, why would you?
It's also fairly standard across most sports in the world, isn't it? Like you don't have footballers who play in the Premier League, but then, they also go and play for some Saudi teams as well for extra massive money here and there. Like, it just doesn't really exist in other sports. There's a little bit coming to it in golf, where people are paying cross-promotional stuff, but it's rarely the rule. Very much.
That's only happening now because the PGA and Liv decided to kiss and make up and go, okay, we can make more money by working together.
It's not the rule, though, is it? It's the exception, like across sport globally.
Yeah, generally you
Right,
can
both
sort
of
of
these
go
games
where you want.
are just underway. I'm just going to the loo, boys, so I'd have to change feature games a second.
Enjoy. I mean, this, I think, is one of the biggest games that we've seen so far today, certainly at this stage, because Tom Sykes against Simon Whitlock are both people who, again, they would have been on a lot of people's list to pick a card up, both of them. Tom Sykes was very, very fancied. He's been playing some superb stuff down in Portsmouth, and Simon Whitlock is Simon Whitlock. So lots of people thought both of these players would pick a card. They're both way outside. That nobody's sat in the green. They're not going to be, if they go out today, they're going to be looking to see if anybody can catch them or anything else. Tom Sykes and Simon Whitlock, for two players that were heavily, heavily predicted to do well in this Q-School process, one of them is going to go out miles away.
Yeah, I missed what you were saying there. Sorry, I didn't realise Barzy was getting up at the same time as I nipped off.
No, I was just saying that this Tom Sykes and Simon Whitlock game is interesting because they were both picked by many to get a card. Like they were Simon Whitlock because he's Simon Whitlock,
Yeah.
and Tom Sykes has been playing amazing darts, like really, really high level stuff, as good as we've seen anyone play outside of the PDC for the last 6 months. But whoever goes out here, I think you'd classify that as a bit of a failure. You know, they've underperformed. They haven't done what was expected of them, which for both of these players was probably, if not to pick a card up, but to be right in the conversation. And at the minute, neither of them are really in the conversation at the minute. They're going to need 3 wins to get in the conversation today.
Yeah, probably more, to be honest. What else have we got?
Sykes is on. What's he on? Is he on 3 points, 4 points?
He's on 4. He's in the conversation, I'd say. Sykes is on 4 points plus 11. He's in there.
He's only in the conversation if he wins this, though, isn't he? As the conversation's over. Going back next year. Top should go, you'd expect, for a level up.
It's not under any pressure, really.
No, and it takes him 3 to do it, but Whitlock will have the darts. Should that game go all the way? I think neither player would fancy that. They want to get off to a good start. Very important to pick some points up, and you won't pick any up if you don't win early.
No.
What's going on in Europe? Anything exciting? Adam Gavlas is right behind, 5-3 behind Michael Buscher.
Got excited there. It
Gavlas
was nothing
again.
to do with darts. Tamworth nearly scored.
Oh, did they? Goodness me. That'd be amazing.
It took a big deflection. It could have gone anywhere, but it's gone out the corner.
I do hope there's a little bit of it. If we
to.
get someone that comes completely from nowhere, from behind, and rattles through the field today, it is very exciting. But.
It is fun when they're all in and around and like legs making a difference here and there.
Yeah, no, Sykes isn't in the green, Darren. He's sat at the minute in
It's just
spot
on the
number
outside
14. Yeah, you need 5 points to go into the green at the minute. Sykes is currently on 4 points with a plus 11. So winning this game wouldn't necessarily put him in the green either, even for now. Maybe if he won 6-1, he might just scrape in.
No, because you don't get a point. Don't get a point for this round.
Oh, of course he wouldn't. No points on offer yet, is there? Cam Crabtree is 3-0 up a man.
I know you were late here, Dan, but you're not that late.
I'm just generally late in my head today, mate. It's not. It's not. I don't think I'm firing on all the proverbial.
All of the cylinders.
Yeah, I reckon I'm about 60% today.
Big Mervyn King, 3-0 up, averaging over 100 at this point as well.
Like that would be. I know we have, the Danny Baggish, like to do a Danny Baggish, but unfortunately, as much as we like Danny, it wouldn't be a Danny Baggish anymore, would it? If Mervyn King comes from no points, goes through the field and wins a tour card outright on the final day. That's doing a Mervyn King from there. No, unfortunately, it's no longer doing a Danny Baggish, is it? It becomes doing a Merv.
Yeah, it will forever be known as doing a Merv.
It's not what's in
Paula, of course I did, absolutely.
I think it's just I haven't had enough coffee yet. That's what it is. I just need more into me. Not enough caffeine. Too much blood in my caffeine system this morning.
Yeah.
Tom Sykes, that is a big break of throw in that feature game. Whitlock not managing to find big scores, although certainly the big scores that he's become so famous for. And we could just be witnessing here, live on screen, the end.
I tell you what,
even if
this would be some surprise here. Jimmy Van Schie is now 3-1 down. He picked up 5 points on day one. Look, he was everyone's fate tip to get a card. There was no way Jimmy Van Schie wasn't the year he's had when he's done the WDF, the Super Series. He's filled in on the Pro Tour. He all but got the job done on day one. And now all of a sudden, he may not get one.
He'll miss out. If he loses this game, he's not getting one.
Well, no, he'll be right on the cusp of what the cutoff is. He will be right on Lendl's cut.
Well, not if he gets slapped like he's looking like he might do. If he loses this, he's going to end up in trouble.
He's going to end up hoping for someone above him to run through and win it and take that position, and open that position up.
Yeah.
He needs a Kyvenhoven or a Rusty Jake to go and win it outright today.
Big win for Adam Warner over Reece Colley as well, by the way, because Adam Warner is right in there with a chance of a card. 5 points plus 8 now into the next round.
He is. He's sat between John Henderson and John O'Shea. Oh, there are worse people do that.
What place to be sat?
That'd be a good afternoon out, I think. That'd be a good afternoon in the
lovely
pub.
afternoon.
That'd be a gorgeous afternoon in the pub, I think. Sat between the Joker and Hendo. Tom Sykes' opportunity here at double 4, and he first start
Merv's
goes
just
in.
Missed the dart at the ball for a 1-6-1.
3-1 up Sykes now, and Simon Whitlock again. We wanted him to, if he couldn't hold on to this tour card, put up some fight to retain it, but 73 average on the final day where it all matters isn't what the Wizards would want. We've got 2 Wizards playing today, haven't we?
Ah, you're a wizard, Harry.
I had my Slytherin hoodie on just before I took it off to get. I've gone OJ branded again, but I was nice. I had my Slytherin hoodie on just before I got on.
Big Johnny says, wouldn't be great sat between on a flight to Australia. Depends where you sat. If you're in economy, maybe not. But if you're in business or first, it would be all right.
Yeah, it'd be lovely there. That'd be a great time.
Darren says, Phil, now you're back, we'll ask again. Do you think there should be a guaranteed income? I don't like the word guaranteed. I think there should be losers' money on the Pro Tour. And I'm not talking obscene amount, but I think you should get 250 quid
cover your costs
if you lose in the first round. Just to cover expenses. That's not an income. That's to cover expenses, so you're not out of pocket. Do I think that they should be guaranteed money? As in, here's 25 grand? Maybe not. But I think there should be first round losers' money on the Pro Tour, so you're not out of pocket minimum.
And what do we have? 30 Pro Tour events in a year. So
34.
If you 34. So you're talking like it's 8 grand in it or something. That you ballpark. That you're going to get if you lose in the first round of every single one of them, you've got 8 grand, which is going to cover your travel to the venue and your hotel. You would like to think. I don't know. It depends where you stay. It depends what your standards are, I suppose. But that's what I think. I don't buy into this, guaranteed income salary sort of thing. But I do think that 250 quid first round losers money on the Pro Tour is a very sane, sensible, and reasonable thing to put in place.
Yeah. Fallon won
Mervyn
her
King,
first
5-1
game,
up.
played very, very well.
Mervyn King 5-1 now, averaging 100. Over in Italy, Francesco Marconi looks to keep Italian hopes alive. 3-3 against Mattias Ellers, as countryman Andrea Micheletti is 3-0 down. So that the Italians are running out of chances to get a tour card holder over in the EU. We'll have a look once we get back to the top. Once we make it to the top 32 over there, I'll have a look at some international analysis again, see how many different countries are represented, and if we can get a tour card holder or someone's going to be their first ever tour card holder from their country.
Yeah, I enjoyed that yesterday. The Dan Simpson, how many countries are represented analysis. It was great.
Yeah, I'll try and slide some facts in about it as well. I'm running out. I feel like
just make some up.
The well is running dry of Thomas Cromwell facts. I've got to admit, I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel for Thomas, and I need to try and make this educational somehow. I need people to get more than just my poor darts predictions out of it. So, what a 1-2-1 from Tom Sykes. Only a hold to throw, but that shows that he is at it today. 4-2 up now against Simon Whitlock. A big finish there from Sykes.
Jamie Durrant 2-0 down to Jim Long. Jim Long averaging 120 after 2 legs.
We've got both. I was going to say both T-siders. Jamie Owens was 2-0 down. He's levelled that up now at 2-2. Yeah, Jim Long is probably not one of the players you would want to bump into in your last chance to come through Q-School. Jim's played some gorgeous darts all week. He's averaging 120. Jesus Christ.
So just run the math on this. Per year, if you were to pay 250 quid losers money at the 34 Pro Tours, it would be £540,000 a year. So just over £500,000.
Well, at some point when we get an announcement on what's happened with what the decision is with the TV contracts, I'm sure there'll be some figures floated around. And I'd like to wager.
Yeah, I think there's a spare £500,000 there, from what I've heard.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, I would like to think that figure of £500,000 won't really look very big against that other big number that we're likely to see. So to make sure that people can actually functionally get to the events and aren't running at a loss just to compete. I think it's something that, I mean, it's very difficult. I've not yet bumped into anyone or discussed it with anyone who can make anything close to a viable argument as to why it's a bad idea. Like I've never, which makes me think, well, it can only be good.
Jimmy Van Schie
is gone, and that's a huge hit to take in your leg difference. He's now down to 10th in the standings at 5 and plus 10. I think he's gone. Real trouble there. I think he's gone.
Yeah, I know he's still in the ranking. Reported, 125. I think it might be a little bit more than that, but
it's nearly as much as my fee for doing this.
$3-0 now. Jim Long still averaging a ton. He's throwing the kitchen sink at Jamie Durrant here.
I was going to say, I thought I was right, Rob. Look, they'll announce it in when they want, Connor. It's obviously been leaked to one of the newspapers who have run the story, but they'll announce it in their own time, the same as football transfers and things like that happen. That we hear Fabrizio Romano going, "Here we go," all the time, but the transfer deal might not happen for another week.
Simon Whitlock needs to find big visits and he needs to find them quickly. He's running out of chances here to regain
I'm pretty
that
sure as
tour
well. By
card.
the way, I don't know this, but I'm pretty sure once that TV deal gets announced, we are close to the world champion getting £1 million.
Well, then.
Yeah, you'd think if it's that number that.
Yeah, but it's also, if you're going to pay the world champion £1 million, we can't have players not getting 250 quid to play a Pro Tour event and be able to play it. Like, there was and he probably wouldn't, he might regret it now after the year that he's had, but there was a piece on the news, and it was on BBC News, I think, and if I remember rightly, it was Rob Owen, where they were featured him on about the fact that he couldn't function as a darts player, like professionally, and that he was having to deliver, and his wife was having to work 7 days a week and 6 days a week, and he was delivering for Iceland or whatever job he was doing as well. And then he goes on a run like that at the World Championships, but then it's just not a good look for the sport when your professionals can't afford to play it. Like, they can't afford to travel and stay and take part in the most basic, and let's be honest, the lowest key entry level events. So I think if you're going to pay £1 million for the winner of that, you can make sure that people get 250 quid to cover their hotels and travel.
Yeah, I think so.
I just think it's a bad look. I think it's a bad look, isn't it?
That jump between £1.5 million, it's the same cost, isn't it? Like,
I genuinely think it's a bad look for the sport when you've got people through the last 16 of World Championships and they're on the news saying, like, we can't live. There's a crisis and we can't pay our bills.
Yeah. And, like, if you want the level to keep improving and keep getting better, and we moaned about how bad some of the start of the Worlds were with some of the qualifiers, like, you need people playing full time. You need them not having to go out working a full day.
Well, I just think if you've got a tour card, you're a darts. You shouldn't be. If you've got a tour card, you shouldn't be unable to play in an event in Barnsley because you can't afford to travel there. Like, it's mad, isn't it?
You should
89
not want to because it's Barnsley, but that's fine.
Correct. You could not. You could want to keep away from Barnsley, for many reasons. Now, 89 goals, and that is the end, I'm afraid, folks. For those of you who were watching, desperate to see Simon Whitlock regain his card, you will have to find other ways to watch him, I'm afraid, for at least the next 12 months. In better news, the tickets are probably cheaper where you'd watch him elsewhere, but you will not be seeing him on a PDC stage. In fact, depending on how things go with Brandon Weening, you might not even see Simon Whitlock on the World Cup stage this year if we've got 2 Australian tour card holders. I shall look forward to seeing Simon at the World Seniors.
Do you think the big boys will play many Pro Tours this year? Absolutely not. They will make sure they've got enough money to get to Minehead, and then we won't see them, is my fear.
I've got no problem at all with that, not one bit of problem. I think if you've earned the right to make the decision, you've earned the right to make the decision. Give somebody else a chance to earn the money. I have absolutely no problem with people deciding what they do and don't want to do. Like, they've
I think
the right,
that's absolutely spot on. Like, that's it. We're moaning about like whether people need the cost covering to go and play in events. Like, if you've earned enough or more than enough, and you've in everything that you need to be in, then, like I say, if you want to take a back seat, take a few weekends off, go away with the family, whatever, give other people a chance to go and earn some extra money and potentially not run into the top 10 in the world in the early rounds, then spot on.
Yeah, it's like it's the equivalent.
They do, and they have got the right. They have got the right to do it, and I agree. But also, the Pro Tour needs to mean something for me. Where I think this year it will be literally meaningless.
Shane McGurk takes the opening leg against Christian Perez. Jim Long now 5-0 up on Jamie Durrant. Jamie not doing a great deal wrong, but he's just come up against an imperious Jim Long, who's playing some marvellous darts. Jamie Owens 4-all, just a little T-side watch there. That one a little bit tighter. Dean Gallagher 3-0 up on Adam Beck, keeping Irish hopes alive. As there is a clash just getting underway on board number 8, an all Welsh class sees Richie Burnett and Mike Warburton. That could be a good watch.
Bob, I'm not saying they're not more fun to follow, but the reasons all will become clear shortly. But the reasons aren't correct.
We're underway in the top 64 in Europe. That must be buys. Stefan Belmont and Boris Kirchmann. God, that's a big game as well, isn't it?
Huge game.
Yeah. Really big game. But they are rattling through it again. They set off like as soon as we were on stream today. Literally at 5 to 12, they were already running on the EU stage.
Good on them. They've been rapido for the last couple of days. They've been super rapid. It's been dead good over in Europe. Yesterday, the UK was ridiculous. They kept slowing everybody up, didn't they? And pulling all the rounds together to go off at the same time. It just got silly. Did you pick Graham Usher to win
this morning?
I did.
Warming up against Bradley Brooks in the second round. That's not a generous draw, is it?
It depends.
To be fair, I said it without looking at the
He's
draw.
already had to wait here until the second round because he got a bye in the first round.
Six 0, I'm afraid. Jamie Durrant falls victim to a big performance by Jim Long. 93
That'll teach you
average
to put something in the fridge, won't it?
That'll teach me to put some champers in the fridge, hoping a T-side is going to come through today. But we've still got chances. We've still got chances. The T-side dream on day 4 is not dead yet. Jamie Owens is still in. I say that as he faces potential match darts after. Right, Jamie Owens 47. Mind you, he needs 47 for a break of throw. Big 180 at a he's got 47 after 9 he's left, Jamie Owens. If the 47 goes here, it forces a noble leg decider, but Jamie Owens would have the darts. Oh, he's missed it. He's missed it.
Richie Burnett, Mike Warburton's a good game, isn't it? We need Corwin on for that.
Yes, where is the Welsh ambassador today? We haven't had him on this week, have we?
No, he's. I think he's still recovering from doing basically every single fallout during the World. So he's gone back into hibernation.
He put a right. He did put a right shift in, didn't he? He did well, did the Welsh correspondent?
He did that.
What we need to get him on with translations because he speaks, doesn't he? He's fluent in Welsh, is Cowan. We need to get him on with the Welsh content.
Well, he says he's fluent in Welsh.
Jamie
None
Owens.
of us would know.
No, I don't know. Yeah, correct. We wouldn't be able to find out. Slack verse visit
tell you
Jamie
what,
Owens.
Go on. You give us that update.
I was saying he's throwing for the match now. He's fought his way really well through this. He's got dragged his average up to 83. Trebleless first visit, backs it up with a ton. It's really tense. This it is going right to the wire, and it's probably just who can hit and who can avoid missing a double. We have
One person that
we've got the Joker
will have been on a few
warming
lists.
up. That's a big game. John O'Shea against Brandon Weening. That's a brutal one.
One person that will have been on a few people's list to get a tour card is banging trouble here as well. Graham Hall is 5-3 down to Ewan Househall, and Househall's kicked off 1-3-1 ton on his own throw.
What an awful opening round match for both Brandon Weening and John O'Shea, that is.
Yeah,
because they are both right up there with a chance. And whoever wins that will look like they're in with a massive chance of getting a card. It's a bit all or nothing, that. It's a huge opening round game.
Wow.
Ewan Househall misses a dart at the bull for a 130. Graham Hall.
I'm going to try something here and see if this works. This is how big this is right now, because this is the state of play in the UK and what you talk
Graham
about.
Hall also misses the ball.
That's how close it is in the UK at the moment.
And the fact that we're about to start with number 5 playing number 12 shows how important that match is.
Yeah. Graham Hall is out, by the way. He's been a tour card holder for the last couple of years. He is now gone and will not be getting it back.
And also, this is how the EU looks, boys. It is all poised.
Jamie Owens has got beat.
And rather tense at the moment.
Yeah, very tense.
What's more worrying about
think
Jamie Owens getting
got
beat
enough there.
Is he could be back. I said, what's more worrying about Jamie Owens getting beat there is looking at the time. It's 1:15. He could be back in time to play that bloody cutback tonight. Could be back in time to play the knockout tonight. Yeah. I was hoping he'd get through 3 rounds just so he couldn't get back from Milton Keynes in time. Now I'm just praying for traffic on the M1. Underway now in that game.
The wrong end of an absolute whitewash off Jamie Owens.
Yeah. I was going to say he'll be angry as well, won't he? He'll come to play tonight. Shane McGurk 2-1 up on Christian Perez. Brandon Weening takes the opener against John O'Shea. 1-0 in that one, as the former Lord Privy Seal playing Owen Maiden on board 3.
I think Jimmy Van Schie is in a world of trouble.
Yeah, that's not enough points, that, for me.
I can't see how 5 plus 10 could 32 people have to pick a point up. Like, that's, the way that there has to be 32 people get a point. 16 have to get 2, etc., etc. I just think the maths means there's no way he could cling on. I think him and Harrison are gone, I think.
Yeah, what was the prediction for the EU on this morning?
5 points plus 15.
Plus 15, yeah. So he's well short of it. Like, getting slapped 6-1 in that first round has killed him, yeah.
John O'Shea's gone 180, comes back for 141. Go on, John.
Come on, John.
Give us a 9, please. Oh, God!
105. That's a mistake,
I think he's missed double 18.
Yeah, I think he has.
He's gone. He must have had.
Yeah, he's gone.
He must have had 8 there, mustn't he?
Yeah, he's gone 60-45 outside of double 18.
Yeah.
And mind you, if he doesn't take this 36 out as well, Weening's got himself down to 76. He could have 8 perfect and lose the leg here.
Yeah.
Takes him 3 darts to get there. That was a breaker throw, though. He takes that. Weening broke early. John O'Shea breaks back and gets the game back on throw. And if they both carry on this 103 and 105 averages, the throw could be really important, because it could just come down to who gets any little advantage where they can take it in that game. Mike Warburton 2-1 up on Richie Burnett. Bradley Brooks also 2-1 up on Graham Usher. Daniel Closer takes an early break against Kevin Tropman, 2-0 up in an all-German clash. We've got a couple of all-German clashes in the top 64 over in the EU. Boris Kirchmar averaging over 105, 4-2 up on Stefan Belmont. Belmont doing little wrong himself, averaging over 100. But Big Boris is putting in a monster performance there.
Yeah, very good from him. Max Hopp
He's going to have
is
to
one of the ones
on just 2 points.
on the outside, just looking in. That could be one of the ones to go above Harrison and Van Schie if he gets a couple of wins. He is currently 5-4 up against Gillian Cohorn, who has just missed a couple of darts at double. Hop coming back for 60 to wrap up his first round win and keep himself in the hunt.
Boys,
John
I made an
O'Shea.
executive decision. This game is too good not to have on.
Yes, get it on there. That'll do. That saves me a tab.
Well,
I'll move that tab somewhere else.
Yeah, John O'Shea averaging 100. Oh, he's missed he's bust 40, but that is probably.
I think he's done it deliberately. I think he's gone inside tops,
Yeah.
inside tens, and then bust because he's not on a finish.
And thought, yeah, I'll be smart.
I think he's done that on purpose with winning all the way back there. He won't get the opportunity to do that again, or he won't feel comfortable doing it with winning down to 78 again. This 40's got to go. We've seen 2 breaks of throw so far. It does 2-1. The Joker leads. Game remains on throw. Up the bloody Joker. Bradley Brooks 3-1 up on Graham Usher. Gets that break of throw. Bradley Brooks, of course, don't forget, cruising through, has been qualified for a couple of days now, but there will be players, the likes of John Henderson, Adam Warner, John O'Shea, Tom Sykes, etc., hovering around the bottom end of that green section that will definitely want Bradley Brooks to win this outright today and free up that extra spot.
Yeah, 100%. There'll be a lot of people hoping for that.
I tell you what, you just get this. You feel this is the calm before the storm. But you just feel within the next hour or so, it is going to be carnage on these dark greens and so on.
It's going off, isn't it? I can feel it.
Yeah.
Because we also know, like, we know the players. Yes, we've got some exciting players playing right now, and we're just getting into it with this Weening O'Shea match because, again, we've either got a big name that's right on the edge that's going to drop off, or Weening potentially is that first one in the EU that's in green that could drop out, and then we start to see people slide. But there is still so much talent outside. You know, Jim Long we've seen come out and average and play superbly. He's still in on 2 points. We know what Fallon can do. There's a big list of other players that we've seen gorgeous darts from who could just blitz through this event.
Both of these games we've got on screen right now are ridiculous standard.
Yeah. Remember, everyone, if you haven't yet, drop us a like and subscribe. I wonder if we can get to 41k today. How many do we need?
Where are we at?
40,000. 41k. We need 123 of you to subscribe today.
Well, the quick way to get
easy as 1, 2, 3
is for all of you just to click on the share button, forward it into your various group chats, and say, if you like having a bit of crack about darts, watch that. And it's dead easy. It happens really quickly. And then all of a sudden, everyone comes and joins in the chat room. It's great. It's a lovely way to spend a Sunday afternoon. Share it with your pals. And also then ask them if they like jokes. And then tell them to check the halftime Tamworth score.
Are they winning?
It's 0-0 at halftime. which is as
I was
good
gonna
as,
say,
isn't
I
it?
didn't think I'd seen a goal. I have got it on in the background, but I didn't think I'd seen a goal.
How have you got extra screens? I've run out of screens. I've got screens everywhere, and I still can't.
Mate, I'm doing it all on one screen here today. I'm just sat on the sofa with the laptop, and then I've got the TV on behind.
To be fair, for when we get set up in here properly, I'm getting 2 TVs on the wall that I can control from here, so I can have loads up.
Yeah,
Yes, that's
the
what you
right
need.
way to do it. I could set up in the back room and do that, but it's even colder in the back room than it is in the front room, so I'm staying in here.
Yeah, you must. Mrs. Cam must be out today, if you've got the run of the front room.
No, she's literally just come downstairs now. She's just waving at me from the side.
Very good. Hi, Ray.
Yeah, no, I'm not on for too long today. I said I was going to do an hour, and we're already an hour and a half in. So
Hey,
just flies by.
It does. Well, I'll be here. I'm gonna be here until the bitter end, I think, today.
Yeah, I might jump back
too
on
much to
towards
see.
the end later on if I'm available. But yeah,
That's an important break
Gotta,
of throat as Christian Perez goes
having done
4-2
5.5
up
hours
on
yesterday when I said I
Shane
wasn't.
McGurr. This game is being played to a tremendous standard between Weaning and O'Shea. Did I accidentally mention Boris Kirchmar was dominating that game and averaging 105 and playing really well? This might not surprise you folks, but Stefan Belmont has levelled it up at 4 apiece.
Yeah, and he's dropped well below a ton now as Kirchmar. Well done, Dan.
Sorry about that.
Ruining lives.
Sorry, Boris. Brandon Weaning finds
You'll have to
a
apologise
leg,
to him as well.
Yeah, he's levelled that one up. That's 3 each. This is going to be a really, really tense game, and this is where the experience of John O'Shea will be desperately needed because the pressure on now. He's playing against a player right up there in the rankings, and this is all or nothing now for John O'Shea. If he doesn't win this match, his hopes of a tour card this year are gone. That massive, very, very important 180 for Weaning could be huge.
Yeah,
I'll
put the pressure on and he's not responded.
This is the flaw of Q-School because look, if John doesn't get a card, there aren't 128 players better than John O'Shea.
Well, no, they're not.
No, not at all.
That's a monster as well. That what a perfect time for a 180 maxes from both players in this leg. Well, you would think this. It goes 96. Oh, that's a break of throw for Brandon Weaning.
Yeah, Graham is just about hanging on against Bradley Brooks. He's just won the 8th leg to get it back to 5-3, but looking like the Phil Barr's curse is as strong as the Dan Simpson one is.
You are unlucky to be averaging just shy of 104 as John O'Shea is and find yourself behind after 7 legs, aren't you? And I don't know. I don't know how much the end of that leg there will have sucked the life out of John. He finds that 180 to get himself all the way down to a very gettable finish for Weaning to come and take that out. He's going to have to really dig in now, the Joker.
Yeah, he is. He said he was going to give it all he had left in it. He said he was tired and he was struggling, but
yeah, well,
he's got to pick himself up because he's got Challenge Tour next week.
Well, he just did 180.
He did, but he keeps finding them. Most legs he's finding that max in, but it's a challenge when it's against the darts because Weaning's also averaging 103, 104. So like it's just bad luck. He's drawn one of the best players of the entire event in the opening round, who's averaged 104 against him. So it's incredibly tough for John.
Yeah. Fallon is underway as well on board 15.
Oh, it goes
He
again in
is
2 darts.
up
Wiening's
against-
not missing anything.
Yeah. Up against James Beaton, who started off 134, 140, 180 with the darts in the first leg. Averaging 151 at this stage. And takes out in 3. 12 darters to start for James Beaton.
I did say Graham Usher would go through today, and he hasn't.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yes, Bradley Brooks takes that one. Stefan Belmont has missed 10 match starts against Boris Kirchmar.
I'd rather have Boris on tour than Stefan.
So would Stefan the way he's throwing
I'd
them
rather
bubbles.
not. Yeah, I'd rather not tell Boris that I'd rather have anyone else on tour than him, to be honest.
Highest ever average at
We
Q
found
School.
out yesterday the highest is
someone did say
14 points, the highest at Q-School, which was Jonathan Worsley.
2019.
The highest ever average at Q-School, no idea. Anyone know that? Someone will know that in the chat.
No, Cheryl. I'm a Newcastle fan. I'm from north of the river. I'm in Teesside, but north of the Tees rather than south of the Tees.
Oh, the average points are...
No, I think someone wants to know the highest.
No, what you're
actual
saying is
average
what's the
or something like that.
highest average that has been posted at a Q School?
No idea.
No,
No,
I think
it'll
someone
exist
might know in the
somewhere.
chat somewhere.
If that information exists, it exists somewhere within our chat room. I would have thought it's filled with talented statisticians. Weening throwing for the match now opens with a 140. He's making it incredibly hard for the Joker. We've seen him go 8 perfect, and that's probably what he's going to need in order to get a dart here. Weening, oh, mind you.
Fallon's just missed at least 3 darts at a double and gone 2-0 down. And then Belmont out of nowhere, can't hit a double for weeks, takes out 120.
This could be a rough 15 minutes. That's another trebleless visit for Brandon Weening. 2 in a row. John O'Shea, you have to get trebles now. You still
time
feel
for a
that's
hostage
not enough
situation, Phil. Get Fallon on that second screen.
Still feels like
Hostage
that's not enough,
negotiation.
O'Shea, given it's not.
A chance now for John. It's a chance now. 177 would be nice.
There's nothing worse than watching it when it's people you like.
No, it's hard work, isn't it?
I hate it when I actually want someone to win. It's really difficult. It makes it a rough watch. Right, there's another slip for Weening. John O'Shea gets his 108. He throws for the match. He's huge. We knew this was going to be a good game, but it's over. Oh, that's an awful visit, John. That really is.
Yeah, leaving 63 is not ideal.
It's not. And Weening's taken out finishes like this relentlessly. You might not even get a go at that 63. No, slip.
It's another bad visit as well, though. He's back for the 63. I imagine he won't go the Cam McFarlane route of
Come on, John.
But maybe he did.
Come on. We are, I promise you, impartial. I just think John's a good lad. He's a friend of the channel.
Yeah, completely impartial, except we want John to get a card.
And I have absolutely nothing at all against Brandon Weenan either. I just really want John O'Shea to get his card back.
Well, the fact
Yeah,
he's
but I think
safe,
he's
he's
got a
safe
card
in the
anyway.
rankings.
I think he's done enough.
Yeah, he's safe.
Are we confident with that? Do we think that that's?
Yeah.
Do we think no matter what
Relatively.
we think 6?
Now that he's only gonna lose at the most one leg off his leg difference, I think so.
Ah, but he could win this, you see, and then lose 6-0 in the next round. So that leg difference, he's not getting a
Yeah,
point.
he might be better off losing this one. Yeah.
Yeah. Now that he's got 5 legs on the board, and he can only lose 1 leg in the leg difference. He could well be better off losing this. Yeah, that's a bloody lottery of Q-School. No,
It's
Jack, you're
utterly
right. John
ridiculous,
wouldn't
that,
get
though,
a
innit?
point. He wouldn't get
That
a
is
point
utterly
if he
ridiculous.
wins this.
That's where the point system falls down.
Yes, it's bollocks. But, he wouldn't get a point if he wins this. But what he would be is still in Q-School. And if he loses this, he ain't in Q-School anymore. He's not there.
Yeah.
If you're losing legs for a game, you should be getting points as well. End of.
Correct. It's either both or none. Otherwise, you just make a mockery of it.
Have we seen?
You can't win a game.
Games?
You can't win a game and be worse off than someone that's lost the first game.
Have we seen the O'Sheas? That's a big one for you. Have we seen the O'Sheas in the chat room today? Are they in and watching along? They're nearly always with us.
Spotted, yeah. I assume they're too nervous to type at this point.
Yeah, it could just be too nervy to watch, couldn't it, in the O'Shea house today? I bet there are some fingernails being bitten. But
I imagine they'll be watching, just not typing. This is a huge chance now. Come on.
I think Maisie will be going wild. Oh!
Was that 2 missed darts?
Yeah, that went full Gary Neville then.
Oh, Fallon gets the first leg on the board. This would be horrible, wouldn't it? This would be awful if this goes. Nothing against Brandon winning, but this wouldn't be fun.
No, it's taking ages to update.
Don't be that guy, Brandon. Just don't be that guy.
Don't be a... Oh, come on!
Here we go. Right, come on, John.
And this is for nothing as well. No points, just to get another try. It's awful, isn't it?
Just to get
it's
another
horrible.
chance.
Just to get another turn. To go through it all again. In half an hour. There we go.
Get in there.
The Joker lives. Adam Smith-Neal's 4-0 up. Christ, I've not looked at anything else for a little while. Adam Smith-Neal's 4-0 up for a space in the top 32.
Keegan is not playing well at all, is he? Like, Keegan this week has had a stinker.
Brock, look, I think most of us are in agreement that what Chizzy and Mike have said, no one is disagreeing with. But the way they've done it is doing them no favours.
No. I fully agree with Mike. I'm not sure I agree so much with Chizzy. I don't think Chizzy should even be in the conversation, to be honest. Paxton and Pilgrim warming up. That is one that we are going to be very excited to see. Is that the only game left to start in the 1-8? Saved quite possibly the best for last.
It's absolutely wild, and I know we do this every year, but to see a player come through a game like that John O'Shea has just gone through, to have to play that well, to survive that many scares and breaks both sides and everything, to at the end of it have earned no points from that. It just feels it's such a strange system, and I know that it's only for that first game. It's just that, and then after that we're off and running. But it's weird, isn't it? Adam Smith-Neal, 5-0. And honestly, those games, as he moves through to the last 32 and he's picking up points, but at the same time, he's picking up 5-0 and 6-0 victories as well. that leg difference is going to be absolutely massive.
Yeah. It's amazing as well. We're almost 2 hours in and we've had no movement on the rankings. There's no dark green yet.
No,
Well,
nothing
it
at
is
all.
because no one's gone out other than until Brandon Weaney went out a minute or two ago. Nothing's moved in that top bit, and nobody's picked a point up yet other than Bradley Brooks. Now that we're
Yeah, I
playing those
thought,
rounds,
though.
Chizzy is sixth on the order of merit, but let's be brutally honest, his TV form has been absolutely wank.
Yeah. And as we know, to get in on the order of merit, you need to be in the top 4. So
yeah, and that TV form has been masked because was it 2 years ago did he win 4 Euro Tours, which is 120 grand?
Yeah.
It's
Or
disproportionate,
whatever it was.
Brock, it is.
Fallon is banging trouble here. This is looking like game over for Fallon's chances for another year.
It's a scone, Brock, but it's chili cheese and bacon. Got there's some of that Mexican chili cheese and bacon in it. Mrs. S. It's a Mrs. S.
Are there some on the way to me from Mrs. S as well?
Hey, tell you what. Next time I come through to Manchester, I might fetch you some scones. I'll bring you some scones and a sourdough loaf. Hey mate, we spent 2 hours last night talking about getting bloody chickens in the garden for eggs.
Why not?
Wants me to build a chicken coop at the back of the garden, at the bottom of the garden at the back, so that we can have fresh eggs on the daily.
Another missed opportunity for Fallon.
It's too many missed darts, isn't it? Too many missed darts.
I mean, she's not even had many opportunities in this game, but if you're going to start missing them as well as it's game done here.
Someone asked what John Henderson needs to do. So, right, John Henderson is now playing for points, which is good for him. If he wins, he'd go to 6 points plus 14 minimum, which wouldn't be enough yet. So, look, John Henderson needs to win a couple of games. Are we
12 darts for Daryl Pilgrim to start off against Adam Paxton? That is a very good start for him.
Are we worried that 6 points may not be enough yet?
I'm still not convinced. I know you two are pretty firm on 6 points, but I'm not convinced that. I mean, I think Pilgrim's fine on 6, but I think Aidan Kirk might not be. I think there's too many of them on 6. 6 would be fine if only one person was at it and everyone else was 5s and 4s. But I think there's too many of them on 6 that the bottom one's not. So I don't think Kirk's safe.
I'm not so sure. I think with a good leg difference, you're still all right because, like, you look at the people that are going to be able to overtake them. I suppose, like, some of them only need a last 16. But then if you get down below, sort of like Bow and below, like, they've got to make a last 8 to do it. And could potentially run into each other at that point, which I'm not sure. I think Kirk and Weaney will just about be all right, depending on what Kirk does in this next game. I think if Kirk gets a bad do in this next game and loses a few legs, then maybe might struggle. But
JK47 says, surely it's about time to get off the Fallon hype train. Absolutely not. Look, she's out, but what Fallon did back in 2019 and what she continues to do in terms of commercial value, digital numbers, we see the digital numbers. We have had every superstar in darts on this channel, and Fallon still does better numbers commercially than most of the top 10 in the world. And that's just, we can back that up with numbers. We're not making that up.
And that's also what people don't understand. Or they understand it, but they don't hold it in their head at the same time as they're having conversations about the Premier League. Because Premier League's a
Yeah.
massive exhibition. Like, it's a huge exhibition. And what people want, yes, they sell out arenas and the arenas sell out before the announcement, but they also want massive amount of content for all of their different social streams and channels and everything else. And they want content for during the programs and they want other programming to surround it. So that when they're making the Premier League selections, that they are factoring all of that in, and they're looking like we do look and think, well, if we post content with that person in, it does double the amount of interactions than that person. Like it just is what it is. And people can not like it, but I would suggest that the people that don't like it still engage with all that content, look at it, watch it, and are entertained by it. Therefore, you just have to accept that that's what it is. And without that commercialization and without people being able to bring those viewers and therefore adverts and everything else to their product, then the streams wouldn't exist. You know, half this stuff wouldn't happen.
Exactly. And Andrew, I get your point saying it's not fair. One, life isn't fair. And two, sport isn't sport anymore. Sport isn't the pure thing that we all hoped it was 25 years ago. Sport is now entertainment. And entertainment, the rules change. If you look
Sport's always been
there's a
entertainment.
reason-
There's always been the point of it at the end of the day. Like, that's always what it's been there for. And
there's a reason
some people are a lot
might not
more
like
entertained
this.
to watch than others.
There's a reason the big clubs tried to do a Super League. Because with the greatest will in the world, they couldn't give a fuck about Ipswich, Southampton and Leicester. Is the
And
thing.
neither can anyone other than Ipswich, Southampton.
and I've just picked them because they're near the bottom, right? Sport is all about commercialization now. How much money can we make and so on. It is the thing. It's not about.
It has to be. It's a business at the end of the day. No, it's a business as well. Like, if you just run it on players or people who you think are the best players to have out there based on what they've done, you won't have a business, and then you won't have a sport. Like, that's the long and short of it. It has to make money. It has to be viable. Otherwise, we're not going to see any of it.
But you watch. I bet that Fallon Meikle game did better viewing figures than some players in the top 10.
Yeah. 100%.
100%.
I guarantee you more people watch that than people that watched Dave Chisnell, for example. I can't remember who Chizzy played now, but
Lost to Ricky Evans late in the night.
yeah, exactly. There were definitely more people, and there were only people watching that because people like Ricky Evans.
Yeah, in terms of top videos, Craig, but look at the numbers that she does video per video. It's more than Dave Chisnell, more than Damon Heta, more than Rob Cross, and he's in the top 4 in the world. You look at the international media; they all want to speak to Fallon rather than others.
Yeah, because it does numbers. People click on it. It just is what it is.
100%.
Yeah, and it's not just the numbers. It's not just...
not a hater of Dave Chisnell by any means, but if you give him the
Dave
option,
Chisnell is a very good player. However, commercially, he doesn't interview very well. So on the board, that is one tick. He does that job very well. But sport just isn't about what you do there.
You know, I've been in...
And to be fair, on telly, he doesn't do that very well either, let's be honest.
I've been in the VIP areas at exhibitions that have got 3 former world champions in the room and Fallon in the room. And when they let the VIPs in, they generally all walk towards Fallon with their autograph thing out there. She gets swarmed by people wanting selfies and photographs and can you sign this? And there's 3 former world champions sat there waiting for someone to come and get their autograph. It is what it like. it just is. You can't, and it is, and people then just have to react and go with it. And no one created that.
The other bit that people forget is she got to a PDC TV final and the quarter final of a TV ranking major.
Yeah, in which she averaged 100 over 29
Or
legs.
99 over 30 legs or whatever it was. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not like the quality's not there from her either. She's played really well this week. She's just had a couple of, missed a couple of opportunities and had a couple of games where people have really upped it against her. Like, she's just had a tough one there, to be honest.
It's a big break of throw there. John Henderson on board 11 goes 2-0 up on Steve Haggerty. Don't forget, folks, John Henderson is now playing for points. He's in 10th spot at the minute. This is for him to get to 6 points. And there's an awful lot of debate at the minute as to whether or not 6 will be enough. I still think there will be somebody on 6 points that misses out today. I'm
What one person who seems
convinced
like he feels like
otherwise.
he's done enough is Adam Paxton, who's not really shown up here against Darrell Pilgrim, but he's got 8 points on the board, so I don't think he needs to worry.
And if Darrell Pilgrim wins this, in fact, no, this is still their opening round, isn't it? Is that still a 1-2-8?
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is the last one of the opening.
This is the last 1-2-8 game.
Christ. Aaron Monk's going for it, isn't he? Aaron Monk is going for it. He's 4-3 up on Jamie Atkins. Opens with a 140, Aaron Monk.
Like, Chris, instead of one, it was for a TV final, whether you like it or not. The PDC classed them as TV finals. 2, if a player pulls out, there's nothing anyone can do about that. And if Dimitri was pissed up and missed 20 match starts, then whose fault's that? Danny Noppert won a TV title.
He doesn't drink. He doesn't drink.
81 in the final. No one in 10 years, no one will remember that he won it with an 83 average or whatever it was. Everyone will still remember Danny Noppert won the UK Open.
Exactly.
They don't put averages on trophies.
Aaron Monk there, 140, 140, 100. He's left 1-2-1 after 9. Trebleless visit from Jamie Atkins. Aaron Monk could go within 1 here. His averaging is in the 90s again for the match. 103 from Aaron Monk. That's massive, massive leg from the Mad Monk.
To get a card, Bo will probably need a last 8.
She needs the last 8.
Enough.
Yeah.
Semi-final would be. Last 8 might be enough, depending on leg difference.
Yeah, no, she's got a very strong leg difference at plus 15. Obviously, if she makes the last 8, that's got to go up to at least plus 20. Even if she wins 6-5, 6-5, 6-5, she's got to get at least 3 more legs on that leg difference to get up there. She is going, she's certainly going well at the moment. 3-0 up on Ted Evans. Ted Evans averaging just a scrape under 90, so no, not disgracing himself at all. John Henderson has now gone 3-0 up, and again, he's going to have to build on that because John Henderson, whilst this would get him up to 6 points, at the minute of all those players on 5 and 6 points, John's got one of the weakest leg differences. He's only on plus 13 at the moment. So it's not just important for John to get points on the board at this stage. It is important that he keeps adding to that leg difference.
Correct.
Because it could come down to 1 leg in a few hours' time, and that could be the difference between him getting a card or not. Aaron Monk took that last leg. He's 5-3 up now. Doesn't look like he's going to get it done in this leg as Jamie Atkins leaves 90 after 9. With Monk way back, but he will get a couple of opportunities in the next couple of legs to get rid of that match and move forward. Cam Crabtree is behind 2-0. Dean Gallagher takes an early break. Cam Crabtree is in 8th spot. So he is in that little bit tied on points with John Henderson. So we've got a couple of games there where we've got the chap in position 10 and position 8 both playing different matches, and then matches are going in very different directions at the moment. They could be swapping places on the rankings. Bo Greaves goes 4-0 ahead.
Crabtree's
of
just
Ted
got a leg
Everett.
back as well on Gallagher. Back to 2-1.
Also,
It
gents,
was only a hold.
Sedler box is dark green. The Czech Nightmare
Oh, has it happened? Are we
returns
there?
to the tour.
Yes.
Yes,
Oh,
he's got the
to
7
hasn't he?
points. He's gone to 7 points.
I'm a big fan of that. I'm happy with that.
He could still finish top of the order of merit if he loses in the final. Kordecker might not be
He
finishing
would
top.
on the leg difference.
Mark McGeaney is out. Mark McGeaney will not be picking up a tour card. Daryl Pilgrim in that final round of 128 first round games, not playing for points yet there, but Pilgrim within 1. He's 5-2 ahead of Adam Paxton. Don't forget, we think Adam Paxton, well, we're virtually certain Adam Paxton is safe. He hasn't yet gone dark green, however.
No, that McGeaney result's a big result for a few of them above, though. That's massive with him dropping out at this stage.
It certainly is. It's in 14th spot. So he was looking at making inroads on the likes of Tom Sykes, John O'Shea, Adam Warner, John Henderson. He was in striking distance of those players, and they can
makes
rest
that
a little bit
safer
easier
again now.
Yeah, he was the biggest threat behind them, because he's also a hell of a player as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
We will. Let's put Bo. The EU
Might
being
not
taken
get a chance
home
to where he's
again.
going. You might not have much chance to get her on there, to be honest. If this 120 doesn't go forever, he's about to be 5-0 down.
Oh, Aaron Monk's just missed 3 match starts. Jamie Atkins has come back for 32. He's got double 16. And if he does it, he's going to level up. And then Jamie Atkins will throw for the match. Aaron Monk's, he's done it first start. So Jamie Atkins levels it up 5 each. Noble leg. Sorry, it is Aaron Monk who is throwing for the match, but he's doing so having missed multiple match starts.
Cam Crabtree has levelled up with Dean Gallagher now, back to 2 apiece, and then he's left 41 after 9 as well in the next leg on throw. Gallagher back on 306, so he's got all day to get rid of this and make sure that he gets himself into a 3-2 lead.
You fear, don't you, that you fear for the furniture if Aaron Monk, after being really, really comfortable and having multiple match starts, if he doesn't come through this
another weather warning, is there? Another weather
warning. Think it'll be one of them where all the they bring back all the tannoys from the Cold War and all the sirens start going off.
Sirens going off.
But everyone just hiding under the nearest bridge.
I tell you what, I don't know whether you're watching this, Phil Bars, but every time I look up, you nearly concede to Tamworth.
Is it still 0-0? I haven't got it. What's it on? What channel's it on?
It's still 0-0. They've just very nearly scored from a corner.
I'm fairly certain that I can have the Newcastle match on a screen down here, because I think that's on through BBC and I'll be able to watch that when it starts at 3 o'clock. Along with the darts, of course.
Yeah.
Aaron Monk's going to get more match starts. He's got 36 left. Jamie Atkins back on 150. So he is going to get more match starts.
And the furniture is safe. It goes.
Aaron Monk goes through to the last 32 today. And the field, the field is just starting to shorten a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah, it is that.
Someone said as well, Harrison was done. Not yet, he's not.
Not 100%
He's
yet.
in that
He's in yellow.
orange spot.
Not on mine, he's not. Harrison.
Oh no, he's outside of it now.
Press
It's changed
press
now.
refresh,
He's down
he's in
to 14.
14th.
Now he's 100% out of there.
He just
Something
I
else.
refreshed it a second ago and he was still in.
Yeah,
But-
Angelo
Balsamo
Balsamo
is just a great name.
moved his way through to the last 32, along with Stefan Hendrick, who've brought
That
themselves
is
through
a
on
6-0
5
win for
points.
Ball Greaves.
Right, let's go.
That's big
Jeffrey
in every way that it
Swan.
could be.
Yeah, she's gone up to 12th in the list now. 4 points and plus 21 leg difference. That's a worry if you're on 6 points now. The way she's playing as well.
Let's do that one. And then from the UK, let's
Crabtree Gallagher is
go.
not a bad one to stick up.
Or Sykes Cromwell.
Sykes Cromwell's not bad, yeah. See if Dan can rattle us off a couple more jokes.
Also, this is potentially a very big win for John Henderson. Richard, thank you very, very much for the super like, mate. Massively appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Who does ball play next? Someone's just asked. I will tell you in a second. I've got it here somewhere.
What board was she on?
13. She will play next. The winner
Colin
of
Osborne
Shane
or
McGurk
Most
and
Lovely?
Carl Snide. Snide. Which is another tough draw, but if she carries on playing like she is, there's no reason why she won't win it.
Oh my word. The son of the Putney blacksmith goes 2-0 up on Tom Sykes.
This is not good for Sykes.
No, because he is another one that is in that sort of just outside looking in section.
Also, Hendo, 6 points plus 18. What are we saying?
I'm not sure yet. The way that it's sort of bunching up below, I don't know.
I'm not yet convinced.
If Sykes goes out here, then I might be ready to.
But I think, I think Hendo probably because Kirk and Weening are almost protecting that 6 points for him. Like that 6 points is protected. The challenge will be that this is the difficult bit. Brandon Weening's on plus 17 and he can't get any worse. John Henderson's leg difference could get worse. He could lose the next game.
That's the thing.
And if he gets thumped, he can slip beneath Weening. I think that's why 6 doesn't feel safe for me, just by saying 6, because for me there's too many of them on 6 that can still move. They can still move between each other if one of them gets tonked.
Cam Crabtree currently 4-3 up on Dean Gallagher at the moment. Gallagher's left 20, but Crabtree's got a shot at 148 to go one away.
Top 32 is underway in the EU. Marvin van Velzen.
Not messing about again, are they?
Now, Marvin van Velzen against Stefan Belmont is underway in the top 32. They are absolutely not messing about today. Tom Sykes goes back to back to level that game up against the former Privy Seal. It is a Desmond on board
Tom
3.
Sykes. Here we go. Cam Crabtree's just broken Dean Gallagher to go 5-3 up. That could be a massive result for anyone on 6 points as well, because Cam Crabtree's leg difference is very good as well.
Oh, Tom! More closeness. 41 remaining. Mervyn King is warming up, Luke, on board 10. He's about to play his second round match against Ryan Palmer. So Mervyn King playing for points now.
He's going to win. He's going to win the day today.
Mervyn King can still win the day, as Tom Sykes now 3 on the bounce against Thomas Cromwell, who can only open with a 40 on the feature game there. So Tom Sykes now, this is looking a very different game to how it looked 5 or 6 minutes ago.
Yes.
It is
This is
looking
big
like
as well.
Crabtree is going to wrap this up here. He has left 161 after 9. Dean Gallagher on 220. So he's going to get at least 6 darts at 161 to get himself onto 6 points here. And a very, very healthy leg difference. 95
Also,
scores, leaves himself 66. Gallagher coming back for 220 now.
And that's
So
still Cam Crabtree.
here-
Another reason why 6 points isn't safe, because if he wins this,
he's going above them, and he takes out the 66 in 2 as well. 14 darter to win it for Cam Crabtree, and he jumps up quite dramatically now. He goes from 9th. He will go all the way up to 5th above John Henderson, I think, if I'm right.
it's all on leg difference. Yes, he does. That will put him into 5th spot. He'll stay behind Darryl Pilgrim on leg difference, but that means that we're now all the way down to spot number 8 is on 6 points. So
Yeah,
I still
Weening's
think
got to be
somebody
worried
with
now.
6
I don't
points
think.
doesn't get there.
I think Weening's got to be seriously worried now.
The only benefit
Next
he's
up,
got
I've always
is that
got
he's
either Shane McGurk or Carl Snide, by the way, for Jay in the chat.
Andy Bolton beats Jim Walker in an all-Scottish clash.
That puts him on
So-
6.
6 is not going to be enough in and of itself. There
No.
will definitely be people on 6 points that don't qualify.
Well, it's
Oh yeah, it'd
it's
be
almost
interesting to see
guaranteed now.
It'll be interesting to see the leg difference, to see how close the projected cut-offs were.
Yeah,
Weening now in 9th spot. I think
he's
Brandon
gone at this
Weening
point.
is gone. I think he's out.
Because there's going to be people pick up more points along the way. Like some of these will be playing each other.
Yeah, they won't all pick points up, but there'll be points picked up underneath him and legs. I tell you what, that draw today, someone's had a right chuckle at John O'Shea when they've done that, haven't they? When they've worked.
It's horrible, isn't it?
Out, yeah, because having come through Brandon Weening and playing someone who's been playing superbly well, he's now got to play the Canadian representative Jim Long, who opened up with a superb performance against Jamie Durrant. Now, Jim Long is a player who can only get a tour card if he makes the final or wins outright. I think if he makes the final, he'll get 7 points. So this, again, straight shootout, because neither player are in a position where they're remotely comfortable. A win for John O'Shea would put him onto 5, which is within striking distance of the top. The problem John might have is just there's not enough players in that top section that are going out early. They're all picking points. They're all picking points up, those players above him. Jim McEwen 3-0 up on Carl Williams as Tom Sykes. Again, he's another player just within shooting distance of that top green section who goes 5-2 up and opens nicely with a 1-3-4 in the feature game. Treble-less from Thomas Cromwell will allow Sykes to take the initiative.
No, Andreas Harrison's done because Jimmy Van Schie is always going to be above him. So even if Angelo Bassamo loses, if he loses by one, then Harrison's
if he loses
still in.
at all, if Balsamo loses at all in the next round, then Jimmy Van Schie goes back into the green. He's back in.
Yeah, but he needs to lose by two because Harrison's one more leg. So if Balsamo loses, it needs to be by two to keep Harrison's slim hopes alive.
Yeah, and even then he needs someone above him to win it outright, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He needs Balsamo to lose in the next round. Mervyn King, nice early break from Merv, 2-0 up on Ryan Palmer. Will we see a rogue, deep run from Mervyn King today? Adam Smith-Neal warming up against Cam Crabtree. Again, we think Cam Crabtree is going to be one of the players on 6 who are safe. We've currently now got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 7 players on 6. Andy Bolton sits at the top with a plus 27 leg difference, one better than Cam Crabtree. But if Cam Crabtree loses this match, he could find himself tumbling down those rankings of players on 6 points if his leg difference takes a hit. Thomas Cromwell holds there 5-3. Tom Sykes now throwing for the match in your feature game. Stefan Belmont 3-0 behind now in that round of 32 game over in Europe as Marvin van Velzen has taken another leg off him. Rusty Jake playing
Adam Warner's just
countryman
gone
Patrick.
1 away from winning against Frankie Ansel, which will put him on to 6 as well. And he will still be on the outside looking in with 6 points. Even if he wraps this one up, he'll be 6 and plus 11 and sat on the outside of the top in 11th, still looking in.
Which is evidence, if it was needed, that 6 is not enough, folks. I get into 6 points.
No, I think you're
into 6 points. If it doesn't even get you into the rankings at the top with in the round of 32, then 6 is going to be some way off. You're going to need a monster leg difference to be safe on 6.
Yeah.
Aidan Kirk plays Scott Campbell next. Are we saying Pilgrim on plus 29 is safe?
No, not yet. Depends what he does next. Like if he loses 6-0, then no.
That's the problem. The problem is that they're all still in, and it's what could happen to their leg difference in the next one is a lot. We just don't know. It's because if he could move from 4th to 8th if he gets beat 6-4, 6-5, 6-1. Like if he loses heavy, he can drop all the way back.
Robin said the check went dark green a while ago.
Tom Sykes missed match darts. Oh, and now Thomas Cromwell is throwing for an opportunity to take this game to a decided leg. Will Sykes rue that opportunity? Missing match darts. Big darts missed there.
Although it's not the greatest start from Cromwell there.
Rusty Jake Rodriguez in that all-Austrian clash with Patrick Tringler. 4-1 up, Rusty Jake is now. That if
That's
he
a
wins
huge
this,
game,
that would
by the
take
way.
him.
That is a massive game.
Well, it is because they're both on
EU.
5 points. Like, they're both on 5 points. The winner would get to 6, which is where we think that you're safe in Europe. It's a really important game for both players, but at the minute being dominated by Rusty Jake Rodriguez. Cromwell's played his way back into this leg, says Dan Simpson.
That stinks of him
It's
scoring
remarkable.
23 next.
Remarkably spooky, my ability to shaft players like that. Jim McEwen goes 4-1 up. He's racing towards the finish line in that game against Carl Williams. Jim McEwen, another player that I think we'd have to see him get all the way to the final in order to get something out of today. More match starts incoming for Tom Sykes. He's already missed a few. Will he get the
Surely
job
it
done
goes
here,
this time.
or is it going to get really nervy? It's going to get really nervy.
It's going to get really nervy.
Multiple
Frankie
match starts
Ansel is
missed.
still hanging around against Adam Warner. We're 5-4 now.
Oh my! What Tom Sykes? He is.
Tom Sykes.
He's raced to the finish line, and then he seems to have tripped over in front of it.
Yeah, just
He's missed match
scrambling,
start.
crawling along the floor, trying to get there.
The last 2 legs, he's missed match starts in, and now he's having to play a decider. It's squeaky bum time for Tom Sykes fans.
Angelo Balsamo is 3-1 down to Maximilian Savinsky.
Is McGurk going to make the baggish?
I mean, I'll tell you now, it's unlikely. It's really unlikely. Just because of the way that some of the players that are left in have been playing. He's going to have to really find his A game and stay with it.
Well, he's got to play Bo next to where she's playing as well.
Well, exactly. Like she's been amazing.
More opportunities incoming for Sykes. Oh, he's going to get 6 at 90. Surely this
How many match starts can he miss? Can't miss match starts in 3 legs on the spin, surely.
Might not have missed any there, but might have done. Not sure.
I want someone to snip me up for in the back end. You know, the Mick McCarthy, it can't get any worse, can it? It can't.
Yeah. Adam Warner misses 3 at 32. Either all outside or bust his score. To give Frank Ansel a shot at 1-4-2 to take us all the way in this one as well.
Jesus, There'll
be a lot of people praying that this goes.
Tom Sykes got it done there in 3 darts. It took him all 3 to get rid of that. Kai Fan Lung 2-0 up, averaging 97. Kai Fan Lung could race through the field today, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, Hendo's not safe.
Oh,
another
win
win.
At this point.
One more win and Hendo would be.
Hardly anyone's safe. It's wild, isn't it?
Yeah. Adam Warner has got over the line. He wins 6-4, which takes him on to 6 and plus 10. So, gonna need to win some more legs. Well, at least another game. But we now have. How many players have we got now on 6? 1, 2, 3, 4. 8 players now sat on 6 points, and a few behind them that are all still in today as well.
Well, this is the thing, is that positions 4 through to 10 are all sat on 6 points, but 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19 are all still in today. So you cannot let up, because there is a band of players getting their foot out, and then at the same time we've got players like Jim McGurk and Kai Fan Long and Shane McGurk, who are just coming from seemingly nowhere, but starting to find some form and put wins together, and look like they've got a chance at making that run to the final. Because for some of these guys, 7, they'll be on 7 if they make a final, and 7 will probably get you a card. Rusty.
He's almost. I think Rusty and Titus Canick are safe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
just
think
about.
Rusty probably is. Yeah.
Although Canick was getting absolutely slapped by Mike Carvenhoven last time I looked at it. He's pulled 2 legs back. He was 4-0 down. He's back to 4-2 now, which is probably helping him a little bit. I was thinking if he lost all 6, that might have been an issue. But
I've just reeled off a list of players that could go all the way through the field today and didn't mention Mervyn King in that list. But Mervyn King is now 5-1 up.
Don't mention it. Shut up. Leave my pick alone.
I won't speak anymore. Kai Fan Lung 3-0 up on. I flicked off the screen before I realised it was Brandon Lewis Richardson.
Marvin Van Velzen 4-3 up on Stefan Belmont. Again, Van Velzen has been disappointing in Q-School, but he can put it right today.
That game on board 12 between Adam Smith-Neil and Cam Crabtree has been warming up for an absolute age.
Yeah, to be fair,
they're checking the taping on his gloves.
Well, my concern is that they're not doing what they're doing in the EU, which is cracking on, because they are the 2 round of 32 games. And I reckon I think they've paused them while they close out the 64, which they did it yesterday, and it's ridiculous. I'm not a fan. I'm not, because we ended up with situations where we had
go to warming up though as soon as Cam won his game, which I imagine he didn't go straight back on the board warming up at that point.
No.
Yeah, basically the markers just pressed next game.
Yeah, I think that's what's happened. I don't think that's.
Oscar Lukasiak is almost safe. I wouldn't say guaranteed yet.
No, not with plus 15. No chance. Well, it's getting close to it.
So, just spoke to Lendl. He said he can't run the simulations that quickly, but at a rough look, he thinks the UK is becoming more like 6 points plus 18 or 19.
Which puts Brandon Weening on the way out.
Yeah. Hendo on the cusp.
Or that's going to be a pain, isn't it? Simon Whitlock, he's going to lose out on a room's rent there.
Mervyn King wins. There is still hope for
Angelo
Merverts.
Balsamo is looking like getting beat here. He's looking like Jimmy Van Chee's going back into the green for now. 5-2 down behind. For Savinsky.
Oh, is he 5-2 now? Mine's not updated.
5-2 now, yeah. And he's only kicked off 40.
Yeah, you're right.
As well.
Yes, that's not a good start. But yeah, Balsamo, 2 trebleless visits on the spin. And that could just be, I know there's some in the chat room with their fingers crossed for Jimmy Van Schie, but that could increase the hopes both of him and Andreas Harrison. But there's still a lot of players behind them in that order of merit who could come through. Stefan Belmont, Max Hopp towards the top end of that. Big round from John O'Shea there, matching the 180 from Jim Long. But Jim Long's gone at 180 on. He's left 60 after 9. Jim Long has absolutely terrorized people today. The last North American standing across all of Q-School. Missed darts there, but John O'Shea back on 175 won't be able to capitalise and punish. Jim Long comes again. He'll come for double 10 for a 4-1 lead over the Irishman.
McGurk was in a great position, but now he's in a bit of drama.
Oh, how would you... Crikey. You left 60... Oh, John.
Van
It's going to be waiting a
Velzen is
while
one
for the
away.
32s if they are waiting for them as well, Dan, because we've still got 264s warming up.
At this point,
they're
they just
gonna
got to
have
get
a
them
long
on,
wait
get
then,
them
aren't
going.
they?
Yeah.
They've just got to
on
get
with
them
it.
going.
Stop fucking about and play some darts.
Get Giblin back from Germany. He's done his bit over there. He's got them on track. Get him back to the UK. John O'Shea has just passed up a golden opportunity to break back.
Yeah, so that's a big miss. But he gets another go.
Christ. Do you know what this is? I feel like
he was cocking around on doubles at the end and he's lost. So Jimmy
John
Van
O'Shea
T
breaks
back into
back.
the green.
This is how I used to
I'll tell you
feel,
what,
when I used to watch.
There's another
Go on, mate.
twist in the UK, in the EU. Angelo Balsamo has just got battered, which means Andreas Harrison is still alive despite losing over 2 hours ago.
Yep.
Certainly is.
Still going to take a lot, but he's got a chance.
Correct. McGurk is out. He's lost to Carl Sneed after being in a position of dominance. The WDF Lakeside champion will not be going on tour.
Is that also, and with the greatest of respect to Carl Sneed, is that a good result for Bo Greaves?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because we just know the game that Shane McGurk's got in him that he might have been able to find against Bo, and he, Shane has got a huge level in him.
Gents, we have movement. We have dark green in the EU. Mike Kyvenhoven on 6 points plus 32 has gone dark green. Rusty Jake in fourth is still light green. Titus Canick in defeat because his leg difference can't move anymore has gone dark green. So Canick is there. Rusty Jake is a couple of legs away from going dark green. There's movement in the EU.
There is.
Oh,
also,
Jim Long has just
Tamworth and Tottenham's going to extra time. Just in case you weren't
behave. Watching. Is it really?
I've not watched anything of it, so I've deliberately not watched
it. Finish 0-0.
Even if they win, this has got to be the end, hasn't it? For Gian.
More opportunities missed for John O'Shea. He should be level in this game. But 14's never the
hard
easiest.
Work there. Done all the hard work and then he's missed that just that hold of throw. It's got to be the end for Big Ange, hasn't it? This you can't. I mean, how does he do an interview at the end of this?
They won't sack him because we're still in the semi-finals of the League Cup, and two,
yeah, exactly.
Who else is out there?
Yeah.
Who do you right now?
You can't sack Big Ange. He's the most entertaining manager in the world.
Well, he is for us because it's funny, isn't it? Oh man. Come on, the Joker. Gotta rattle through this now. That's not helping. 2 trebleless visits on the bounce. Carol Sedler check. Just a casual average of 120 as he goes 2-0 up on Jemai van den Hendrik.
Yeah,
In
Graham,
the
that's
EU,
himself is averaging-
Patrick Decker has just beaten Stefan Dees. Are we going to get double Decker qualifying in the EU? He's going to have to win the
That'd
day.
be
He's going to do
amazing.
it.
Jose was a little bit different because there was something in his contract that if we won a cup, so that's why they pulled the trigger on him. And look, Eric Ten Hag isn't a bad manager, and that's now being proven. They sacked him, they brought in their golden boy Amarin, and they're no different.
Yeah, but he's still having to use that shower of shit that Ten Hag signed.
So, not that I would encourage anyone doing it, Bob. It looks like it's also because I would encourage everyone just to stay here and watch us. But it does look like the Newcastle match is available to watch through the BBC Sport website.
Yeah, I think
I'm literally just reading what it says on the BBC Sport website because I'm hoping to have a window open whilst we watch the darts go unfold.
Carol Sedlacek
looking
started
ominous.
like a house on fire against Van den Herrik.
It's monstrous, isn't it?
118.62 average.
Absolutely
Van den
monstrous.
Herrik's averaging 110 and not getting a sniff.
Yeah, and losing.
Yeah.
How does that work? Jim Long's missed starts there. John O'Shea is a long way back on 135. This is.
Oh, it looks
would
like
think-
we're underway in the top 32, which is good. They've not made them wait all the way until the end.
Good. Because we need to just get on
Tom
with it, find
Sykes
out
is
what's
1-0
going to
down to
happen.
Jack Tweddle. I tell you who's playing well today, who has not played very well all week, but has got the game if he can put it together for a while. John Brown is putting some good performances together today. He's just gone 1-0 up against Henry Coates in that game as well, with a break of throw. I think he averaged about a ton in his last game as well. He's going to have to go all the way and win the day if he's going to do it. But if he keeps stringing these performances together, you never know.
Yeah, if a final would get him onto 6 points. So you're right. He's going to have to win. Keep picking up big leg difference swings on the way, isn't he?
He is. Also, just away from the darts for a second, it's absolutely shite that they don't have replays in the FA Cup in it.
100%.
Tamworth getting to go
Especially
and
when
play
you-
at Spurs Stadium, like that would have been.
Yeah,
massive
you
for
feel
Spurs.
like they've earned their
that
replay,
big-
haven't they?
to be able
Haven't
to
you
bring-
today?
For Spurs to be able to bring Tamworth to their stadium for a replay would have been huge
Yeah.
for Spurs.
And if you Tamworth and you dig out a draw with Spurs, like you've earned something, you should have earned something from that, shouldn't you? You should have earned the opportunity to have that replay and to get to go for your big day out or get a big gate at home if you've dug out that away. You know, like either way, it's a good thing for the smaller teams, isn't it?
Jim Long going 6 perfect again. Like, this is silly from Jim Long.
He's found
And it's
something
very bad
today,
news for
Jim
John
Long.
O'Shea.
He's found something today, and John O'Shea is just getting scraps in every leg. You know, he's getting a go at something, but it's constantly it's always in 3 figures and starts with a what. You know, it's just not getting.
And he's just missed the dart there, I think.
I think he's come inside tops.
Yeah. Jim Long keeps leaving awful doubles as well. Like, he left double 7 last time. He's left double 15 here. And he's missed it. So it gives John a chance.
It does, but there's just
keep
no
in there
room
and
for
keep
error now.
fighting.
And
You
Jim
just
Long,
never know.
It was, but that was just a hold again. You know, Jim Long going 6 perfect at the beginning. It just means that you know he's immediately snatched the darts, and John's done well to hold it, but now Jim Long on throw for the match.
Yep.
No,
we
James,
have dark green again. Rusty Jake has gone dark green in the EU. So whatever results just happened there has meant that Rusty Jake is now safe, even if he loses 6-0. So 6-21 is enough now.
Yeah.
Likely replacing his brother in the World Cup squad.
Yes.
We are seeing very little movement at the minute over in the UK rankings. It's very much on a knife edge still over there. John
That's it. That's it. Because on the 125, you'd have to go 25 first. Yeah, I've had the Ali Pali Lurgy since the 27th of December.
Rusty's 2-0 up, so maybe you still need more than 21 legs then. Thanks to Paul Sambrook for that. It's always good to have an extra set of eyes.
Jim Long leaves. Oh, he's missed the ball for the fish, Jim Long. He left 170 after 9, and he's missed the bull for the big fish. Again, John O'Shea just getting handed scraps. He's got 131. Can't do anything.
I understand if he comes back and polishes this off, but with John O'Shea not on a finish, you have to question his board management.
Yeah, he should have been laying that up, shouldn't he? Especially like, I get it if you're on like a big stage and you're just trying to make a bit of a point and win in a bit of fancy fashion, but when it's Q-School, like, and no one's watching it, just lay it up.
This game's huge because I think a win here, John Henderson's okay.
That will put Hendo on to what? 6 and
7.
Oh, sorry, 7. Yeah, sorry, 7. Yeah, 7 will be enough, I think. Aidan Kirk is 3-0 up on Scott Campbell, which would then push Brandon Weaning down into the yellow. I'm not so sure 7's going to be enough at this point now. I'm starting to question myself on this as well.
Ugh.
So Hendo currently on 6, but missing doubles. This needs to go.
Yeah.
So just reflecting there on the how difficult the draw was for John O'Shea. The matches that he's lost over the last 4 days, he's been beaten by Tom Sykes, John Henderson, Adam Paxton, who's in 3rd, and Jim Long. Like
Yeah.
there's no gimme anywhere, is there, in that? Like, if they're the players that you're constantly bumping into in that draw, really, really challenging.
Again, looking at what we say A and B games. James Beaton played lovely against Fallon, averaging almost a ton, I think it was. Played lovely. I know he started like a bag of nails here. Again, we talk about people's B games being so important. And it's not what you do on your A game. This isn't James, by the way. This is in general. But they've all got very good A games. But it's that range in your game. Where is the range? And too many players, the range.
When you're not quite at it, what can you still do?
Yeah. And the same. I look at John Brown, currently 3-2 up against Henry Coates, averaging 96. Now that's very good. But we've seen too many 72s and 73s from John Brown along the way. That range is massive.
Yeah, you could park a bus in between that, couldn't you? Right.
I'll tell you, John Henderson's in trouble here. He's on the verge of going 3-0 down. Yeah, 100. And Johnny, that's the problem. It's that that range is massive. Anton Ersland has come from behind to beat Jeffrey Sparenans.
That said, the Czech Van den Herrik game is still going on. It's 5-3 and they're both still averaging over a ton. It's a great game going on in the EU.
Oh, John Henderson is having an absolute mare on the outer ring. The 171 gave him the opportunity and he couldn't take it. But this is my worry about Lipscomb, that when he's free flowing, he's very good. But we've seen him at the Super Series. When the pressure's on, he gets twitchy.
Yeah. But if he goes sort of 5-0 up, there's not really much pressure. Scott Campbell fighting back against Aidan Kirk, by the way. He's back to 3-1 from 3-0 down, but well ahead in this leg on his own throw now. He's left himself on 16.
Bo kicks off 140 on the Carl Snead darts. I think if Pilgrim wins this game, he'll go dark green.
What's Pilgrim on now? No, he
6,
can't
but
do,
the
'cause
leg difference
Paxton's-
is huge.
Yeah, but Paxton's not gone dark green on 8 yet.
But I think, again, that may put on both.
Possibly. Yeah, I suppose it could do.
Jack Tweddle has levelled it up with Tom Sykes. Hendo has a leg on the board. He's 3-1 down. He could be 4-0 up.
Yeah. Cam Crabtree goes 2-1 up on Adam Smith-Neil.
This is where the excitement starts, isn't it? This is where everything starts to actually happen.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And we're going to keep running down because those dark greens are just going to spread further and further down until there will just be 1 or 2 spots left available very, very shortly. These next 2 rounds of games, we'll see it.
I think Bo needs to win at least 2 more games, if not 3. But definitely 2.
Yeah, 2 with the leg difference might be enough, but the way that it's looking, 6 might not be enough points.
Tom Sykes has just took out 116. I think, though, because Jack Tweddle, even if Sykes comes through this game, he won't quite make it into that top section because I don't think he'll pick up a big enough lift to his leg difference.
Aidan Kirk has fallen off a cliff here against Scott Campbell. His scoring has just disappeared. As has Phil Bars, he's just scored 26.
41, actually.
What I actually went to do, once the joke, where I actually went, I did go and pick up a coffee. I could hear the coffee machine and I knew there'd be some ready. But I also went and removed the bottle of fizz from the champagne. From the fridge. That'll have to wait for another day. Now the joker's out.
Gone now, is it?
Yeah. Back on the rack.
Does chilling champagne, then warming it up again, chilling it again, not hurt it?
Not the way I drink it.
Not a clue. Yeah.
I don't think
Scott
so. Not
Campbell
with
is
a
now
not
levelled
with
against
a
Aidan Kirk.
not with a sparkling wine. I think you can do whatever you want with a sparkling wine because it's carbonated in it, so it's you're not going to have too much of effect on it. I do need to restock,
Hendo
you
is
know.
in grave danger here of 5-1 Dan.
Are we getting
the wine.
Are we going to get a perfect, the Holy Grail 5-ton leg here from Adam Lipscomb?
It could happen. He should
Do it. Go on.
He should just throw 100 here.
37. It's even worse.
Come on, John. Make it interesting. At this point, I just end up supporting people, wanting people to come through matches as it manifests chaos. Like, what I want from this point onwards is the most chaotic result possible.
Yeah, I want it to become that, like, you need, like, 78 points to get through. We have another dark green in the EU. Oscar Lukasiak has just won, got himself onto 7 points. He is dark green now as well.
Tom Sykes is going to get match starts. He's going to come back. He's going to, it's only Jack Tweddle, that big 130, put pressure on it. Tom Sykes comes for double 15. He takes it in 2 darts. That moves Tom Sykes onto 6 points. We will see in a minute, because I think that is going to, he'll be level with Aidan Kirk. So he'll go up or down on the count back because the leg difference will be the same on plus 16.
Aidan Kirk is currently 3 apiece with Scott Campbell.
So if he loses that, yes, they'll both be on 6 points, but that will knock Aidan Kirk's leg difference 1 leg behind Tom Sykes. So Tom Sykes is out at the minute, but could move above Aidan Kirk if he gets beat in that game with Scott Campbell. Aidan Kirk, just in that section of the tournament today that's just behind, he's still playing his top 64 match, whereas there's a lot of top 32.
We have an update after that as well. Congratulations, Adam Paxton. You are dark green. You are officially
Paxton
PDC
is there.
card holder. It's all going
I
on.
think a defeat this size, Hendo saves himself. I was going to say 6-1 would kill Henderson.
It would. It wipes him out.
Yeah, he's got. He's absolutely got.
Because it would move. It would move Weaning, Kirk, and Sykes above him.
Yeah. I genuinely think if he loses this, he's gone. Scott Campbell has just gone ahead of Aidan Kirk now. Aidan Kirk was 3-0 up and absolutely flying in this game. And he has fallen off a cliff and he's now behind 4-3.
I'm just looking at it. If he can damage limitation, if he only loses this 6-5, Weaning would stay below him on legs 1. So Weaning would be the first one.
Imagine missing out on a toe card on legs 1. That would be disgusting.
It's brutal, isn't it? Mervyn King edges ever closer. He's 5-3 up on Keenan Thomas, but he's down to 164 after 9. Thomas a mile behind on 335. Mervyn King surely is about to confirm his place in the last 16 today and move a step closer.
Get that champagne back in the fridge.
Aaron Monk is 4-2 behind against Bradley Brooks, but he's got darts here. 3 darts to get rid of 60 to pull that leg or pull that a leg back and make it a little bit tighter. But we can't do it. Is Aaron Monk's race run for Q-School? Mervyn King wins.
Has won.
Bow down to the king.
Lipscomb has missed match darts.
Hendo back for 40, just keeping himself in the fight and takes it. You might need to get that champagne back in the fridge, actually, Dan Simpson. Cam Crabtree is 5-2 up on Adam Smith-Neale.
I picked Adam Smith-Neale to win.
For a reason. Oh, shit. When did Spurs score? Ah, boring.
Tits on fish. Yeah, very boring, that.
Yeah. That's a
Very
red. That's
boring.
disgusting. Get him off, ref.
Pilgrim has got to be close. I think any moment now. It's literally just legs that are happening. The leg difference. I think as these games progress and people win or can't win more legs, we'll see Pilgrim, I think, very soon. Bradley Brooks goes 140, 140. Aaron Monk is getting the kitchen sink thrown at him here. Again, Aaron playing quite well.
We might see another in a second in the EU go dark green. Dominic Grulich against Rusty J. Rodriguez is on 64. Both of them are on 64. I think Grulich coming to the board now would put him up to 6 points plus 26. That might be enough.
This is a horrendous leg for John Henderson. 27, followed by 3 more treble-less visits in a leg that he could not lose.
Dominic Grulich beats Rusty Jake. I don't think he's going to go dark green actually yet, because he could still fall back out if he has a bad result in his next game. But that does put him on to 6 points and plus 26 leg difference.
Oh! Aaron Monk takes the 46, gets a break of throw against Bradley Brooks. That's 4-all now, but Aaron Monk with the darts in hand. The Mad Monk isn't done just yet.
I'll tell you who's done. It's John Henderson.
Yeah, he is. Dominic Grulich has gone dark green, so we have another tour card holder in the EU. So 6 and plus 20 must be enough now to get yourself in the EU. So Dominic Grulich, tour card holder.
Right. John Henderson is now outside everything, but he's not done yet because
he is not.
Aidan Kirk and Tom Sykes are still in, and their leg difference can be damaged.
Aidan Kirk is 5-3 down and about to lose here as well.
Aidan Kirk is about to lose
180
6-3.
points behind Scott Campbell.
So John Henderson,
he'll be moving back in there in a minute because Aidan Kirk's going to drop out.
This has been a spectacular collapse from Aidan Kirk. Like he looked like absolutely walking this 6-0, and then he's now averaging 78. He's lost 5 legs on the bounce to someone averaging 79.
Oh, Bradley Brooks leaves 81 after 9. What an awesome leg against the darts as well. Aaron Monk looked like he took that break of throw at the perfect time to kick on to the finish line in this one. Monk gets himself down to 72. So this 81 probably needs to go for Bradley Brooks.
Scott Campbell beats Aidan Kirk, and that is probably Aidan Kirk's race run.
The 81 does go for Bradley Brooks. So all that work Aaron Monk did fighting his way back into this game, levelling up and getting the game on throw, has all been for nothing because now Bradley Brooks finds himself 5-4 up against Monk, throwing for the match.
I think we're about to get...
Refresh.
We're possibly about to get another dark green in the EU as well.
Who's just gone up? Who's just moved up in there?
Against Patrick Klingelhofer. If Stefan Hendrick wins this deciding leg, he will go dark green as well.
So Aidan Kirk has dropped out. John Henderson still outside there because of Adam Warner's win. So Adam Warner's just kept, or is keeping, John Henderson outside. So now the only way that John Henderson can make his way back through is if somebody from that top 9 wins it outright, wins the tour card event today, or Tom Sykes gets thumped in his next game, meaning he has a lower.
No, both of those needs to happen.
No, he needs
because
both,
if someone
yeah, he
in the
needs
top
both
line
of those
wins,
things.
Tom Sykes
Yeah.
takes that place because that goes.
Yeah, he needs both of those things to happen. Sorry, yes, you're right. He does. Both of those things have to
Patrick
take place.
Klingelhofer has just missed a dart at the bull to beat Stefan Hendrick. Stefan Hendrick's got 136 for a tour card and
Best
can't
name
take it out.
of
Leaves 40.
Q-School.
Klingelhofer has missed the 25 when he's come back for it. Stefan Hendrick got 3 darts at 40 to go dark green.
Oh, Bradley Brooks sets up tops. If Aaron Monk can't get rid of 91, Bradley Brooks will come back for 3 match darts, double top. But if this 91 goes, it's all back in play again.
Last dart in hand, Stefan Hendrick takes it, and he now
Aaron Monk.
Green.
Aaron Monk takes the 91 to force a noble leg. It's 5-all, and the Mad Monk is on throw against Bradley Brooks. This is an absolutely superb game of darts, highly entertaining.
Also,
Bo Greaves is in trouble here.
In the EU, Andreas Harrison is done. He now drops out of it. Well, no, sorry, he's not. Max Hopp has gone above him.
Yeah.
But
Max
Hopp will need to lose by 2 legs to put Harrison back in.
Yeah, I've gone too early as well. I've just given Hendrick a tour card and he's not got one yet. He's on 6 and plus 23, which should be enough. But if he has an absolute howler in his next game, he might miss out. I think he probably needs at least sort of what does he need? I think he needs a leg. If he gets a leg,
yeah, he needs lots of things to happen. He needs lots of unlikely things all to happen. Bo Greaves looked like she was in massive trouble in that leg, has took out 1-4-6 to tie that match up at 4 each. But after Kyle Snead started with that open with that 1-2-1, that slack 45 means she's up against it again. But that 1-4-6 was massive in a leg that she looked a mile away from being able to win. Kai Fan Lung doing bits 4-0 up over Lovely Thomas. And Kai Fan Lung is
that's a worry if you're Lovely Thomas as well, because that's going to put him in trouble as well.
Yeah. It certainly is. He's sat in 8th. But obviously he has got some breathing space with his.
Even if he loses 6-0, he can't go below Brandon Weening.
Yeah, but
no, because he's won more legs.
There can be more people like James Beaton and Bo Greaves and Adam Lipscomb who can come and overtake him. Like, he's still not safe, I don't think. I still don't think he's safe.
Kyle Snead returns the favour. 101 finish puts him away from ending Bo's charge.
We need a screen over here. We need a screen. Why am I not signed in that?
This is getting nervous. I tell you who's going under the radar today in the EU is Anton Ersland.
Yep.
If he wins this, he goes to 4 points. Sneed is going to get a match-winning opportunity. Look, it's a big one. But Bo, what she'd give for a 140 here to leave tops? She's done her part. Can Carl Sneed win it with a roof raiser?
Anton Osland in the EU has gone 5-1 up on Florian Priest. And Anton Osland is making a run today at the top. And those big victories and wide leg differences are going to help him as he moves on to 4 and 5 points and drags his way up that order of merit.
They're going all the way to a noble in the Greaves Sneed game as Bo takes out the 40. Sneed's got the throw, but it is all up for grabs.
Look, Carl Sneed will be getting twitchy bum time here.
You'd just love a 15 dart hold here, wouldn't you? 15 dart hold.
Bo will just do what Bo does
16.
here.
It is on the wire though, and that's a couple of good solid opening visits from Carl Sneed. Nothing spectacular, but it's solid. It's just it's enough, especially with 2 trebleless visits coming from Bo.
Yeah, you just want another 1 treble here is fine, innit? It just keeps you in front. Even a 180 doesn't hurt you at that point. Oh, hit one yourself, though,
that will.
Carl Sneed.
That 180 hurts, Cam.
Yeah, it does. The other way around, it might not have done, but that one does. And Bo is bang in trouble now. This is looking like the end for Bo Greaves.
Do you know what? That is a very, very that's a top leg from Carl Sneed up against a name like Bo. He's played very well through this game. You know, he's averaged 94, and then just to set up tops so far
After
ahead
12.
as well. It's a really comfortable, professional leg there
6
from
starts
Carl
at
Sneed.
top
Really
now
good
to
stuff.
wrap it up.
Bob, 100%. I could see that happening.
Goes in 2 as well. Carl Sneed takes out Bo Greaves.
End of the road for Bo, but she's put up one hell of a fight.
Mike Kyvenhoven goes 5-4 up in his top 32 match. There will be a number of players just hoping that Mike Kyvenhoven runs to the end and picks up that automatic tour card. Jimmy Van Schie specifically will be really hoping for a Kyvenhoven victory today.
Right, in the EU, I think we go Max Hopp next because he's currently in a place, but a defeat would be disastrous.
It certainly would. It could really hurt. He could slip out on leg difference alone, and that would move Jimmy Van Schie back up into the green from that little yellow spot that he's in at the minute.
Yeah. Bradley Brooks and Mervyn King warming up. Right, it's been a fun week, Bradley, but you've done enough now. Time to fuck off.
Yeah. Back in.
Get yourself back to crew.
Back in and bugger off. Yeah. Yeah, a few very important games. And again, we've still got people in, folks, that started this morning with 0 points. We've still got people that have come from nowhere as Mike Kyvenhoven picks up that victory, moves himself on to 7 points. He was already dark green, but he is looking to get that automatic tour card and do some favours for those a little bit further down the rankings.
Oh, Anton Osland. Has he just missed a dart? He might. No, I don't think he has. Thought he might have just missed a dart for a 161 to win the match, but I don't think he has.
The Swan warming up. Okay, he's gone under the radar a little bit this week. We haven't. Oh, a lot
Tom,
about
Jack
Jeffrey the
Tweddle
Swan, but
has qualified for another Super Series. I don't know what the date is, but he has qualified. Yeah, also, I'd love to see Bo go to the World Masters qualifier, but I believe it also clashes with the Dutch Open. But I hope she'd do the Masters over the Dutch.
You'd like to think so. It would be the right thing to do. Lovely Thomas is fighting back against Kai Fan Lung. He's now 4-3
he is.
down.
He looked dead and buried, didn't he, in this one? Slack opener in that, just 43 in his first visit. Kai Fan Lung, you would think, or you'd like to think, he's getting a bit frustrated here from being 4-0 up to then lose 3 on the spin and not look like comfortable. You know, still coming back with slack treble-less visits. He should just put this one to bed and move on. Left himself a lot
Spurs
to do, though.
are 3-0
He needs
now.
to do
Boring.
he needs to do a week's work. Yeah, rubbish.
I've just seen a clip on. Does anyone know why Manchester United or Arsenal, why neither of them are wearing red today?
Are Arsenal doing that thing again that they've done the last couple of years where they wear that all-white kit to combat people stabbing
It
people?
looks like it, yeah. What's the
that's-
thing behind it?
It's some charity thing about people not stabbing anyone anymore. That's why there's no red on it. Except, well, there is red on it because the FA and Emirates decided that they wouldn't give them a different patch on it, so they still put the red patch on the sleeve because they're cunts.
Fair enough. I just didn't know what the crack was behind it.
Yeah.
Fair.
They've done it a couple of times, as they should, because people running around with knives are twats and should be thrown in the sea.
100%.
What about Man United?
Also should be thrown in the sea.
I was going to say, is that but that's unrelated. Is that just a Jim Ratcliffe?
They're just wearing their away kit. They're away from home.
Fairs.
Although their away kit's white, so I assume they'll be wearing the third kit.
Cool. Yeah, I just wondered why neither of them were wearing red, but that's the answer. Good stuff.
There you go.
Have you got that match on?
Nice to be able to break. What?
As if you pick that match. You look at what's available to watch.
Which one?
Is it on now?
Watching
I thought that
Bromley.
was later on for some reason. Is it actually on now? Yeah. I'm still
Bromley
watching
Newcastle.
Spurs.
6.5 minutes in.
I'm still watching Spurs.
No, I just saw a clip on Twitter. I haven't got it on. I just saw a thing on Twitter.
Fair enough. Kai Fan Lung.
Oh yeah, I've just
one away now. Top 16's underway in Europe. Darius Labanauskas and Marvin van Velsen are underway. We are right at the back end, at the business end of proceedings. Darius Labanauskas sitting just outside. He's on 4 points at the minute. If he wins this game, he will probably move up into about 9th position.
He will make a big jump if he wins this game. Lovely Thomas.
That's a real
is
battle as
5-3
well
down
back
now
in
to
the
Kai Fan Lung.
UK. Andy Bolton and Jim Long. It's a 4-all game, both mid-90s averages. I do not believe it.
What do you not believe?
Well,
And Newcastle
I don't believe that Bromley are beating Newcastle 1-0.
Anyway, back to the darts. Andy Bolton and Jim Long. Go on, what were you going to tell us?
Right, it's 4-4. They're both playing brilliant. Jim Long's gone 140, 180. It's a great match. A proper
Mike
duel.
Warburton
Like
and
they're
Charlie
doing-
Martin is into a noble. Two players that are very much still...
They're all tight games, these, you know.
Yeah.
Do you think the nerves are just creeping in for some of these some of these that are in the last chance saloon, and they know they're on the back end, and
every
yes,
single
those
game
that went out
fight,
once they're out,
almost.
it's over. Yeah, but earlier on today, there's a few where once you're out, you're over, and that's it. But some of these games, it's not just that. It's once you're out, it's over. But also, if you win, that could be it. Like that could be.
Yeah.
That could be your tour card. That could be the points that you need. So that it's really on a night. If Jim Long has left 40 with Andy Bolton back on 158, he'll come back, Jim Long. He's got 3 darts to get rid of that for a 5-4 lead. It's against the darts as well. So he will be throwing for the match, Jim Long. He does it. First dart goes into double top. Jim Long now throwing for the match.
Mike Warburton has taken charge of this game against Charlie Martin in the deciding leg. He's gone 195-100. No big treble yet from Charlie Martin. So Warby against the darts here for Warby. He's got probably 9 darts at 206 here, if not more, to get himself through to the next round and keep himself in the hunt. Another ton from him as well. Really solid leg this against the darts.
Jim Long opens with a back-to-back 140s. Andy Bolton can only find a 60. Treble-less from Bolton, which means Jim Long is a country mile ahead. He's 220 points ahead. But a max from Andy Bolton, Jim Long's still got the advantage. He was that far ahead that even that 180 hasn't closed the gap entirely. Jim Long here. Jim Long was
Mike Warburton has
Jim
taken
Long
out.
Goes 140, 140.
Go on.
180.
Yeah, Warby took
Jim
out
Long
the
was on
106
41 after 9.
Actually,
Andy Bolton goes back-to-back 180s. After 9 darts each, they're on 41 and 81, these two. This is an absolutely unbelievable
leg of darts. Jim Long misses the 41.
Missed. If I tell you what, if your opponent's on 41 after 9 and you come and win the leg, Andy Bolton, this could be massive as well, because it's he's missed tops.
Yeah, I tell you what, that is
starts now. That was so close.
That is a lovely
So
finish.
close.
That Bromley goal, by the way.
I don't want to talk about it. My phone's going wild at the minute, and it's just people ridiculing. Like, it's just people sending message to ridicule the current situation in the football.
Win, by the way, over Andy Bolton has just given us 3 more dark greens. Daryl Pilgrim, Cam Crabtree, and Adam Warner are all dark green now. So 7 points
Here
and plus 13 leg difference at least is enough.
I tell you, there's one player on there I am so happy for, and that is Daryl Pilgrim, because the torment he has gone through at Q-School, when we know what an incredible player he is, and he will finally be on tour.
Yeah. I'm excited to see Cam Crabtree on tour as well, to be fair, because we've seen what he can do at the Super Series and in other events. He can seriously play as well. And
yeah, and I say this with a little bit of caution because of what Owen Bates has done this year, that I am excited, but I'm nervous as well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. He's another one of those, like, how will he cope?
Jim Long has terrorised people all day today, and he's warming up against Tom Sykes. Now, Jim Long has sort of made a habit of snatching people's... Every time it looked like someone was right on the cusp of getting there, he's snatched it away from them today. And with Tom Sykes, I mean, this is, as far as I can work it out, this is Tom Sykes winning a tour card if he beats...
I was about to say, I think if Tom Sykes beats Jim Long, he's got his card.
What's he on there? Yeah, he will have. He'll be safe.
But Jim Long still has to make a final, I think.
Yeah, Jim's still got a long way to go.
And also as well, this is John Henderson. John Henderson right now is
Actually,
the
could
biggest
maybe
Jim
squeeze
Long
him in
fan in
second.
the world. Because
Yeah.
if Tom Sykes loses, even 6-5, John Henderson will go above him into that yellow spot.
Yeah.
Oh, here's something you don't see every day. In the last 16 in the EU for a spot, in the last 8, we've got a Swedish derby. Oscar Lukasic,
To be fair,
Anton Ostlund.
Sweden is a hotbed right now.
It is.
One of them is going to get rid of the other, though. We won't be seeing them both.
Well,
Pick
look,
up two
by the way, I'm not saying they would, by the way, but Oscar Lukasiak already has a card. Doesn't need to worry about it. So this is a much bigger game for Anton Östlund.
Of course, he's up there in dark green, isn't he?
Yes, he has a card.
Interesting.
It may
Very
the double
interesting.
decker may no longer be on. Patrick Decker's
I
just
noticed
missed
that.
7 darts at double, I think, and has gone from being about 300 points in front in a deciding leg to possibly about to lose, but he's gonna get another chance at 10. Mario Roberts just missed some darts himself.
We are running out of opportunities as well to get a Hungarian on the tour as Georgi Jerzyski is 3-1 behind in his game against the Croatian Pero Ljubic.
Patrick Decker's missed again, and he's lost. He's out. Double decker opportunity has gone.
Very good. Ken, very good. The Spuds won. Will the Swedes follow?
Lovely.
Nice. Excellent.
Again, just holding back games. Holding back games in... Oh, if you thought that Bromley goal was a good finish, wait until you see Lewis Miley's outside of the box goal that he's just scored. The Swan is 2-0 up. Still think Jeffrey is going to need... He might get through in a semi.
Jeffrey the Swan?
Edging close. He's edging closer, though, the Swan.
Give Paul Sandbrook a shout out from the chat. He's just sent me a video. He's just hit a 16 darter himself. He's got us on the iPad and he's throwing darts in his
Nice.
kitchen. But he is a kitchen player, though.
I'm a kitchen player. I play in
Great
the kitchen.
in the kitchen. Shite anywhere else.
That's where my board's up in the kitchen, and it's getting ridiculous now. She's becoming very tolerant, but I've got my board, and then thankfully Billy's off the soft tip now, and he just plays on my board at my height. But then Ted got the magnetic board for Christmas, so we've still managed to get 2 boards at 2 heights.
Still got 2
there.
Yeah.
Still got 2 because just as I moved Billy onto the big board, Ted's come through wanting the old Luke Littler magnetic setup.
Nice. The Swedish derby is underway. Östlund against Lukasiak. In the chat room, Tony Phil, where do you base yourself? We're in the UK Open. We're the media room at the back a lot of the time.
Mervyn King underway against Bradley Brooks, that's going to be much watched. Obviously, we know Bradley Brooks is already beyond safe. He's on 15 points. He should do the right thing here. Everybody knows that.
Yeah. If he doesn't,
but-
then take his toe off him.
But Mervyn King is he started the day on just 1 point. And he's just playing his way through. We do still think that Mervyn King would need to make... he'd have to
He
make
might
the final
just
still,
sneak
wouldn't he?
in with a final, but probably needs to win it.
Yeah. I thought all day that it would need to be an outright win. It could be the fight because his leg difference is not bad. His leg difference is plus 18, and in order to get through there, he's got to extend that. That's got to be at least plus 20, which would put him, within a leg of Thomas Lovely. So
A final
Merv could
might
do it
nick
with a run to the final. And it would depend on the score in the final as well. If he got to the final, he could lose in the final, but he couldn't be thumped. He would have to. He would have to be competitive in the final. Speaking of competitive, 4-4 now between Jim McEwen and Daryl Pilgrim. That one is a very tight game.
Remember, this is precarious for Max Hopp. If he loses, Van Schie will go above him. If he loses by 2 legs, Harrison will go above him temporarily. But Anton Ersland can burst the bubble here because any kind of win for Ersland puts him above Harrison temporarily. Because remember, if he were to win, he could still then lose his next game and the legs be damaged.
Mervyn King takes the opener against Bradley Brooks. He's 1-0 up. Here's Merv.
I just said that and I realised I was still on mute.
I had you covered, mate. Don't worry, I had you covered.
Well done. Teamwork.
Nicholas Ellis, 3-1 up on Scott Campbell. Another player who has come from absolutely nowhere. Started the day on 0 points with a heavy negative leg difference. He'd have to go all the way and win the final.
Yeah, he's still only on 1 point right now.
He's still in the tournament, which means he's got a better opportunity than the other 100 players that have been playing.
Exactly that.
Bradley Brooks turning it on a little bit against Merv. A couple of big visits.
Grow up, Bradley.
Max Hopp levels 3-3.
Jesus Christ. Fucking hell. There's what, when something takes you by surprise.
No, yeah.
It's filling the
I assume
WhatsApp.
you're laughing at the same thing. I'm laughing.
Max Hopp leveling up. Max Hopp has been behind in that game. He is leveling up. And again, it's feast or famine here for Max Hopp. This game could secure his tour card, or it could send him out of the running completely. A few more games just getting underway now in the UK. Adam Lipscomb's took the opening leg against Cam Crabtree. Bradley Brooks levels up against Mervyn King. And we're underway in what I think is a very, very fascinating game between Tom Sykes and Jim Long. So Adam Lipscomb is currently on 6 points. So a win in that game, we think would, but Could someone miss out on 7?
No.
1, 2, 3. Really?
Well, in the EU.
I think we're only going to see. I think we're only going to see one person qualify on 6 in the UK.
Possibly, yeah. But if you get to 7, you're there.
I think. I don't know. I still think there's. Yes, it would take some very strange things to happen. I still think it's possible you could be on 7 and not get there. And some very strange things are happening today. It's really weird in the way that things are moving. It's a little bit different to what we saw last year. Jimmy Van Schie has been that point of interest all day. And the match he'll be watching will be this game with Max Hopp. Max Hopp
is on the verge of eliminating Darius Labanauskas.
Oh, he is as well. Labanauskas still outside. He never quite made it up into that top green section. So that doesn't have too much of an effect just yet on the top of those rankings.
Darrell Pilgrim has beaten Jim McEwen. Pilgrim already safe. This game is huge.
And that is
Sykes.
Jim McEwen gone.
Marvin
Jim
van
McEwen's
Velden
run
has just beaten Labanauskas.
That's Darius gone then.
Van Velzen is a win away from going into the green with a good leg difference. At this point, Van Schie and Harrison look sitting ducks.
Well, you might be able to do that, Phil. Can we share the current standings on the screen? You can do that, can you?
I can do anything.
He's a clever lad, is Phil Bars.
Said no one. Right. This is the current standing in the UK.
Max Hopp leveled up 4 each. That is it. This is it's tense everywhere. It's tense.
This is how the UK.
One more leg for Max Hopp is Harrison done, isn't it?
I tell you what, no one we've spoken about today, but he's just going about his business, is Mike Warburton.
Yeah.
He's still
Bradley
there.
Brooks takes out 83 to level up with Mervyn King at 2 apiece.
And
it's a tough next game for Mike Warburton, though, against Darrell Pilgrim. And I know we can keep saying that the pressure's off Darrell Pilgrim because he's gone into the dark green. But then every time we say that, he goes and turns someone over and fights and wins again. So Darrell Pilgrim hasn't given up winning darts matches today, I don't think.
Look at the EU right now. This is complicated because of Van Velzen is playing well. Ursland is playing well. Those two are the big danger right now for Harrison, Van Schie and Hopp.
Yeah, Ursland's 3-1 up on the Kaziak at the moment.
They're the dangers.
The Swan wins.
Not only is he 3-1 up, he's looking like breaking again to go 4-1 up as well, Ursland.
And +8, but he stays behind Harrison on legs 1 at the moment, if I'm correct. No, sorry, he goes in. He's in the green. So that means
Jeffrey
Andreas
is in the
Harrison
green.
is done.
Not yet,
Yeah,
because
he's out.
Devon
No,
could
not
lose.
yet. Because Jeffrey the Swan,
He could lose
Jeffrey the
by
Swan
three-
could get
three
pumped.
legs.
Oh, sorry,
Four
yes, he can
legs.
lose legs.
Yeah. So
Is-
he could lose.
Are we
if he loses
seeing a
6-3,
player
then he's
here?
back.
Are we seeing Cam Crabtree know that he's done what he needs to do and he's gone dark green and he's got a tour card? Because now he's getting pumped 4-0 and averaging 73.
Oh,
Yeah, I
he
think
will
so. I think
know.
there's a
He will know.
I think there's a very much he knows he's done enough and he's switched off a little bit.
Tom Sykes currently 2-1 down to Jim Long.
Oh, Ursland missed an opportunity there to
Mervyn
go
King.
4-1 up. He's back to 3-2 against Lacazette and has only kicked off 60 as well.
Mervyn King is 3-2 up on Bradley Brooks.
Come on, Merv.
Max Hop needs to take out 146. And if he doesn't... Oh, he does. He's well, you're going to get another go. So why is it updated? It's updated. He's done 3 updates in about 3 seconds there.
Yeah.
He's going to come back for double 16, Max Hop.
Big for Hop.
Gets it first start to go 1 away.
So that puts Harrison out now, doesn't it?
What's that?
That leg now puts Harrison out, doesn't it? Because
so the worst he'd go to is -9. Yeah, Andreas Harrison is done. Correct?
Pero Ljubic winning has reshuffled the EU again.
In fact, Jimmy Banshee is now... No, not...
Not
Is he?
quite yet either. Again, it depends on the defeats.
No, it's just reshuffled it again, hasn't it? It's
I
shuffled
think
and
Banshee's
shuffled.
done.
If Ljubic loses 6-4 though, he again goes below him, and Jeffrey could do the same. He's not completely done just yet, but it's very, very close to being.
Kyvenhoven's 4-1 up, averaging 109. He is a player that hasn't gone dark green and eased off at all.
No, he's trying to win it a day
In
outright.
In fact, he's
Also,
playing
boys,
better now.
with that reshuffle in the EU, Dan, you called it a little bit earlier and got it wrong, but you can now call it Stefan Hendricks is a tour card holder.
Yeah, I think that was me. I think I called that early, but yeah, we are there. He has got his tour card.
I was going to say, I was confused there, and I don't call things wrong. It can't have been me.
Yeah. You thought you were wrong once, but you were mistaken.
Exactly correct, yeah. Yeah, I thought I was wrong once. It wasn't. It was someone else. 5-0, Adam Lipscomb now. Crabtree. I don't know. I think he's only throwing 2 darts per visit, Cam Crabtree.
Yeah. Are them 2 mates by any chance? Not that anyone would do that, of course.
John Brown, 5-2 up on Callum Goffin. And
2 people who won't be mates at the minute will be Tom Sykes and Jim Long. This is a proper knife edge game, and they seem to just be exchanging trebleless visits and tons, and it's incredibly nervy. These 2 players, it's a huge game for both of them, this.
also, as well, we were talking about ranges earlier, and they're going to highlight these 2 games here. James Beaton 4-1 down to Calvin O'Keefe, averaging 80 and 81. Callum Goffin 5-2 down to John Brown, 84 and 82. The range that we've seen from those 4 players in particular is huge. And I'll tell you what is huge is that Max Hop victory, because let's start ranking catch up. Max Hopp is now, he's not quite dark green.
Not quite there, but he's
He's
close.
not yet.
But that also means
also
He's the
was
only
massive.
player on 6 points that isn't dark green yet.
Yeah, but he has got a lot lower leg difference, to be fair, than everyone above him.
He has.
Massive
But
180 from Mervyn King in a leg that he was behind on his own throw. He's now got 3 darts at 40 to go back in front of Bradley Brooks at 4-3.
That's a massive
Takes
breaker
it in
throw
one
from
as well.
Tom Sykes. Absolutely huge.
So on Dark Connect,
Huge
I'm
break.
guessing that you mean the two at the top. So I'm looking at Tom Sykes now. You've got 60 and 88. 88 is his overall average. 60 is the average in that leg.
Correct.
Opportunity for Mervyn King on the Bradley Brooks throw.
7, 8.
Kicked off 180.
Right,
Can
here
he
you go.
follow
Here's
it
a little
up?
we like international facts. There are 8 people in dark green in the EU representing 8 different nations. Now that is, I
Love
quite
to
like
see
that.
it.
That's a cool little international taste and flavour. So we have 8 guaranteed tour car holders in the EU from 8 different nations today.
Yeah, we could get another if Pero Lubic wins another game. We could then add a Croatian to that as well.
Also, Adam
Can we
Lipscomb
get anyone else? Are
is
there any
a
others
tour
still
card
in?
holder. He only got through because of Dave Pallett pulling out. He now has a tour card.
Unbelievable.
What a story.
You don't get this drama anywhere else, do you?
Also, Simon Whitlock's prayers may be answered. Brandon Weening is now in that yellow spot. But if this 64
And
for Tom
currently-
Sykes goes,
Boom.
Oh,
Boom.
Bradley Brooks has just taken
That
out
is a
90
big
and 3 to
start.
level up. Selfish bastard.
What tosser?
Why would you do that?
Is it?
Merv was sat on like 40 or something as well. It's just unnecessary.
the only thing is if Adam Lipscomb qualifies for a TV tournament, that shirt should be banned because it is distressing. Having a big baby with a nappy on with your face on it is disturbing.
It's not normal,
Yeah,
is it?
fair enough. Yeah,
wrong.
we were discussing football colours with them yesterday, weren't we? That's worse. That's much worse.
Yeah.
It's not quite as bad as the Joe Cullen United badge, but it's up there.
This is a huge performance from Tom Sykes. Whilst we've seen him play better in terms of levels and throwing better darts, the pressure
With all this on
that's
the
on
line,
this
it's massive.
game, yeah, with everything that's on the line and the pressure that's on it, to find some of the visits that he has found and create some of these opportunities is absolutely huge. Tom Sykes, a really exciting player to potentially join the tour for next year.
One thing we didn't
And
mention before, by the way,
momentarily-
after Bradley Brooks' last win, he has now broken the record for the most points at at Q-School, as long as he doesn't go on and win the day. 15 points.
Well, I'm happy for him to have the record and not go. And mind you, he's got the big fish here. Bradley Brooks has going for 170, but he misses it. Mervyn King comes back for 32 to go 1 away. And if Tom Sykes wins this match, picks up a tour card, I think I could very much then get behind a deep Mervyn King run to the final.
Yeah.
Also, it also means
Oh, Merv.
that
Merv has missed 3 at 32.
Uh-oh.
John
That could be
Henderson
all she wrote.
is
Bradley
done.
Brooks takes out 65. And he takes it out in 3 as well. Mervyn King, have you just missed your opportunity? I am going to love you and leave you at the end of this game as well. That is going to be me for the day.
Well, before you go, let me then, before you go, let me run to the conveniences and so that I'm not darting off and leaving Phil on his Todd.
No problem. Oh, Merv, I think Brad's broken him here. 28 to start from Merv against the darts. It might be game over this. Anton Osland there with a big check out to go 5-4 in front.
This is
Tom Sykes
huge.
reeling the biggest of them all.
Yeah, look, Sykes broke, but then is he about to be broken straight back? He is.
He is back to 4 apiece and back on throw for Jim Long. Tom Sykes needs to find another break of throw. Bradley Brooks has got this wrapped up here now, I think. He's left 64 after 12. I think Merv needs all of them here, and maybe a couple more. 51 scored. Bradley Brooks has got 6 darts at 64. Mervyn King will not be winning the day today. Takes it out in 2 as well. He's just playing really well, isn't he, Brad Brooks? He's just...
Yeah. So I'm gutted. There's going to be a few players that I really want to see on tour for the first time that aren't going to make it. I want to see if they can make a difference to the tour. Just freshen it a little bit. Do you know what I mean? It's looking now as if it's going to be all much the same. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it is. It is a little bit. But... What a leg by Jim Long on throw here as well, by the way.
Like there was, I really wanted to see Tom Sykes have a go on tour. Marvin Van Velzen, Jimmy Van Schie.
That's an 11 dart hold of throw from Jim Long there.
But Tom Sykes looks as if he's blown this.
Yeah, that's not going to help either because Jim Long is playing well. Oh, dear. Tom Sykes, that might be your chance gone. Well, not just your chance gone. This will be it, won't it? He is gone if he doesn't win this.
So Jim Long could crash the pie.
Yeah, he could be the one to go all the way through. But
Anton Erskine has missed
needs...
match darts. Lakaziak has punished and broke back.
Jim Long only needs one more win if he wins this, and I think he's in.
No, they haven't, but it's players that we've seen on tour before.
Darryl Pilgrim 3-0 up on Mike Warburton. Jim Long. That's back-to-back 11 darters for Jim Long to win that game.
He has ended the Tom Sykes hopes. I'm gutted for Tom.
Yeah. Tom Sykes is gone. He hasn't made anyone else dark green yet. Andy Bolton is still not dark green. But he can't be far away from being confirmed.
Pilgrim racing through this 4-0.
What was the projection earlier? 6-13 this morning was the projection to get it.
Look, for 6 points plus 18 it went to.
Was that after the draw?
Yeah.
Or was that? Yeah. 6-13 last night, wasn't it? Was sort of the
I've been
level,
muted
and then
for the
you've
last 5 minutes.
got 3 players missing out with that.
I gave some of my best ever insight and punditry for the last 5 minutes while I was on mute.
Oh yeah, I've been doing that. I've been doing that all day.
Oh man, I've given next week's lottery numbers out and everything. Everyone's missed it. Even got the Pellegrino out, glass bottle Pellegrino, because it's the business end of
another one.
Q-School.
Another one.
Yeah, we don't mess
Anton
around up
Osland
here, mate.
Beats Oscar Lukasiak, by the way. Anton Osland is now up to 5 points and plus 10. He is right on the cusp now.
Daryl Pilgrim has done the complete opposite to a lot of other players when they've turned dark green. And he's started playing some of the best darts he's played all week. Once he's gone green.
He's just relaxed and it's worked for him.
Yeah, he's playing with a freedom now.
I'm going to leave it to you two to finish this off and to bring us home on this one. So that's me done for the day. And
Cam, absolute pleasure to have you in the last 2 days, mate. Smashed it as always.
See you, mate.
And look like that, Dan. Seamlessly, I had it all teed up.
Oh, I tell you what. Like, you should do this for a living. Kyle Sneed down to 32. This has turned into a very, very tight game between Kyle Sneed and Kai Fan Long.
Someone just said that John Brown missed 14 match darts.
Wow.
Shit a brick.
Wow.
He does fall over the line.
In Sneed and Fan Long that were nowhere this morning. You know, their only hope was a run to the very, very back end of the tournament. And even now, they're both going to need, I think, to win it outright. Even a final wouldn't be enough potentially, or maybe it will be. They might scrape in on a final, but realistically, they need to win the event. And this one is on a real knife edge. Sneed finds a 180 against the darts to try and put some pressure on Kai Fan Long early.
Perlo Lubitsch 3-0 up, averaging 96. This is good. It's all getting interesting. Let's be fair. Normally by now, it's all done and dusted. We're just playing for the formalities. But everything is still wide open.
Kai Fan Long leaves 81 after 9. He's really going for it. Again, we could genuinely, we've got so many players left just still from outside of those top 10 spots in the UK that we could end up running with 2 in a final where the winner takes it and the loser gets nothing.
Oh, I'll tell you what, that's the way the draw's fallen there. I think, let me just double check.
Warburton's gone. Big win for Daryl Pilgrim there, 6-0. We know he's already in, but just extending.
Oh, I was afraid I was right. That in the EU, Anton Osland will play Marvin van Velzen. I was hoping they were in different segments.
No, it's not going to be a final. It's not going to be a shootout in the final, is it?
No, I'd like both of them to get there is the thing, but not going to happen.
Kai Fan Lung against the Darts Opens with a 180. Where will he, if he wins this, where does Kai Fan Lung get to? That gets him to 5 points. It'll draw him level with Jim Long, but not quite.
But Jim Long's leg difference is much better.
Yeah, that's it, but not on as good a leg difference as Jim Long. So he'll be level on points, but he will be behind him. Jim Long's still in the competition, so Jim Long's leg difference can go down as well as up.
But I'm just looking that even with his leg difference the way it is here, he's only going to put 2 on it, so plus 15. He's still 10 legs adrift of Andy Bolton. I think Kai Fan Lung needs the final. I don't think he can make it on 6 points because of those leg difference.
Yeah, the leg difference isn't good enough. He started the day too far behind. You know, he's been thumped a bit earlier in the last couple of days. I think, you know, all along he was going to have to run all the way through. Frustrating again in the UK that we're holding games up. We've got games that are finished and we're not playing on. We're still waiting on one round of 16 game to start between Adam Warner and Scott Campbell.
I agree, David. They were two, not just those two. To be fair, look, and when we say this, I don't mean this disrespectfully. Look, Victor Tingstrom and Kai Gotthard, no surprises, they won outright. Was I surprised Denny Alder-Kauter won outright? Absolutely, I was, because when he was at the Super Series, I thought he was less than bang average, and I don't mean that horribly. That's just on what I'm watching. That's just what I see in front of me, what my eyes are seeing. Didn't fancy him at all. But then going into the order of merit, Kordecker, Mike Kivenhoven, Karol Sedlacek, Lakaziak, not surprised at all. Grulich,
no,
been good. Kanik surprised me. Rusty, again, I'm not sure what he offers to the tour. Because look, he yo-yos too much for me. Stefan Hendrick surprised me. Max Hopper surprised me from the UK side of it. And then, yeah, look, Tom Bizzle and Tavis Doodley surprised. Justin Hood, with the ability is there, but we don't see it consistently enough. So he took me back that he hooked it all up on one day. We've seen him get it right in big games, but I haven't seen him do it consistently enough. But then if you look at the order of merit, Brooks, Pilgrim, Greg Ritchie has surprised me. Paxton, Crabtree, no surprises there. Lipscomb and Warner have surprised me. I don't mind admitting that. I didn't think that they had it in them to win tour cards. Bolton, no surprise that he's up there.
Brandon Weening hanging on in that spot all day is nothing short of remarkable. When we saw Brandon Weening hanging around there earlier in the day, I thought I thought he'd be well out of the picture by now, and all of a sudden, or somehow he's managed to just cling there all day, hanging on.
He is, but I don't think he makes it. I think Jim Long is now in pole position.
And Jim Long could be the big story today, because he didn't have a chance this morning. He was a mile away. Warming up in those quarterfinals now, but Adam Warner and Scott Campbell still haven't managed to get through. Christ, this is some leg. Bloody hell.
See, this is what I mean. I'm just looking at these numbers in front of me. Jim Long eats both of these for breakfast.
You think so? You would think so. But there's been some very odd results today. Very strange. Yes, Hayden, that is correct. So, Scott Campbell, Kelvin O'Keefe, John Brown, all would have to win outright, as far as I can work out. They won't be able to get a big enough leg difference, especially because other people are going to pick up points as they pick up points. So they are pretty much going to have to win the event.
Yeah, I still think Brandon Weaning misses out because I think Jim Long, like I say, eats both these for breakfast.
Mike Kivenhoven has played some absolutely gorgeous darts in the last couple of days. He's 2-0 up, obviously. He's flying. He's in that second spot behind Claude Decker in the EU order of merit, very comfortably into the dark green, but has just kicked on beautifully since he got confirmed in that dark green, has continued to throw superb darts. Roger, I think, well, potentially Kai Fan Lung, he could get there if he makes a final. If he made the final, he'd be on 7, which would surpass.
I think if Kai Fan gets, I think if he gets to the final, yes. But because of his leg difference, I don't think he can get there on 6 because I don't think he can get past Bolton and Lovely.
Yeah, a semi-final won't be enough for Kai Fan Lung. But, like, you've got to fancy him in this game against Kelvin O'Keefe. Like, I think you've got to. I mean, Kelvin has played well today, but has done nothing at all through in the last couple of days. The danger will be if Kai Fan Lung comes through that. The semi-final will be against either Adam Lipscomb or Bradley Brooks, both of which have been in tremendous form all day today. So he is going to bump into a player who's been playing solid, very high-level darts all day. Pero Ljubic 5-1 up against Dominic Grelic in the top 16 over in the EU. Pero probably a point, maybe not quite a point away from going dark green. It would depend probably on how convincing that victory is. 5-1 might be enough, actually. Sorry, 6-1. If he wins that last leg, which whilst against the darts
for Ursland here. A win puts Ursland on 6.
It won't quite guarantee him through, though, I don't think. Especially with his leg difference being so low, because Ljubic is about to potentially go on to 6 as well, but he is 5-1 up and looks like making it 6-1. So that leg difference is going to be added to convincingly.
Zaha, I've known Cam Crabtree a long time. There is no way in this world Cam Crabtree would fix a game. He's just played poorly. There's no way. I've known him a long time. There's no way he would fix a game.
No, he's been at this for days. He's won 69 legs, and then he's achieved what he needs to achieve. It's difficult to point to, like, sort of convey the release of adrenaline. like how tense this situation is through Q-School.
I was about to
And
say
the
that we're forgetting he would have known he was in dark green. That adrenaline dump.
That's
that
it. It's
releases
a massive
everything.
adrenaline dump.
Correct. We've seen it so many times that we see it all the time in other sports, and we see it in darts as well. If there's nothing on the game, there's no way in a million years.
We see at Q-School every year players, once they're confirmed in dark green, going both ways. We see them do what Cam Crabtree did today, where they have a complete adrenaline dump and they forget how they just struggle to throw a dart, and they've achieved everything that they wanted to achieve. Or they do what Mike Kivenhoven and Daryl Pilgrim have both done today, where as soon as they get confirmed in the dark green, the pressure's completely lifted from them, and they start to play better than they'd played to get there because the pressure's released. And it's difficult it affects everybody a little bit differently. And we know and have spoken, outside of the stream to some of the players that are there at Q-School, and it is incredibly intense, incredibly tiring. The pressure is as big as it gets for players who are at this level of the sport. Very difficult to. I think it's very presumptuous to point to a low average following somebody achieving that and draw assumptions from it. It shows a bit of a lack of understanding. Adam Warner levels up 2-2. It's a Desmond in that match with Scott Campbell, the last round of 16 game. We're waiting again in the UK. They are holding back and holding back and holding back instead of just doing what we are doing in Europe, which is cracking on, where we've got quarterfinals underway whilst still top 16 games as well. Mike Kivenhoven extends that lead to 4-1 and looks very much like we're just a matter of time before he becomes a semi-finalist.
Yeah, just looking at this, but it's a nervy game here between Van Velsen and Ursland because they both know what is on the line.
Yeah, I think we're going to see very similar quite soon as well.
I understand the difference, but whether you lose a game for money or you lose a game to let your mate win, it's still match fixing for me, regardless of the outcome. You're still fixing the outcome of that game, and for me, Cam Crabtree hasn't got that in his locker.
Yeah, especially when you consider the context of what's involved and the effect that it has on other people and things like that.
Correct.
Bradley Brooks has put in an unbelievable performance. Like it sounds a bit silly, but I sort of hope Bradley Brooks doesn't win it outright today, because it would be a shame for, whatever that ends up being, whether it's 16, 17 or 18 points, to not be in the record books, if you like, because after that, the record, if he wins it outright, the record just shows, he's won a tour card, he's won the day. And I think it would be a bit unfair to not have in the records just how well Bradley Brooks has played day after day after day after day.
I agree with you. Don't get me wrong. Part of me would love to see him win a day because he has been so good. But the other one, I'd like him to get to another final and at 18 points would never get beaten. Over 4 days, no one's doing that again.
It's amazing. Honestly, it's amazing, and because that would be three. Would that be 3 finals and where did he get? It must be 3 finals and a last 16. Is that what it would be if he makes the final today?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely superb stuff. I don't want to see those points go. As fun as it would be for the team to see, and you all know how much I like to manifest chaos. I want a shootout. I want a shootout in the end, in that last game. 2 players, one gets a tour card, the other one doesn't. I want a proper drama-filled final.
Yeah. Dino, no money for winning a day. Basically, the only prize at Q-School is winning your tour card. As soon as you win your card, you get a bill from the PDPA to become a member.
Well, this is not. We're holding up the UK for this game between Adam Warner and Scott Campbell, and it is not the sort of game that you really want to hold things up and have everybody watch and wait for, because these lads are chucking spanners at the minute. We could just do with getting cracked on, same as we are. Mike Kivenhoven 5-1 up now, extending that a little bit further. Max Hopp looking like he could be moments away. And Max Hopp isn't yet confirmed, folks. He's in 10th position. He is green, but he is not yet dark green. Max Hopp is still at risk of not making it through and claiming a tour card.
Anton Ersland has just missed a huge chance to break Van Velzen again.
There's more like it.
Ersland started strong, but has just tailed off here. They've shown the images of Crabtree. He looks like he's completely drained. 100% he will be, because I remember he missed out last year when he thought he was ready. And look, that moment that you know you are there, you have completed what you went to Q-School for. The moment you're dark green, it's like, I've done it.
I'm going to do what I am going to have at some point. I'm going to have a chuck. I'm going to try and get hold of a set of his darts, you know. I chuck a set of Johnny Clayton's at the minute, and there's certain things I like about them and certain things I don't like about them. And when I had a look at Cam Crabtree's darts, it looks like the things that I don't like about the Claytons that I think need tweaking for me look like the Cam Crabtree darts might be the answer. So I'm gonna get hold of a set and have a chuck at them, I think.
Nice.
See what they're like. I might as well chuck some 26s with some slightly different shaped darts. Oh, this game is going on too long. I want to get on with the action, please. Everywhere else.
If you lose all your games on tour, what is the least amount? If you lose all your games, you're not winning anything.
Yeah.
Seeing so many people wanting refunds for the Masters tomorrow. What's the rule from?
Why?
Oh yeah, I'm confused. Why? In what context? Because I would guess the Masters qualifier would be free to enter. I don't think there would be an entry fee for the Masters qualifier.
Why? Why would it be free? The UK Open's not, is it?
Or
never was.
Oh, sorry, Masters snooker.
Right.
Look, they won't get it because in the terms and conditions it will say players are subject to change, so they won't get one.
Oh, right, I understand. Right, yeah, right. Tickets for people who are going to watch and won't see. Oh, yeah, you ain't got a chance at a refund for that.
It will. Yeah, it will be. It will say lineup is subject to change.
Yeah, which is why I've had tickets for darts events and watched like sets of darts matches that you would never in a million years. Like I've watched sessions of darts that if they were playing them on my front garden, I wouldn't open the curtains to watch. But you've just got tickets for that day. Therefore, you turn up and that's what you're given. It's not often. You can't guarantee seeing the world's best players or anybody play any decent standards is not guaranteed.
100%. Perlo Lubitsch is dark green on 6 points plus 16. As Max Hopp joined him, he has the Maximizer, is back on tour.
Yeah, so that win that Mike Kyvenhoven has just posted in the quarterfinals, it just changed the algorithm a little bit. Whilst Mike's already qualified, it's just where people could get to and leg differences and things like that. And as soon as that victory went through the system, we just got those extra places. So what the big difference here between the EU and the Europe the EU and the UK is where we've got this yellow spot, these people that that could qualify, but only if somebody above them wins the day. In that EU section, we've only got 2 players in Mike Kyvenhoven and Pero Ljubic who are still in today and can win that outright tour card. Whereas in the UK, we've still got Bradley Brooks, Darryl Pilgrim, Adam Warner, Adam Lipscomb. We've got more players that are potentially going to get through and win that automatic tour card. Meaning that spot that's in the EU is occupied by Jeffrey the Swan, and Brandon Weaning is still clinging onto it somehow in the UK. But he might not for long, because one more win for Jim Long, and Jim Long will take that Brandon Weaning spot because of his better leg difference. He'll get himself up to 6 points, and Brandon Weaning would be gone.
Yeah, I think Jim Long beats either one of Warner or Campbell here, I have to say. Anthony is in the chat room and he's loving it, Dan. I wouldn't open your curtains to watch.
Right, mate, I'm not wrong. I don't like some of the absolute crap that I've had to watch over the years in terms of darts. And, you get dead excited and you think that I had a ticket for Ali Pali the other year, and you get dead excited, and then you actually see the schedule and you look, and I do not exaggerate. If they were playing on my front garden, I wouldn't get up to open the curtains. I'd just leave them crack on with it. Someone could tell me about it later on, what happened. Absolute beans. But this game, how is this game not done?
At the moment, Dejuan doesn't have a tour card, but he's still in. Fate is still in his own hands.
He is, because if he wins this next game, he goes dark green, because Max Hopp is dark green at the minute on 6 points plus 8 leg difference. Jeffrey Dejuan is on 5 plus 11. So if he wins, he has to extend that plus 11 to at least plus 12, which takes him above Max Hopp. And with Max Hopp already being dark green, that tells us that would make sure that Jeffrey Dejuan would be safe. So if he can beat Maximilian Shevinsky in his next game, then the Swan will get a card. This is a thoroughly unenjoyable match to watch, this Scott Campbell and Adam Warner.
It's a shocker.
And the fact that they're holding everything up for it just makes it even worse, because you become all the more conscious of it delaying things moving forwards. And and again, they just haven't done that in Europe, and they've got a quarter-finalist done. One's underway, 2 warming up. At least it's
Ursland has missed a golden opportunity. 3 clear darts to break the Van Velzen throw. So
he's not on the stream anymore, but Cam is in the chat room, and he's pointed out, quite rightly, just where I was talking about the Swan in 13th spot, who will overtake Max Hopp and go dark green if he beats Maximilian Shevinsky. But below him in spot 14 is Maximilian Shevinsky, who is also on 5 points plus 11 leg difference. So in that game, I think the winner of that match goes dark green, and the loser is out. Is that right? Have I got my maths right there?
Yeah, Bowen Fallon are out. Anthony says, can hear Luke cheering upstairs, so United must have scored. I tell you
I
what,
think
if
it was Newcastle have just gone 2-1 up. That's what he must be watching. He must have the same. He must have the same stream as I've got hidden down the side here. Closet Newcastle fan, I heard. Doesn't like to talk about it, but
none of us are good enough to go to Q-School.
no,
And it's done.
no. Really.
The nightmare has ended. Ursland and Van Velzen just keep missing.
Yeah, that game, I thought something had crashed there because it seemed to be at 3-3 for a very, very long time. I've opened it up just to see they're both on 1-1, and I've been for several visits now. And that game,
This is like me on a Friday night.
I was going to say, if you like games where two people spend 15 minutes chasing 1-1, I'm playing tonight. I'll stream it for everyone. It's not fun.
Oh, Ursland's missed again. What is going on?
So we're underway now with these quarterfinals in the UK, and just reminding ourselves that Kai Fan Lung will not, if he wins 6-0, in fact, if he wins 6-3, will put himself in that 10 spot from Brandon Weaning. If he wins bigger than that, he could potentially, no, he can't. I don't think he can go as high as Thomas Lovely. But we are underway in some of these quarterfinals now. Thank goodness. Last, John Brown and Daryl Pilgrim are underway. Also, 29 dart leg. Pack in.
That's how Ursland is going to be kicking himself because it's a leg he should have broken the Van Velzen throw, didn't, and now he's in trouble.
No, but and this is playing for his tour card as well. You know, this is again playing to overtake. Winning this game, he overtakes Max Hopp and would secure a tour card and go green if he could win this match.
Big Johnny, what? Oh, sorry. Just had a look from three players that kept there outright: Slethen, Burton, and Van Veen. And yeah, look, Slethen. I've been disappointed with Dylan Slethen because when he won his tour card 2 years ago, I thought he looked a proper player, and he hasn't kicked on enough for me. I've been disappointed with Slethen. Look, he kept his card at the Worlds, went through the World qualifier and so on. Fair play to him, but I've been disappointed over the last 2 years with him.
Maximilian Shavinsky, he has had a superb day today. He's given a very, very good account of himself.
So Darwin says, Phil, what side are you on? First round losers money or not? Yeah. So look, it shouldn't go on their ranking, but if you lose in the first round, I think you should get 250 quid. You should not go to work in brackets and be out of pocket.
Agreed.
And 250 per tournament would cover your expenses for that tournament.
So all three of the quarterfinals are now underway in Europe. We're getting right onto the end of proceedings there. Mike Kivenhoven already booked his place in the semi-final. We've got 3 games ongoing to find out who is going to join him. We've got 3 quarterfinals underway as well in the UK as Adam Lipscomb and Bradley Brooks gets underway. Pilgrim and John Brown have leveled up 1 apiece. Kai Fan Lung has took the opener against Kelvin O'Keefe.
Look, I'm not saying that the top players should, but if you're going to bring that rule in, you have to it has to be the same all the way across the board. You can't say because you're good, you're not getting it. The rule across the board that it's the same. So for me, I'd be first round losers get £250.
Again, I completely agree, and I'm yet to find anyone who can present a reasonable argument why that isn't a good idea. I'm happy to listen, but be prepared for me to make you look foolish if you try. If you want. Adam Lipscomb takes the opener against Bradley Brooks. We're just seeing we're not seeing anyone coming out the blocks flying. I think these 3 quarterfinals underway in the UK, we've got mid-70s averages across the board. We are seeing, and we always do see it at Q-School, a bit of fatigue at this stage in proceedings. These guys have played an awful lot of darts over the last few days. Sorry, I did just get marginally distracted for a moment there as I saw one of the greatest goals of all time be scored. Newcastle very comfortable.
Daryl Pilgrim is 2-1 up on John Brown. So, yeah, if Challenge Tour top-ups would get that as well. If you play on a Pro Tour, regardless of where you've come from, if you're on that Pro Tour and you lose your first round, it's £250. And people are saying it ends up breeding a mentality, who cares if you win or not, right? Forget who wins or not. You shouldn't go to work and not be out of pocket. Would you go to work and be out of pocket? No, you wouldn't. So why should this be the same?
But also, we worked out earlier that it works out at about £8,000 a year. Well, that doesn't take... If somebody said you can earn £8,000 a year, it's not going to take the pressure off to pay your mortgage and everything else, is it? Like, that
exactly.
£8,000 a year ain't going very far in this day and age, I'm afraid.
You're still not earning that, but you shouldn't go to work and be out of pocket.
Of course not.
Yeah, but they might have jobs as well, but that's still eating into their expenses coming from that job, and it doesn't help make the sport 100% professional. We don't.
It doesn't.
Ideally, in 10 years, we don't want any of the 128 working.
No.
And
apart from
that's a million miles from happening.
But because you've got to travel to Milton Keynes and you've got to stay in a hotel for a couple of days and you've got to feed yourself while you're away from home and do various other different bits and pieces. And that's just an expense to go and play, and in theory, to do your job, which is a bit mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nobody wants to do that. 1-1-1, Kai Fan Lung for a 2-1 lead. Can he take it? He's got 3 darts to get rid of it. Yeah, do you know what? I'd accept that Cam McFarlane said there as well, is I would also accept that £250 not going onto your ranking. Like, because I would say, you haven't earned it. It doesn't go on your ranking. I'm not saying that because then you start to artificially shuffle things around a little bit. But I would just say if you lose in the first round, you get 250 sheets. It's perfectly reasonable. And the only argument anyone's got is this boring, like, well, they should be better. Well, that's not an argument, is it? It's just a sentence.
The other one as well, should get a sponsor to pay those expenses. Do you know how hard it is to get sponsors? Right, I look at, wait a minute, where's the ranking? Because I'll tell you.
That's interesting.
You would expect most good players to have full shirts on that respect. Now, at the World Championships, Gerwyn Price, former world champion, ranked number 9 in the world, didn't have his quota of sponsors at the World Championship. Neither did Danny Noppert. Neither did Michael Smith. So it's harder to get sponsors than what you think. If it was easy, everyone would just go, I've got a sponsor. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
That 180 from Van Velden may have just saved him.
That 180 is absolutely huge. Ton 40 puts pressure on. It is under pressure. But will it go? Oh, it does. He gets it. 6-5. And Anton Osland, thank you for coming. Thanks for all the hard work. But unfortunately, you miss out. You stay on 5 points. You won't get a tour card this year.
But
So
also,
close.
right, and I think it will happen in the next couple of years. I genuinely believe tour card holders will hand back their tour cards because they can earn more money playing darts elsewhere without a card. And if that happens, for me, that is an horrific look for the professional darts circuit. If you've got players going, hang on a minute, I can earn more money elsewhere. That's a horrific
100%. I
look
just
for
think
me.
it's a bad look, isn't it? Yeah. It's a bad look for the sport. Kai Fan Long and Kelvin O'Keefe exchange breaks. And now this game's back on throw. It's a Desmond. It's 2-2. Kai Fan Long with the darts in hand going into the 5th leg. This is a tight one, though. They both need to win. Both of them, their races ran. They're not defending up in that top spots or anything like that. They need to get points, more points on the board, or they're away.
Right. I'm telling you now, let me just get this ranking up. So, so I'm not outside the 64. So, I'm going to take Nick Kenny, for instance. No, he kept his card. Bad one. Boris Kirchmar lost his card. Across 2 years, he earned 70 grand. Split that in half, 35. There are players, if you play the MODUS Super Series, some WDF events, ADC, you can earn 35 grand a year comfortably. 100%.
Maximilian Shavinsky.
And I'm going to use this as an example. I know this is the top end of the example, but when Luke Littler was playing at the Super Series, in a year, he won more money than James Wade, Raymond van Barneveld, and someone else playing outside the PDC. In the UK, the opportunities are there to earn money from darts outside the PDC. 100%.
Topping up the Pellegrino.
But again, you're not getting this. Perfect example to reprove my point. Not good enough. He had a tour card. So judging by this system, he was good enough to be a professional. Right? Not everyone can get in the top 64.
They don't fit. Not enough.
No. They're never going to reduce the number of tour cards because then that looks stupid. Big Johnny says, where's that 125 million going? It will go, let's be fair, most of it will go near the top end. We know that. I'm not agreeing with that, by the way.
It just is the way of the world, don't it? 4-1 now. Maximilian Shavinsky is 4-1 up on Jeffrey Deswan. And it looks like he's going to get all the way. He's one game away, Jeffrey Deswan. Again, the winner of this game, I think, goes dark green. Whoever comes through this quarterfinal will get a tour card. And at the minute, it's looking very much like the German.
Someone else as well. Done. I think it was Rob asked, how far down the order of merit do players have a second job? I'm just looking now. So, look, Dirk van Dijvenbode is 26 in the world. He still works. Like, he probably doesn't have to, but he chooses to. Trying to think of ones that I know of work or have a job, some kind of job. Mickey Mansell, 43 in the world, has a job. Jim Williams, 51 in the world, has a job. Matt Campbell, 53, has a job. Suter, 57, has a job. So there are players inside the top 64 that still work.
Yeah, good lump of them. They're just the ones off the top of your head as well, aren't they?
Yeah, they're just ones that I've looked at that know.
Cam Menzies,
Yeah, Menzies
39th
works.
in the world.
Yeah, but it's the Professional Darts Corporation, and you have a tour card. So what would you call it then? The Amateur Professional Tour Card?
The Swan gets one back, but he's going to have to seriously lift his game 4-2 now. But he's got an outside shot here. Jeffrey Deswan at the fish. He's got 170 with his opponent on 120. Oh, he's gone close as well. 35 remaining from that 170. Oh,
I'm not proud. I'm just arguing with silly people.
Chervinsky's bust 120. This would be a break of throw for this one as well. If he can get rid of this 35, he'll throw to level it up at 4-0.
This would be big.
Well, considering he was 4-0 behind. Oh, he's cocked it. It looks like he's gone 3 double 16 and gone outside the double 16 twice. Chervinsky bust the 120 last time. Must have gone 2 treble 20s, you assume.
Yeah, you would say so.
Well, that's a hand grenade to Hoy. The format of the UK Open. Good Christ. There is not enough time left on today's stream to start to tackle that one.
What's that?
The format of the qualification for the UK Open.
Oh,
We'd have to do a 10-part series to cover that.
Christ,
Coming
yeah.
soon to online. Could be something for members that. Members only, you just get listen to me swear for an hour at a time about how frustrating the qualification system is now. These games are getting really tense now because there's so much on them. Jeffrey Deswan, he's throwing now to try and level this game up. I'm watching at the same time Kai Fan Long and Kelvin O'Keefe. Again, another game where everything is on it. Fan Long has just opened 1-2-3, 140, 134. He's down to 104 after 9. It's on throw though this game. It's still just edging out and just guarded holds of throw. We've got a Desmond in the game between Jim Long and Scott Campbell. Campbell's averaging 107. It's a huge performance.
I was about to say, I'm not going to... His game against Adam Warner was literally the dog and duck against the Golden Goose. It was awful. And now he's averaging 108.
Maybe he's, to quote the Matrix, maybe he's starting to believe. Like maybe Scott Campbell started the day on 0 points with a heavy negative leg difference. And he's now, if he comes through this, 2 games away from a tour card.
Delboy, I agree with you. They should increase the money elsewhere before they do the Worlds, but they won't because they're obsessed with this 1 million prize money going to the World Championship winner.
Oh, Deswan played his way back into that, but a 1-2-4 checkout from Chervinsky means that he's now 5-3 ahead. Jeffrey Deswan was playing his way lovely into that game. Looked like he was going to level it up 4-4, but that monster checkout means the German is now just one leg away from a tour card.
So they're all in the top 64. So that wasn't the argument. We were saying players outside the top 64, especially in the UK, can earn more money. We've proven that. We've seen it. But they're in the top 64. Could they in Germany? I don't know. I don't know what the landscape is of amateur darts in Germany. But in the UK, with the ADC, MODUS, and WDF, you can earn more outside the top 64.
Jim Long takes out 126 for a 3-2 lead over Scott Campbell, but that was still only a hold of throw, and Campbell opens up on his own throw with a 180. Standard in this game is significantly higher than we saw in Campbell's last one.
Oh, he was Bobbins against Warner.
This is highly impressive, though. This is very impressive stuff. I think we're going to go all the way. Oh, Deswan breaks. This is a fascinating game. Again, this is a straight shootout to go dark green. This is a straight shootout for a tour card. We've had a couple of breaks of throw and some big checkouts. Deswan, though, throwing to level up, trying to level up again. Can't find a treble in his first visit. Bradley Brooks was 5-1 up on Adam Lipscomb. It's now 5-all, a noble leg in that one. Lipscomb throwing as well and starts off with a ton. This is completely bananas. There's all sorts of wild things going on at the minute. Scott Campbell's left 60 after 9. Where has this come from?
He was Bobbins, and now, also, I'll tell you what, surprisingly,
He's done it. So 12 dart legs from Scott Campbell. He's now averaging 107.
John Brown is going to get darts to beat Daryl Pilgrim.
That's the only game I haven't got open, I don't think. Yeah, I'll trust you with that one.
Look,
if Kai Fan Lung can't get rid of 129, then Kelvin O'Keefe is coming back for double 12. He's going to get 3 darts to level the game up 4-all.
John Brown beats Daryl Pilgrim. Now that's a huge surprise.
Yeah, it doesn't actually change the landscape too much. It doesn't, other than because his leg difference is so bad. It levels him up with Jim Long and Kai Fan Lung, but they both need to win regardless. Kai Fan Lung nicks a leg that he had no right to win there and now throws for the match. He's 5-3 up on Kelvin O'Keefe with the darts in hand. Scott Campbell goes 140-140. This performance has come from nowhere. His average is up to 110 now. Adam Lipscomb takes out 72 for a 6-5 win over Bradley Brooks. Bradley Brooks will not be winning the tour card outright today. He will finish on 16 points. That is the record. And the record.
Jeffrey Deswan has gone.
The Swan's gone. Which means that Maximilian Shavinsky is now dark green and guaranteed a tour card. So there are now only 2 more tour cards to confirm in Europe. We are playing there for 12 tour cards.
I'll tell you what as well, friend of the show, Mr. Anthony Eugenia is in the chat room from Texas. Hope you are good, buddy. Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to have you in.
Of course he's in, because we've got a North American about to, or potentially. And I can't work out how Jim Long is ahead in this game, because Scott Campbell has played absolutely amazing. That he's at the average now is 106. Jim's chasing, like Jim's got himself up to 94. But how it's just because I think they're managing. Scott's doing his best work on his own throw, and it's holds. But that's a bit of a slip from Jim Long, not taking a treble in his opening visit.
Yes, we could
John Brown and Adam Lipscomb confirmed as semi-finalists.
Could be a new look Canadian World Cup team as well if Jim Long gets a card. Jim Long and Matt Campbell.
Yeah, it certainly could be. And at the minute, you've got to make him favourite, as well as Scott Campbell's playing that slack visit. of 26 means if Jim Long can find a couple of trebles here, or even one treble, he'll still be in control of this leg, you think? A leg up. Kai Fan Long, 127, 127 for the match.
127 in game.
Doesn't go, leaves 53. So Kelvin O'Keefe, a lot of pressure on this 75 that he's got left. He'll need the 75, or Kai Fan Long will come and undoubtedly will have match.
Also,
darts.
Brandon Weaning is still holding on for dear life. He lost in round 1 to John O'Shea. 4 hours, 46 minutes later, he's still hanging on.
It's remarkable that it's absolutely amazing. Kelvin O'Keefe took out that 75, so he's now just 5-4 behind and throwing with against Kai Fan Long, but can't find a treble on his opening visit. Just a 60. These two gears available. That if Jim Long or Kai Fan Long win, that does finally move Brandon Weaning out of that spot.
Oh, Jim Long's missed the ball.
It's poised now, certainly in the UK. It is very tense, and I think we're going to have things to play for going into the final. You know, we've seen it before where we watch Q-School and we end up with two players in the final who are already dark green, and it's just a matter of who and how. But today, I think it looks like we're going to end up with a shootout in the final.
Stick 'em up, Punk.
Jim Long,
What,
5-3
the
up. That was a break.
Jim Long is doing the business. I'm all up for another North American on tour.
I'm all right. And a decent quality moustache as well. Oh, and a high quality walk-on song, of course. Jim Long, Sweat, a la 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 long, by Inner Circle.
La, 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 la. Oh, can you imagine if he walks onto that? That would be incredible.
That is, yeah. This is the exciting thing about Q-School. It isn't just players we get to see on the tour. It's the additional walk-on songs that are being added to the playlist. Oh, Kai Fan Long here. Couple of slack visits from Kelvin O'Keefe. He's got 129 now, but O'Keefe back on 160. So even only an outside chance for O'Keefe. Kai Fan Long, if he can't take this 129, could just tee it up. And he does tee it up. He leaves top. So Kelvin O'Keefe, if he can't take the 160 out, can it? If he takes the 160, it'd be monstrous. No, 122 leaves 38. Kai Fan Long now 3-match darts. He'll start at tops. He'll hope to not try and have to work his way around the board.
Scott Campbell again. If he gets away with this, it still doesn't make it right. Jim Long, not on a finish, did not need to go for the ball.
We've seen quite a few shots at the ball today, haven't we? Kai Fan Long's missed 3-match darts, and Kelvin O'Keefe has hit double 19 in one dart to level up 5-all and force a deciding leg. What that also means as well, that Kelvin O'Keefe winning that leg has meant that even if Kai Fan Long wins this match now, he can only move to plus 16 leg difference. Brandon Weaning on plus 17. So those 3-match darts in that leg and Kelvin O'Keefe taking that out means that Weaning would still be in that position if Kai Fan Long wins this match.
Oh.
And I'm just checking that. Oh, but that won't be the case. Weaning will be gone if Jim Long wins his match. But Scott Campbell's coming for double 2 now to just peg him back by 1. And this will be a break of throw for Campbell, but he can't do it. He's in the madhouse. So Jim Long has got 80 for the match and to dispatch that long-hanging Brandon Weaning from the bottom end.
And this goes back to Scott Campbell. This goes back to Scott Campbell's board management by going for the ball instead of laying up and being on something that was manageable. Because the gentleman, Jim Long, has sealed the deal. He let Darts Ranking catch up. He's not there yet. I'll tell you who is though. Andy Bolton has gone dark green because of the leg difference situation. Because Jim Long could lose if he could lose that leg difference. Oh God, that is going to be really tense in a semi. Oh wow, in a semi-final he could lose. But by my calculation, he only needs a couple of legs because Thomas Lovely on that plus 21. So Jim Long is a couple of legs by my calculations from a tour card. Yeah, but that's if Kai Fan Lung or John Brown don't win outright today. But that spot would go to, that would get rid of Lovely, wouldn't it? If they win outright. Yes. Yeah, yeah, you're right. I think Jim Long is a couple of legs. Chat room, see if you agree with me. I think Jim Long is a couple of legs from a tour card holder. Yeah, 2 legs, I think. Big John, I am completely with you there. He's in the same boat as some of the other ones that I've suggested. I'm not disagreeing at all. O'Keefe, 93 for the match. And this, Kelvin O'Keefe is upset all day. Came from absolutely nowhere. Started the day on 0 points and a heavy negative leg difference. Might be about to find himself in a semi-final. In the EU, Daniel Closer is out, meaning Marvin van Velzen is dark green. The EU's done. It's done. The EU is finished. The EU is done. We are complete in Europe. Match start. Congratulations to the following. One of these, or one will win outright from either Mike Kivenhoven, Perlo Lubic, Maximizer Hinelli, how you pronounce his name, or Marvin van Velzen. But congratulations today. Cord Decker, Karol Sedlacek, Oscar Lukasiak, Titus Kanik, Rusty Jake Rodriguez, Dominic Grulich, Stefan Hendrick, Max Hopp, and Leon Webber are all on tour. The EU is done. Patrick Tringler just missing out on leg difference. Was in that green section for large parts of today. Kalkar is done. It's just a case of who finishes where. In the UK, there are still 2 cards on offer. Oh. Wow. Didn't expect these 4 at the end of the day. Calvin O'Keefe to beat Kai Fan Lung was a surprise. We went all the way as well. I think that Kai Fan Lung missed a match start at the Bull, left himself 25, and then O'Keefe came for double 16, took it out in 1 dart. It was a very close game. It got done. You know, they've all, to be honest, there's a few of them being very, very close games at this end. We've seen the standard just slip slightly. I'll tell you what, looking at it right now, multiple match darts. In terms of levels, Jim Long is now the favourite to win outright in the UK for me. And I don't mean this disrespectfully against any of the others, but his top level I agree. Is better than John Brown, Adam Lipscomb and Calvin O'Keefe. Definitely, 100%. I think that's
without a shadow of a doubt. Right, I'm going to nip to the facilities before we get stuck into the last couple of games. We're nearly there, aren't we? Very close.
We are. Jim Long's not guaranteed, but by our calculations, he needs 2 or 3 legs. So in the UK, Jim Long will play John Brown. Adam Lipscomb will play Calvin O'Keefe. Yeah, why not, Rob? Why not? Sorry, Darren. So, Kalkar, it is all done and dusted. The UK, it is all on the line. The current standings are as follows. Lipscomb is 4th, dark green. He's safe regardless. Jim Long is a couple of legs away. Thomas Lovely is in that horrible yellowy, murky, orange yellow position. He will be hoping for Jim Long and Adam Lipscomb wins. If John Brown wins, so John Brown, the only way he can win a tour card is doing it outright, the same as Calvin O'Keefe. So, as long as one of them don't win it, Thomas Lovely will survive. Bo and Fallon. Fallon lost second round, played some good stuff. Bo played brilliantly, but lost 6-5 to Carl Sneed in the last 32. I think if Jim Long loses but wins 2 legs, he would need Adam Lipscomb to win the day. Let's try and work this out. So, say Jim Long loses but gets 2 legs, that take 4 off that plus 22.
Yeah, it doesn't make any difference at all what happens in the EU now, does it? Nothing, no matter what. Nobody cares where anybody finishes anyway. The prize of tour card.
I might be wrong here, chat room, because I'm just doing this on the fly. I think if Jim Long gets 2 legs, he is guaranteed a tour card regardless. Can someone confirm that? My logic is, if he loses 6-2, it would put him to 6 points and plus 22 leg difference, meaning Thomas Lovely would drop out. Now, if that's the case, say the final was John Brown against Calvin O'Keefe, they would both still be outside of that 10th spot. Only one of them would win outright. The other one still wouldn't. Is that correct? Have I worked that out properly?
I think that is correct.
So judging by that, Jim Long, 2 legs, and you are a tour card holder.
We're underway in Europe. Not that it matters. Mike Kuyvenhoven and Maximilian Scherwinski are off and running. We've not yet started proceedings.
For Lovely to get a tour card, he wants to see Jim Long and Adam Lipscomb win their semi-finals. If it's not, Jim. He needs one of Jim Long or Adam Lipscomb to win.
Mike Carvenhoven takes the opener in that first semi-final over in Europe.
Because Europe's done and there is so much on this, we're going double feature from the UK.
Oh,
We'll put
agreed.
both finals up
Massive,
there. But for the semi-finals, we're going double UK because
yeah,
of what's on the line.
because it matters. Because it matters.
Yeah.
I can't believe we're still not, the delays in the UK have done my head in all week this week. Just hasn't been as slick in terms of getting games up and running.
That's because Giblin's
Certainly.
in Germany.
Yes, because Giblin's taking care of business on the other side of the North Sea, making sure things are and things have run tremendously. After that first day, there was a bit of a car crash. That first day of stage 1 over in Europe, but since then it's flown through. We've had a lovely pace of games. Football's finished now.
Mike Tyvenhoven 2-0 to the good. So, not that it matters.
Two 2-0 now, Kyvenhoven, who has played some of the best darts I've seen him play for years today. He's been absolutely superb all day. New tour card holders who I'm most excited to see on tour. Connor Scott.
No, he's been on tour before. Not having that one.
Probably. He's a new tour card holder. Pilgrim.
From the UK, I'm with you. I'm going Daryl Pilgrim. From the EU, I'm going Victor Tingstrom.
I'll give you that one. Still not underway in the UK. There we go. Jim Long and John Brown are off and running. First semi-final. They are throwing darts. Jim Long opens with a 140. Business end of proceedings now, folks. This is the opportunity. If Jim Long wins, that is his tour card. He is confirmed. No matter what happens in the final, we will have another North American on tour. I know we've got some friends from over the pond in. Sure, watching very closely this one. And what a first leg. Jim Long down to 121 after 9. 140, ton 140, with John Brown unable to find a treble until his third visit. Marvin van Velzen takes the first leg in his semi-final with Pero Lubitsch.
Bob, if it's just a normal shirt, it's all right. We've been streaming this all week, so I haven't seen any of it.
I haven't seen anything this week. I've used all the spare time that I have to engage with darts. I've used up on Q-School, so I've not everything else has passed me by completely. Jim Long takes that opener 1-0. We're now underway in the second one, as well as Adam Lipscomb and Kelvin O'Keefe are underway. Jim Long, do we think just one leg away now from guaranteeing his tour card?
By our calculations, Jim Long is a leg away from being a PDC Tour card holder.
Slack from Adam Lipscomb on throw, but Kelvin O'Keefe couldn't take advantage just that time. But 1-4-5 is a big ask for Lipscomb here. And Kelvin O'Keefe will get 3 darts to break the throw in the opening leg. And he does. His first dart goes straight in double top. Kelvin O'Keefe with a break of throw. What a start. That's exactly what he would have wanted.
I'll tell you what, and as if by magic, it must be getting exciting because someone's decided to come back.
Hey, he couldn't get it. He couldn't keep away. He couldn't keep away.
Couldn't keep away. It's all getting very exciting, and I'm all here for seeing Kelvin O'Keefe against John Brown in a final as a straight shootout for a tour card.
Well, weren't they the two that you picked this morning?
No. No, Bradley Brooks ruined that. My mate Bradley from Blackburn, I made a right mess of that, didn't he?
John Brown and Kelvin O'Keefe didn't pick either of those two to be in the final today.
No, absolutely not. That is Jim Long's tour card done, by the way.
Yeah, Jim Long, welcome to the tour.
So now, if he lets John Brown win and Kelvin O'Keefe wins, it is literally the final shit or bust. You've either got a tour card or off you go.
Adam Lipscomb 1-2-1 after 9. Lovely stuff there. That's Jim Long. He hasn't quite gone dark green yet. I don't know if the maths has been entered in.
It won't because darts rankings scrape the data from Dart Connect after the game's been shut.
Fair enough.
That's right. There we go. Well, we have got an answer. 68 goes in 3 for Lipscomb to level up. They've exchanged breaks of throw, those two. And there's a couple of very slack visits early doors from John Brown there, which means Jim Long is looking a favourite to go 3-0 up here. And whilst we've gone leg for leg for leg,
one card remains.
So we are down to a final 3 that could win it. It's either Thomas Loughlin, who's been out for ages, or John Brown or Kelvin O'Keefe.
It's not looking like John Brown, I'm afraid, at the minute, is it?
No, he's having a stinker here, isn't he? But he did this at the start of the last game and was getting slapped off Daryl Pilgrim and then came firing back.
Based off what I've seen, the new tour card holders, do you think there will be any in the 64 in 2 years' time? Good question.
Yes.
This is going to sound quite harsh, isn't it?
Well, it depends what you say.
The UK.
There will be.
1, maybe 2. The EU, one, maybe 2.
I think it's difficult. I think it's really difficult because there's some in there which you could, they could go either way, couldn't they? Mike Kyvenhoven could go either way. He's got a superb ceiling. We don't find it often enough. Max Hopp, we don't quite know what we'll see on tour from him. He could go either way. There's a few surprise packages. Kai Gotthard, we've seen positive things from. It's very, very difficult to predict because any one of them could surprise you. It's very unlikely that many of them, that more than a handful will surprise us. The challenge is picking out which ones they will be, but there'll probably be a couple that will do a bit. Jim Long looking all types of comfortable here, and John Brown very much looks like a player who has ran out of steam. As it visits
it looks like he's give everything to get through, doesn't it?
He's been studying at the Dan Simpson School of Darts with visits like that. And Jim Long just going about his business. You've got to expect Jim Long to take this one.
Yeah, 4-0, there's no coming back, is there? 4-0 and 2 breaks down.
Scones were top draw today, Jan. Very good. As was the eggs on sourdough for breakfast. Very positive weekend of deliciousness. 40 now for Jim Long. Again, just staying calm, isn't he? This other one, though, is a right battle. It's a Desmond.
It is, but that is Long Jim is flying.
Certainly, and John Brown is doing everything he can to help him out, averaging 66.
Yeah, we talked about John Brown's levels, to be fair, and the difference between the A game and the B game. This is like Z game from him at the moment. This is as far away from. I think we're into numbers here rather than letters. He's that far through.
Will Toss Tube says, fellas, stumbled across your channel on Thursday. Been back every day for the coverage. Stellar work. So pleased from old mate Daryl Pilgrim. Played in his team with him and his dad decades ago. My pleasure, mate. Good to have you in. Glad you stumbled across our channel.
Welcome. Subscribe and then press the share button. Send it to everyone in your group chats. Tell them it's all right.
Yeah, well, he must have subscribed because he's chatting. We know you can't do that unless you do.
Oh, of course, yeah. Rules are rules, aren't they?
That's it. Where are we up to on the old subscription? Have we got a few more in today or not?
It's all right. It's ticking over.
We needed 123 earlier, didn't we, boss?
Yeah, Warren, I've got no idea where Jim Long's spot goes.
No, that's an interesting question. Again, John Brown actually managing to get worse from 66 average, and he's dropped down to 63
it's impressive,
now.
To be fair, from the lad.
Yeah. Your form can plummet as well as go down. 103 for Jim Long, and he's going to have an age in which to get rid of it.
66. He's found a big treble. I think that might be the first one for about 3 legs.
Oh, have we got a Welshman in the semi-final? Because all of a sudden the Welsh correspondent's piped up in the chat room.
Oh, hello. Oh, Mr. Evans. How are we?
Did someone say there's a Welshman potentially about to win a tour card? Is he Clonelly's finest. Well, Cowan, you've come in at the right time because we need somebody to. If Kelvin O'Keefe wins it outright, somebody will need to write the posts in Welsh, you see, so that we can make sure we're being representative when we share that on social media. So that could be that can be your task if he wins. You can.
Oh, we got a 4-person setup. Can you get Carwin in the back? Someone send him the link.
I haven't got a 4-person screen.
John Brown is getting worse.
Oh, yeah, hang on.
Poor
There's
lad.
95 there.
Poor lad has played it great to get to this point, and it is his arse has fallen out. John.
Yeah, he's either completely
Jim
shattered
Long
or the
is
moment's
just-
got to him. I don't know which one, but it's one of them. Maybe both.
Yeah, quick flick back to the EU. Thanks, Bob. Mike Ivanhoven has won 6-2 in that match. In the other semi-final between Pero Lubitsch and Marvin van Velsen, they're 3 apiece at the minute. But let's not forget, it is irrelevant, completely irrelevant. The EU is done. We know who all the tour card holders are. We just don't know which order in which they'll finish. Jim Long, 101 for the match and a place in the final. He's already secured his tour card due to the legs that he's won. Leaves double 16. Brown all the way back on 250 points, averaging just 63.
Oh, 105 to break from Kelvin O'Keefe there.
Tidy.
Kelvin O'Keefe has come from absolutely nowhere.
Like,
he hadn't picked up a
literally-
single
they're
point.
They're playing in Milton Keynes. He literally this morning was in Llanelli. Like, he was that far away in terms of where he was on the table.
So before today, like day 1, 2, and 3, he lost in the round of 1 to 8. So he didn't even get through that first game where you don't win a point and then lost in the second game. He'd played 3 games, lost all 3 of them. And today he's just found something from absolutely nowhere. And he's looking strong. I mean, Jim Long, just a bit of news there. Jim Long wins 6-0. That was incredibly comfortable for Jim Long. We should now hopefully soon, once that, and there it is, that is updated now. So Jim Long is confirmed dark
is in
green
dark
in
green.
the UK Order of Merit, and now only one of 2 things can happen. Either Thomas Lovely claims that last spot from the UK, unless Kelvin O'Keefe wins outright. The final is not enough for Kelvin O'Keefe. He has to win it outright. And at the moment, he's 4-3 up on Adam Lipscomb.
Do you think Thomas Lovely is watching somewhere behind his fingers?
Well, if
I
he's
would
got any
guess so.
sense,
He
he'd be
went
watching
out
us,
in the
won't
last
he?
32 today. He's been out for a long time at this point.
Thomas Lovely should be in the chat room. If he subscribes, he's able to talk and have some banter and tell us how he's feeling.
I don't think he's got the facilities to be able to type at this point. I think he's just
The fingernails left, and especially that big 180, that 137 from Adam Lipscomb. He will be cheering, will Thomas Lovely, that. And that's a bit of a door held open as well there by Kelvin O'Keefe.
It is, and not only that, if he does win this leg, Lipscomb, that puts it back on throw and means that O'Keefe needs to break again. Jack just said, have some banter, it's his card. It's not his card yet. It might be his
Not
card.
his card. Could be Kelvin O'Keefe's card.
That's an
Lipscomb.
11 daughter from Adam Lipscomb there to go back to 4.
Thomas Lovely is on his feet. Thomas Lovely is on his feet.
Where is it in the chat room? I can't remember what I was looking at now, but it's gone. Yeah, look, this is interesting because I'd love a camera. They should make them stay like Big Brother style. You have to go to the diary room until it's done.
Oh yeah. So have you ever seen the like I watch quite a bit of cycling, and when they do a time trial, Like whoever's in the lead of the time trial essentially has to sit in a special chair with microphones and cameras all the time, like of people constantly saying like, "That was good, wasn't it? What about him? He's going fast, isn't he?" Giving them time updates to watch their reaction. We should definitely be doing that. That's why
whoever's
it should be
in
in the chat room.
orange.
Yeah, if Thomas Lovely is around, someone send him the link. I'll drop off, and we can put him in that centre box at the bottom.
Just
We
stick
can
him in the middle.
We'll someone get Thomas Lovely. We'll get the link to you. That Slack visit of 41 from Adam Lipscomb. If he's trebleless again here, a big visit from O'Keefe would.
It's still a chance, this, isn't it?
Yeah.
The thing is,
Just
for
not
Thomas Lovely,
capitalising enough.
This is stressful for Thomas Lovely right now, but it's not over here either. If O'Keefe gets through this, he'll have another game of sitting like this.
Oh yeah, this is it. It's not over. But if Adam Lipscomb does win, then it is over. The UK
then it is over
done.
and he can celebrate.
Yeah, it is as done as the EU is, and we'll stop paying attention to it. It doesn't matter. But I want the final to matter. That's why the only reason I'd like to see Kelvin O'Keefe come through this is I want the final to matter. But Adam Lipscomb goes 5-4
both Adam Lipscomb
ahead.
and Jim Longyear are spoiling our fun for the end of the day, aren't they?
Ridiculous. Unreasonable. 4-4, just a quick score check in on that other semi-final over in the EU. Perel Lubitsch and Marvin van Velzen, a 4 each.
I just saw, I don't know, he said, Stevens just said, Lovely's got no fingers left, never mind fingernails. He's not going to be able to chuck a dart even if he gets a card.
Yeah.
Oh, this is incredible viewing.
140 for Kelvin O'Keefe. It's not done yet.
He's not. The towel isn't in. He's still fighting for it.
I tell you what, under pressure, 3 140s on the bounce when you've got to win this leg to give yourself a chance of still winning a tour card is really impressive.
Connor, we answered this earlier, mate. The top players, as soon as they have enough money to be confirmed at Minehead, will bin the Pro Tour off. %100%.
6 darts at 40 for O'Keefe to take us all the way.
Come on, Calvin. Just give us some. Oh, bloody hell.
He's dragging it out. He'll be back, but we need this in the decider against the darts for O'Keefe, says Carwin. Carwin, you need him to hit this double first.
Gary will play. Certainly the Premier League boys and whatever, they will bin them off. Gary will just play because he loves the Pro Tour, but most of them will just can it. 100%.
These games this game in Europe is taking an age as well. 5-4.
It's gone on for a long time on it.
Yeah, you've got to think then with everybody qualified, and it makes no difference whatsoever. You'd think they just almost roll straight into the final. Wow, what an opening visit from Kelvin O'Keefe.
He's clearly got some stones this time.
He's opened with a max against the darts. God, Adam Lipscomb slips
as well.
with a 26.
Owen Evans has just spontaneously combusted.
He's throwing things at the telly. Oh, Kelvin, the pressure's getting too much. The pressure is too much. 135. Oh, it's
Thomas Lovely is watching this game in the same way I'm going to be watching the Philadelphia Eagles Green Bay Packers game later. Just utter stress for the entirety of it.
That's
not enough.
You can't open with a 180 and then not hit a treble in 6 darts. Oh, you can if
it
your
doesn't
opponent's
leave a
only going to
finish,
do
though.
that, mind.
Oh,
You can if your opponent does that. He
You've
could
got
get
he
to a
needs
finish
a
here.
ton at least here. It's got to be at least a ton.
It's on 140.
Oh, 140. Oh, Thomas,
Yes.
lovely. He's not feeling lovely
I
right now.
want chaos on the last day. And this
Yeah.
is what we're getting.
People asking in the chat, fully Eagles, go Birds all day.
But 76.
Does
There's
this
not
go?
a lot of pressure on.
Kelvin O'Keefe for
135.
76.
It's
He
gone.
goes in
He's
three. We've got drama till
what?
the last game. It's not a straight shootout for one, but it's not far off. We've got one player that can win one. We're gonna have to now call it. If he does do it, it's gonna have to be now called a Kelvin O'Keefe rather than a Baggish, isn't it?
Doing an O'Keefe.
It doesn't quite sound as good as a Baggish.
Was Danny Baggish on 0 points?
I can't remember. I think
I
he
know
was.
he ran through from outside and obviously won it on the last.
He had to win the day to do
it.
it, so I'm guessing he was.
But
Oh my.
yeah, being on 0 and coming through. Yeah, I mean it's heartbreaking in some ways, isn't it? Because Kelvin O'Keefe has pulled out a performance that nobody. Let's be honest. Who picked that? Who thought that would be?
But the thing
something that could happen.
If he doesn't do it, then he doesn't get a tour card. He's gone all the way to the final, and he's not going to make it.
Perlo, Lubitsch has beaten Marlon Van Dalsen 6-4, so the final will be Lubitsch against Kyvenhoven. In the UK, it is fairy tale stuff. Calvin O'Keefe has 11 legs to win a tour card. Wow.
He's got to hope that Jim Long is feeling like Cam Crabtree was feeling earlier, that he's just finished and exhausted after getting his confirmed.
Well, and that, let's be honest, that could be possible, couldn't it? That is exactly what we could have. We could have a Jim Long that has given absolutely everything in order to get that tour card, and the potential just adrenaline dump and the pressure's off and the job is done now for Jim Long. No matter what happens in this final, and it's all there for Kelvin O'Keefe,
but
really.
We could also have Kelvin O'Keefe that just come through like John Brown did the round before and be broken and have nothing left as well.
Oh. This is the thing, isn't it? It's how many times can you go to the well under this kind of pressure?
I'm desperately trying to find things out about Kelvin O'Keefe, because I will be honest, with the greatest respect to him, I am not. He doesn't fall within my darts expertise. I can find footage of him playing in the last 256 of the Champion of Champions in 2022. Other than that, I'm up against it.
Struggling at this point.
I'm really struggling. I want to know more. I want to know more about Kelvin, but just waiting to get underway, folks, in both finals.
Well, knowing that Gibbling is in Germany, I would suggest the EU one will get underway quite sharpish.
Yeah, the UK one's going to take a while because Thomas Lovely has just attacked Kelvin O'Keefe backstage.
Because he's got him in a headlock by the side.
Just refusing to let him back to the board.
Yeah, Kellen O'Keefe is locked in a toilet and someone's barricaded the door. He's about to get timed out for the final. Lee's logic, we're all English, aren't we? Come on, Jim, who's Canadian?
Yeah, that's it. They are from the Greg Rosetsky school of thought.
Yeah.
Oh. Dan's at Q-School because he's working for the PDC. Lipscomb does have a card.
Yeah,
Oh.
Lipscomb's in. Everyone is confirmed now except for, will it be Kelvin O'Keefe or will it be Lovely Thomas?
I thought he'd be absolutely racing to get underway in the EU. Once this game's done, it means nothing. Everyone's home to bed, aren't they?
That's it.
To
Yeah.
be fair,
No messing
because
about.
there's something on the
Oh, could we
UK
not-
one, he will be given at least 10 minutes if he wants it.
He's appeared every other day.
Yeah.
Might
Hello
as
again.
well say hello just before the final. Okay. You all
Good
right? I heard
lad.
you whinging out there. Did you hurt your foot? Did you hurt your toe? Is it better now? Yeah. Is it all right? I heard you crying. I heard you shout, "Oh, I've hurt me toe." Right, you're gonna go. You can go. We got the final now, and after the final, I'll be back with some tea. All right?
Mum's making my tea.
Is she? That's handy for you. Say bye to everybody. Say bye, everyone.
Bye.
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 Right, score predictions then for both. We'll do the EU one because there's less on it. Kyvenhoven or Lubitsch?
Kyvenhoven 6-3.
Cam?
Yeah, I think Kyvenhoven as well. I think he's played really well today. I think he wins 6-2.
We just put the cobblers on it because I think Kyvenhoven as well 6-4. So back Lubitsch if you can.
Lump all
Right,
your
I was
money
gonna
if
say,
you
yeah.
can get a market on it on Peril Lubitsch.
Has
The
there been a betting market anywhere? I haven't found one.
Not the games. You could bet pre who would get a card or not, but not
Pick a
the actual
card up,
games.
yeah.
No. So the UK, Jim Long against Calvin O'Keefe. I'm going to kick off. I think this is one step too far. I'm going 6-2 to Jim Long.
I will go.
Near you, Dan.
Jim Long will win one leg, and Calvin O'Keefe will win 6.
I like that.
6-1.
You teased it there.
I do.
Yeah,
I like
I'm
to
having
tease.
I'm taking the upset as well. Let's have it. Let's have last game of the day. He's done everything else today that he possibly could. He gets over the line. Kelvin O'Keefe gets a tour card.
Don't get me wrong. I'd like the miracle to happen, but I just don't think it's going to.
It won't happen if you don't believe in it. Carwin's in the chat. Carwin, go on, give us your score prediction.
There's
Before
no
he
way
puts it in,
Carwin
I
will
know for a
want
fact
to.
he's gone O'Keefe 6-0.
Yeah, but I don't think he'll want to. He'll want to doom anybody with a prediction, will he? last opportunity of the day, folks. We've got 148 likes and considerably more of you watching. So if you wouldn't mind giving the thumbs up button a little press before we get into the final. It's the last opportunity of Q-School, and we've been here for how long? Oh my God, we've been here for quite a few days now, haven't we? Between us, in and out and on and off.
7 days.
If you could just give that that little button a click, it does help out, folks, and allows us to carry on doing 6-7 hour streams.
Where are we up? Where are we up to on subscribers, Phil?
We are currently
Have we got 123 or not?
40,891. So 9 more would get us to 40,900.
So we didn't get our 123 then that we were hoping for earlier. We've got about 14, but we'll take it. It's better than none.
No, we've added a few more likes on there. Thanks, folks. We've got a few of you out pressing the button. The more, the merrier. Like I say, it does just allow us to do this. To be honest.
And of course, we're at the live lounge tomorrow, 8 p.m., including the draw for the Seniors World Championship.
Oh, am I going to need to get?
Exciting.
I'm going to need my counters. Here we are. There they
You
are.
are.
They're here. Oh. Not sure which ones I've got there. Like, we'll have to have a look. Nearly threw another bottle of Pellegrino today. This has been it's been a long Q-School for the folks at San Pellegrino. Look forward to Q-School every year because I always get through a good supply of their products.
Can Calvin O'Keefe produce miracles? That's the question we're all asking. The game in the EU means nothing. They're both through. They have tour cards. However, it is all or nothing for Calvin O'Keefe.
Dancing avocado. Have I missed a reference there?
What's that?
I know something in the chat room about a dancing avocado. It's gone straight over my head from Darren.
The draw, Ben, will be
Yeah,
tomorrow
no idea on
at
that
around
one,
about. Will be around about 8:30 on the live lounge tomorrow. The draw for
Well,
the
you lot
Seniors
shouldn't.
World Championship.
You lot shouldn't know about that then, unless you're watching other people's streams.
What's that?
I can't think why anyone would be doing that. A few members of the chat room owning up to watching other streams, which seems
Kick them out. Immediately remove them.
it's outrageous.
Oh, here's some info for you. Lewis in the chat room. He's from Llanelli, plays for Pembrokeshire County with us. He's in our Wednesday night league. I pray for my man can do this. Nice. Thank you very much.
Yep, and they are underway as well. Get that up on that screen.
Get him up. 2 seconds. Let's do it. The final is underway.
What are we looking for?
The
What are we
final has
thinking as we
started
walk on?
remarkably slowly.
What's the suggestion for a walk-on song there in the chat room?
What, for Calvin O'Keefe?
Yeah. Carwin's mentioned something there. I'm always interested in a walk-on song. If he's got one established, I want to know what it is. If not, we should participate in trying to identify
To help
one
him
for
out with it. Yeah.
It's
So
Welsh.
here-
Got you.
Here we go. Mike Kyvenhoven leads 2-0 in the EU, but let's be fair, it's all about Long and Calvin O'Keefe here.
Nobody cares today, Mike Kyvenhoven. He has played absolutely superbly, to be fair, Mike Kyvenhoven. He's played wonderfully and probably played Q-School exactly the way you would want to. He's finished sort of second top Obviously, he's in the final, so he might just qualify, but he's been there the whole time, played very, very well, very consistently.
But none of us care right now because it's all about this game.
Nobody cares at all.
Well, I'll tell you
Kelvin
what,
O'Keefe first to a finish.
and he's going to get a go at it as well. For a break of throw in leg 1. 1-3-6 for Kelvin O'Keefe.
If this goes, I'm gonna get a Kelvin O'Keefe shirt. I mean, he's left it handy.
Yeah. You'd take that all day long, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah. It's bloody lovely. Certainly would.
And he's
got
back
to
for a break.
get
He's back for a break in leg 1.
3 darts at a break for tops. How's your nerve, Kelvin? How many darts do you need here?
Oh,
That's
dear.
what your nerves like.
I was
Outside,
going to say, if he'd
inside.
left 5, we'd have known he was really struggling. But
Outside, inside.
Oh, he's going to get another
again,
go.
it's another opportunity.
He's got a dart at double 10.
Oh,
Gets
last
there in
dart
the
in
end.
hand. There's your
That's
break
a
of
good
throw.
sign, though, I think. If you take an early break and you faff around with it a bit, and he's had multiple darts at double there to get that done, and then managed to find it. I think that's a positive. I think you build on that.
Kelvin
see what
O'Keefe,
Jim Long's
what
got
are you
there.
about to do?
Thomas Lovely's just launched his phone across the players' room.
I don't think he's even there.
He's just,
He'll be watching our
just
stream
like,
if he
literally will not
This is-
listen. He's just
When did he go out?
This
last
is surely the best
32, Thomas
coverage.
Lovely. He lost 6-3.
Yeah,
in
he
the
went out the last
32.
32. That was hours ago. He's not still there.
He'll be
Not a
suitably
chance.
lubricated if he is.
And he says, the miracle of Milton Keynes is on.
It is.
And let's be honest, it would be. I mean, I think this. If Kelvin O'Keefe pulls this off, I do think it is a bigger come from nowhere upset than what Danny Baggish did, because
Danny Baggish won games at the World Championships with the greatest of
this
respect.
is what
Yeah,
I
but
mean.
we're all
Danny-
rooting for
yeah,
Baggish.
He's playing Canty.
yes, he came from nowhere, but Danny Baggish was a name. We knew who he was. He had a dart shirt.
Correct.
He had, he had various other things.
Yeah, we were
Whereas
expecting
this
him
is
to get a card, and it just came down to the last day. Like,
Yeah, he could have won one on the first day, and no one would have thought it was, it was outrageous or bizarre. But if Kelvin O'Keefe comes and wins the final here, this is a
he needs a big
rogue-
visit here, though.
I'll like
This
to
is
play
up
it.
there
Fine.
with Aaron Beanie.
Did Aaron win a tour card outright?
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
Did he do it in the order of merit? I don't think he didn't win the last day, did he?
He beat Jared Cole for a card.
Didn't Aaron Beanie come through the same year as Danny Baggish? Wasn't that the same Q-School? I feel like it might
Missed
have been.
opportunity.
I think Aaron Beanie was a deep run and an order of merit. The same year Danny Baggish qualified.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, he beat Cole outright. I thought
Oh.
so.
Missed starts
day
again
3.
from Jim Long. It's everything that you want it to be, this, for Kelvin O'Keefe, if you can take this out. Jim Long's
It is if
average
this
is
goes.
69.
It is if this tops goes again. He struggled with tops and he's always
Oh, start in hand again. Left arm.
Oh my!
Oh,
It's on.
Oh
the
my!
Welsh are not going. They're not going to be in work on time tomorrow
That hurts though.
in Wales. They'll be
But
celebrating.
it's only on his own throw.
It is, but he just maintains that break. It just solidifies that break in the first leg, doesn't it? That break then
Yeah.
hold, just keeping that distance so that Jim Long can throw a 1-7-1 on his own throw here, and Kelvin's just got to hold his own legs now, and he's there.
Yeah.
Mike Kyvenhoven 3-1 up, averaging 92.
Just more of the same from him. Big 140 though. He's still in the leg.
He certainly is.
Needs another big score, but he's capable.
This would be sensational.
Jim Long's he's lifted himself a little bit. Those first two legs, he wasn't really at the races. He's just lifted the standard a little bit here. O'Keefe's going to have to go with him. He's going to have to come with him. Because if he allows Jim Long just to keep improving leg after leg, sooner or later there'll be a tipping point. Jim Long's missed starts in all three legs now.
Yeah.
He's throwing it because he can't find the range on the 20. He's definitely gone to the 19s as well, as Jack says.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it?
He's had darts to win every leg so far and missed them every time. Not
Doesn't
that
miss
one,
that
though.
one.
Straight into double 10.
But-
Just a hold, though.
He needs to hold here. You can't be giving back this break early on. He needs to just get himself steady here and hold this. 15 darts on your own throw and get on to the next leg. That's
Not
not
the start
ideal.
you want.
They've
Not
just
the
tracked
start
Phil
you
Bowes'
want.
3 darts. Oh dear. Pressure.
Is he just starting to think about the situation?
Also, Jim
Gone
Long
back
is
well,
just
though.
elevating his game as well.
Yeah, the switch to the 19s has done wonders for him, hasn't it?
Certainly has.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Penalties at Arsenal as well. It should be a replay.
Yeah. Although seeing United go out on penalties, I won't mind that, to be fair. We'd take it.
Odegaard missed one at some
Another
point. He had
140
one
would be
saved,
nice,
didn't
yeah.
he?
Yeah.
Yeah, another 140 would be ideal for O'Keefe here. That is
Oh,
far,
26.
far from ideal. The Dan Simpson
Yeah,
signature
26
shot.
at that stage.
That wasn't what the doctor ordered.
No, but the way Long's been finishing so far, and the fact that he's going to have to stay on the 20s, which he's clearly struggling with. Well, he could go 16s, I suppose. But if you can set this up handy, you might fancy your chances of getting another go.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, Jim Long is playing on the 19s. He's done it at the Super Series before.
Yeah, not on this visit, though.
Ooh,
Ouch.
that's a mare.
For a 3-1 lead, this is an opportunity I did not see him getting after 2 visits, and he takes
Oh, it
advantage.
goes
Kelvin
as
O'Keefe,
well.
he's 3 away. That's it. He just
my.
keep holding his
With the
leg.
last dart in hand.
Jim Long's not comfortable here, is he?
No.
Jim Long's struggling here because he's knackered. It's been a long week, and he's gone back to the 20s as well. And he's he's done his job now. He's already got his card. And it's tough.
Oh.
Why has he gone back to the 20s would be the question.
He's just trying to find something, isn't he?
I know, but he was scoring beautifully on the 19s. I think every single visit had at least one big treble when he went to the 19s.
Oh!
Double break,
Jim
maybe.
Holding the door open for Calvin O'Keefe.
93 points in front against the
If he went
throw
on
to
to
go
get, if he goes on to get his card and gets on TV, would it be wrong if he walked out to Stevie Wonder? Isn't she lovely?
Brilliant. I mean, yeah. It could be classed as targeted trolling, sledging.
Be great though.
So Thomas Lovely that could eventually lose out to Andy Bolton on 4 leg difference, having both won 78 legs over 4 days.
Well, I was going to say,
if he
the
misses
projection
out,
earlier on was,
tight.
it was 6 and 13 last night was the projection. Then it went to 6 and 18. It's now looking like Thomas Lovely's going to miss out with 6 and 21.
What a weird,
Harsh.
what a weird leg from Jim Long.
Yeah, it has been an odd one. Takes it in one. This is the problem for O'Keefe, though. Like, if Jim Long does find it a bit, because his level is a lot higher than what he's playing at the moment, he could end up losing this 6-3 quite quickly.
You just feel that Jim Long will give himself an opportunity at some point.
Yeah. Like, he needs to start well on his own throw. Like that. That'll do.
Mike Carvenhoven 1 away now. He's 5-2 up on Pero Lubic over in the EU. Not that it matters. It makes any difference to anyone. Again, if Kelvin O'Keefe can keep starting legs on his own throw with a 140, he could just inch towards that break in the first leg has allowed him to just cling to his own throw.
Yeah. Carwin asking whether
is
this would be bigger than Leicester winning the Premier League.
It is all or nothing.
Well, you put that up as the title of the stream this morning, and you've not been wrong.
I
We
did.
are at the last game of the day, and it is still all or nothing.
I don't like that idea that Man United are undefeated since Luke Littler won the Worlds. That's a horrific stat.
Who said that? I don't need that.
Oh,
I don't
God.
need that in mode.
I don't want to get to a point where I can no longer cheer Luke Littler on the off chance that it makes Man United win games. I don't want to end up like that. Please.
No, but I will if I have to.
Oh, exactly. Quite right. If you force me into that position, then I'll stand by it.
Oh. So far, it's fairly comfortable on throw here for O'Keefe. Not a lot coming
You
back
said that
in.
for.
That opens the door.
What have you said that for?
Shut up! What do you do that for? He comes
Me
around
and Dan were just trying to sit here quietly, talking about other things.
40. Right,
But he has
6
got
from
6 starts at
116.
116.
God, this is a tiresome leg.
It's not great, is it? But
Arsenal have just missed a penalty as
Kelvin
well.
O'Keefe will not care one little bit if he can just
There's
get
pressure,
over the line
though.
here.
There's pressure. And I think if Jim Long ties this up, I don't think Kelvin O'Keefe wins another leg.
No, I think if this gets leveled, I think it's 6-3. Oh, he
That
does
hurts.
as well. That does hurt.
You can only have so many slack visits and against a player like Jim Long. Even when he's not at the races, he'll still just work his way through the game, and he'll take darts
Like,
out
he's
when
upped
you.
it a bit. He's upped it to 80 now, and you don't see it dropping below there again now, do you? He's got to find something here as Kelvin O'Keefe. He found it in the semi-final. Can he do it again?
I did think even after that break in the first game, that if Jim Long could just break back and get level, I think he'll just kick on from there. Once the finishing line's in sight. Kelvin O'Keefe will have come so incredibly close if he doesn't pull this off, though.
Yeah, opportunity here. Gets himself 80 points in front. Mike Kyvenhoven's about to wrap it up in the EU because he's 270 points ahead. It doesn't really hurt. If you can get another good visit here, just leave a finish here. One big treble, leave a finish, Kelvin O'Keefe. Can't do it. 11 darter from Kyvenhoven to wrap up the day's win. Still an opportunity here. You'd give anything for a 177 here, wouldn't you? Not for a 59 though.
It's not consistent enough. Like, he's got those big scores creep in, but it's not consistent enough. And it's often they come at the wrong time, don't they, those slack visits?
Yeah. Yeah, to use Corwin's phrase, he's just not doing the right things at the right time.
Mike Kyvenhoven has won in the EU. He becomes the automatic qualifier over there. Doesn't change anything in the grand scheme of things.
Oh, he's going to get a chance to break. Jim Long cannot take out 46. Kelvin O'Keefe, which way are you going? Can you do it? This would be massive.
Oh, he's
back. He's got it.
Last start.
There we go. He's back in front. Another break of throw.
Finding something else.
He is. I tell you what, it might not be box office quality, but in terms of just nerves,
drama,
tenseness, anything else you want, we've got it. Last dart O'Keefe.
Oh my!
All four of his legs have been last dart in hand.
Again, if he can just keep finding a treble on each visit on his own throw, he just needs to limp to the line now, doesn't he? Like, this is fine. Yeah. This is all right. He just needs to limp to the line.
Just fall over the line. Doesn't matter how. Just fall over it.
15 darts will be enough on your own throw in this game. The way it's going at the moment, it'd be more than it. Wait, no.
No, maybe not.
Arsenal, right?
Quiet, Cameron.
What a knob I am. He's still in the leg. It's just about.
He's still swinging a bit. Yeah, he's still swinging backwards and forwards here.
This is only 60.
From Jim Long. Oh God! Jim Long has been like. He has ruined dreams all day today.
He's done this where he's gone 100, 180, 180 at least 3 times today to people.
Honestly,
what a leg this is on your own throw, and he might not get a shot.
Like all week this week, like he's done. Jamie Durrant, he done.
11 darter from Jim Long out of nowhere.
He has broken, destroyed dreams all day. Jim Long has.
That's just unnecessary, that, isn't it? Like, if Kelvin O'Keefe has a stinker and loses a leg, fair enough, but there's no need to do that to it.
Man United win. Goodness me. There was a theory
he's
posted in the
broken
chat
him now,
room
hasn't
that Amarin plays that 140 set by Littler at half-time in every match just to get him up for it. That's the key. Jesus, Jim, where's this? All of a sudden, he just rattled off a few.
This is
Was
what
that
he's
three
got.
This is
one
to
eight?
only
offer,
for a
isn't it?
hold.
This
It's
was
only for
the
a hold.
danger. At some point, he'd flick the switch.
Yeah.
Kelvin O'Keefe has come within 2 legs of a tour card. He was 2 legs away from a tour card, and Jim Long all of a sudden starts to just rattle off massive visits.
More of that, Dan.
Three
More of
one
that.
eight
Say
is
that more.
3 180s.
How are we doing? Jack is in. Hope you are good. Mr. Wilson from Paddy Power himself. No, basically, Jim Long has got a tour card, but Calvin O'Keefe, either it's win your tour card or you've got fuck all.
And Thomas Lovely sat in that 10th spot with a blurry line balanced, because if Jim Long wins, Thomas Lovely gets a tour card. If Kelvin O'Keefe wins, Thomas Lovely doesn't get a tour card. So he's just sat watching, biting his nails, trying to not get too irate with what he's watching. Kelvin O'Keefe's
Kelvin
last
O'Keefe
chance.
was here in the semi-final. This is where he was in the semi-final. He was 5-4 down with the darts to level it up. Can he do it all over again? Can he just go to the well once more and dig something out?
What is in the tank?
There
Not
is
with a
nothing
first
left in that.
visit
He's
like
on
that.
fumes at the moment.
He's given us the drama. He gave us that. We
Oh,
wanted to
no.
come in to the last game of Q-School knowing that it meant something and it counted. And he has provided that for us as Kelvin, but it does look like...
It's not going to
Yes,
mean
James,
anything more.
all the way home, there's a few players today listening to the Blame Canada song from South Park after Jim Long has destroyed their Q-School hopes.
Oh.
Can he just find one big visit, a 180 here, get yourself back in the leg?
Cheers, Jack.
Not bad. It's not bad.
Oh. If this is troubleless.
Oh, it's just monstrous from Jim Long. These last 3 legs, all of a sudden, he's just every visit is 1 or 2 trebles. It's big all the time.
Oh, that's not enough. They needed at least 2 trebles there.
Yeah.
Does he do it in style? No, he doesn't. But he's left 16.
I mean, just imagine, just for a moment, allow yourself to believe.
Go on. Do it,
That
Kelvin.
this could happen. Allow yourself to just pretend. Jesus, he's missed a double.
Has he missed a double for it?
This is
He
absolutely
might just
bonkers.
have missed a double for it. He might
Oh,
not have. He
man.
might have done. Is it enough
Match
to rattle
starts
Jim
incoming.
Long?
There we
Oh,
go.
last
It's took him
start.
3. He's done it on his last start. Thank you, Kelvin O'Keefe, for the drama. Thank you for making the final mean something. But commiserations and congratulations to Thomas Lovely. Simply
Yes.
lovely.
That's what we've forgotten about in this. That is the last man into dark green. Thomas Lovely. Welcome to the PDC.
Oh, so let's run you through it. It's been an emotional week. Let's start in Kalkar. Your daily victors were Victor Tingstrom, Kai Gotthard, Danny Alder-Coulter, Mike Kyvenhoven taking the automatic spots. Then from the order of merit, Kordeka, Perlo Lubic, Karol Sedlacek, Oscar Lakaziak, Titus Kanik, Rusty Jake Rodriguez, Dominic Grulich, Stefan Hendricks, Maximilio Konecki, however you pronounce his name, sorry, Max Hopp, Leon Webber, and Marvin van Velzen were your representatives from Kalkar. In the UK, Thomas Bizzle, Justin Hood, Tavis Dudney, and Jim Long outright. On the order of merit, Bradley Brooks, congratulations, a record points tally. Still, how he didn't win one outright, I'm not sure. Daryl Pilgrim finally gets his dream of competing on the tour. Greg Ritchie, Adam Lipscomb, who only got there because David Pallett withdrew. Adam Paxton, Cam Crabtree, Adam Warner, Andy Bolton, and Thomas Lovely. But a massive shout out to Calvin O'Keefe, who almost produced fairy tale stuff, boys.
It couldn't have been any closer. He's gone within 2 legs on the final day. He literally only could have won 2 more legs today. And he's not quite got there. But what he has shown is he's clearly got the bottle to be up there and to have a go. So whether it's Challenge Tour or whatever he decides to do, that opportunity's open to him. And you never know, he might not need to come back to Q-School next year. He might get it done on that.
Yeah. Definitely need to see more.
100%.
Highly entertained.
First of all, from me, thank you very much to our amazing team over Q-School. Obviously, Cam, Dan, and Jack was on loads there. You guys have absolutely smashed it on the stream, but also a massive shout out to all you guys who have watched us in your tens of thousands. Thank you very much from me and everyone at OD. It's been an absolute pleasure. To all our new members as well, all our new subscribers. All I can say is stick along for the ride, because 2025 is going to be exciting. The Live Lounge returns tomorrow with the Seniors World Championship draw, all the fallout from Q-School as well. So that's 8 p.m. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening, whatever you're going to do. Phil Bars, Dan Simpson, Cam McFarlane, we are signing out, and we'll see you all very, very soon.